Just because you muttered that MILFs are the absolute peak, the next thing you know, your forever alone loser self has been reincarnated into the body of a total scumbag. This guy was a violent domestic abuser, yet he somehow married a legendary A-list pop star, who even gave birth to his adorable, precious daughter. But ever since the wedding bells rang, he was unexpectedly kicked to the curb by his company. It's all because of a jinx like you that I lost my job. You can't help but scoff in disgust. Your predecessor was a genuine piece of trash. At this moment, the mother and daughter, freshly battered, are trembling uncontrollably on the sofa, as Shen Youchu clutches the child tight and notices you staring relentlessly at her. She instinctively pulls Wanwan even deeper into her embrace. Tears well up, flooding her eyes to the brim. It's not like she hasn't dreamed of running away with Wanwan, but she's nothing more than a lonely orphan herself, and every cent of the family's money is gripped firmly in the hands of a demon like you. Witnessing their sheer terror, you heave a heavy sigh, accepting your new reality. Slowly you stand up and flick on the light, letting the warm orange glow flicker to life, illuminating every corner of the dim room, surveying the chaotic mess before your eyes. You scratch your head in utter disbelief. First, you crack open a window to let the air circulate, then silently begin clearing away the graveyard of empty beer bottles. Shen Youchu remains frozen, shielding Wanwan, huddled on the sofa without making a sound, though a flicker of pure bewilderment flashes in her eyes. You don't dare rush over to disturb the traumatized pair. Instead, you grab a towel from the kitchen to scrub the table, toiling until the entire house is sparkling and spotless. By now, you're absolutely drenched in sweat. So you grab a fresh change of clothes from the bedroom and disappear into the bathroom. Shen Youchu stares at the tightly shut bathroom door, finally letting her tense body collapse in a breath of relief. She looks around at the room you've scrubbed clean, her gaze filled with intense, overwhelming skepticism. How did this literal demon suddenly have a change of heart? Mama, I'm hungry. Be good, Wanwan. Mommy will cook for you in just a bit. Shen Youchu gently strokes Wanwan's hair, whispering softly, she has no choice but to wait. Only once you've fallen fast asleep, will she dare to make a meal for herself and her child? Just then, the bathroom door creaks open, and you emerge from the steam. The mother and daughter huddled on that ragged sofa, recoil in unison, flinching away from you. You merely shake your head, offering no words to the trembling pair, before pushing the front door open and stepping out. Shen Youchu freezes in place, her eyes glaze with absolute despair. Is he heading out to buy more booze again? Hasn't he had enough to drink tonight? It looks like she and Wanwan will have to starve another night. Shen Youchu bites her lip raw, tears cascading uncontrollably as a voice whispers, Mama, don't cry. I'm really not hungry anymore, Mommy. Little Wanwan mistakenly thinks her own hunger is what's making her mother weep. She hurriedly reaches out with her tiny pale hand, clumsily wiping the tears from Shen Youchu's face. Shen Youchu, gritting her teeth, only finds her tears falling even more violently. After a long agonizing pause, she finally whispers in a trembling, tender voice, Be good, Wanwan. Let Mommy lull you to sleep, okay? Once you're asleep, you won't feel the hunger anymore. Tomorrow morning, I'll wake up early and make you something delicious. Deal, okay. Mommy, please don't cry. Shen Youchu softly hums a faint lullaby, trying to coax Wanwan into a restless slumber, watching as Wanwan's eyes slowly flutter shut. Shen Youchu reflects on the 2 years of misery since her marriage, her heart overflowing with 1,000 bitter regrets. She finally makes a choice tomorrow. She escapes this living hell, even if she ends up dying on the cold streets. It's better than being tortured to death by this demon. Suddenly, the sound of the front door lock turning echoes, and Shen Youchu, lost in her dark thoughts, can't help but shudder violently once more. She instinctively covers Wanwan's ears, straining to listen to the movements outside. You push the door open and enter, instinctively glancing toward the sofa, only for your expression to freeze in confusion. Did they both retreat to the bedroom? But they still haven't eaten a single bite. You stare blankly at the warm food in your hands. After a moment's thought, you set the meal on the table and start heading toward the bedroom. Inside, Shen Youchu's entire body is wound tight with tension. She hears your footsteps steadily approaching the bedroom, desperately praying that you won't step inside. But in the very next heartbeat, I picked up some food for you both. If you're hungry, come out and eat. I'll just make do and sleep in the study tonight. Hearing this, Shen Yuchu's eyes snap wide open. She then listens as your footsteps gradually fade into the distance, and a heavy silence once again blankets the room. Only the sound of Shen Yuchu's tense, ragged breathing echoes through the bedroom. Unnoticed, Wanwan has opened her eyes, having clearly recognized your voice. She's staring curiously at the tightly shut door. That stinky daddy, who always smells like trouble, actually didn't come back to the room to sleep, and he even mentioned buying them a meal. At the thought of food, her stomach growls again. She swallows hard, her throat tight with hunger, looking up at her mother with pure anticipation. Shen Yuchu lowers her gaze, meeting her daughter's hopeful, pleading eyes. Steeling her nerves, she finally musters the courage to tiptoe silently toward the bedroom door. She creaks it open. The mouth-watering aroma of fresh food instantly hits her. Shen Youchu's eyes instantly well up with tears. He really bought food for them. Faced with this sudden, unexpected kindness, Shen Youchu doesn't feel a shred of joy. Instead, a chilling fear takes root in her heart. Why is he acting like this? What more does he want to strip away from her? Little Wan, her feet bare and cold, scampers over on her tiny short legs. She peeks through the crack of the door, and suddenly her eyes sparkle with light. Saliva begins to pool in her mouth uncontrollably. Yet she doesn't dare make a single move. Instead, she tilts her head up, her big eyes unblinking as she looks to her mother for permission. Shen Youchu takes a deep, shaky breath, forcing a faint smile as she scoops Wan up. Be good, Wan. We have to be very quiet. Let's eat. Wan nods her little head frantically. In the other room, you clearly hear the sounds outside. You let out a long, heavy sigh. After exhaling, you begin to sink into deep thought. It was only after buying that meal that you realized, inside this entire household, there is a pathetic balance of barely $1,800 left in savings. After agonizing over how to make some bank, you suddenly bolt upright in your seat, realizing you were being a total idiot for not seeing it sooner. This is a parallel world after all. Your heart starts racing with adrenaline. You reach out and grab your smartphone, scrolling through the screen like a man possessed. A moment later, a confident smirk spreads across your face. This world is exactly as your memories suggested. The cultural heritage and the entertainment industry are completely different from your old world. A bunch of trashy low-effort songs that make you cringe are somehow dominating the top music charts. Clutching your phone with a white-knuckled grip, your mind begins to race at 1,000,000 miles an hour. One by one, legendary hit songs from your past life begin to vividly surface within your mind. As the ideas flow, your exhaustion finally catches up to you, and you're forced to drag your worn-out body to the bed, slowly drifting off into a deep, dreamless slumber. The next morning at exactly 6 a.m., you quietly crack open the door and step out of the bedroom. The dining table and the kitchen have already been scrubbed until they're absolutely spotless. Shen Youchu must have cleaned everything up after they finished eating. Standing there, you pause for a brief moment to think, then stealthily slip into the bathroom to wash up. You're well aware that Shen Youchu usually doesn't dare to get up and cook until 8 a.m. because the old you would always rot in bed until past 10 a.m., only after you woke up and finished your morning booze. Were those two allowed to eat whatever scraps you left behind? You instinctively heave another heavy sigh, then finish your morning routine as fast as possible. Inside the bedroom, Shen Youchu is actually wide awake, but she's too terrified to step foot outside. The sounds of splashing water finally cease, followed by the click of the front door opening and shutting. Shen Youchu bites her lip nervously, her eyes glued to the bedroom door, wondering what the hell you're up to now. She waits for an eternity, but there's nothing but silence outside. Glancing at little Wan, who is still fast asleep beside her, she summons every ounce of courage to quietly slip out of bed. She nudges the bedroom door open and ventures out. The overwhelming stench of stale booze has almost vanished, replaced by fresh air drifting in through the open window. The scent is incredibly refreshing, and this sudden change gives Shen Youchu a surreal sense of vertigo. It has been so long, so agonizingly long since she last breathed in such clean, crisp air. Shen Youchu drifts to the window, gazing out at the world beyond, unwittingly losing herself in the view. It's only at this very heartbeat that she suddenly remembers she's only 24 years old. She has no idea how much time has slipped away before the front door clicks open again. Shen Youchu is jolted back to reality, her heart hammering, and instinctively her entire body coils with defensive tension. She turns around with stiff mechanical movements. You two freeze in your tracks, feeling incredibly awkward. You didn't expect Shen Youchu to be awake so early. After washing up, you realized the pantry was bone dry, so you just ran out to grab some meat, fresh veggies, and a bag of rice. The two of you stand there locked in a stunned silence. For the first time, you truly take in your wife's appearance. She is breathtakingly beautiful, far more stunning than any influencer or idol from your previous world. But she's far too thin, and her complexion is an unnatural, ghostly pale. It's clearly the devastating toll of severe malnutrition. Seeing this, your heart aches with pain, self-loathing, and shame. What an absolute monster. To have such a gorgeous wife and subject her to such abuse, you truly deserve to rot in hell. Morning. I'm going to go ahead and start on breakfast. You're the first to shatter the suffocating awkwardness, lifting the groceries and making a break for the kitchen. Shen Youchu simply cannot believe her own ears or eyes. Did he actually just greet her like a human being? And since when did he even know how to cook? Shen Youchu watches silently from the shadows, staring at your busy silhouette working in the kitchen. A wave of profound, crushing sorrow washes over her heart. She bites her lip until it bleeds, her vision blurring as tears well up. What is this? Is this some sick pity or a sudden fleeting spark of conscience? Mama. At that moment, little Wan finally wakes up, unable to find her mother nearby. She comes running out on her tiny bare feet. The moment she emerges, her little nose catches the intoxicating aroma of food. She whips her head around, her big eyes wide as she stares at the kitchen. From inside the kitchen, You naturally spot the little munchkin watching you. You broaden your mouth into a smile toward her. But Wanwan shrinks back in terror behind Shen Youchu. You rub your nose helplessly at the rejection. Before long, the aroma of a finished meal fills the air. Glancing at the two still standing stiffly in the distance, you say, "Go wash up, and come get some food." Wanwan is clearly gulping down her saliva in hunger, yet she remains rooted to the spot. Shen Youchu, meanwhile, is watching this surreal scene with a look of pure horror. You were originally feeling quite hopeful, but seeing their defensive guard expressions, that flicker of hope sinks to the bottom of the ocean. You fall silent for a heartbeat, letting out another weary sigh. You guys eat first. With that, you turn and retreat into the side bedroom. Shen Youchu doesn't budge at first. She watches the bedroom door click shut, then looks down at the desperate longing in her daughter's eyes. Her heart sighs in resignation. "Let's eat, Wanwan." Spread across the table is the millet porridge you prepared, golden shimmering and incredibly inviting. There are 2 side dishes and a small bowl of steamed egg custard. The very second she lays eyes on that steamed egg, Wanwan's entire face lights up with joy. Mama, did Daddy really make this for Wanwan? Shen Youchu finds herself momentarily speechless, looking into her daughter's expectant gaze. She finally gives a slow, hesitant nod. Wanwan's eyes sparkle even brighter now. She can't wait a second longer, scooping up a spoonful of egg and shoving it eagerly into her mouth. "This is the first time Daddy has ever cooked for me. It's so delicious." Shen Youchu just eats her food in silence. Her heart is a chaotic mess of struggle and confusion, her gaze drifting unconsciously toward the side bedroom, toward that tightly sealed door. Meanwhile, you're sitting at the desk in the side room, actually starving and on the verge of collapsing. But you're painfully aware that the mother and daughter out there aren't ready to sit at the same table as you just yet. You shake your head to clear those heavy thoughts, then pull out your smartphone and navigate to the biggest media platform in this world. You delete the original account which was left with only a few thousand ghost followers and proceed to register a brand new identity. Habitually, you tap on the platform's trending hot search list, but within a heartbeat, your brow furrows in total disgust. What kind of absolute garbage is this, Akiyas? Since when did low-effort last-minute trash songs start dominating the viral charts? You've already formulated a master plan. Rummaging through the desk, you pull out several sheets of long-forgotten dust-covered manuscript paper. These were all left behind by Shen Youchu long ago. You smooth the manuscript paper flat across the desk, and with the pen gripped in your hand, you begin flying across the page, scribbling down guitar tabs. In your past life, you were a legendary songwriter. Now you're just a trans-dimensional porter. A small task like this is child's play for you. In just a fleeting moment, a complete and flawless musical score is laid out right before your eyes. Impatiently, you rummage through the closet nearby and unearth an old hidden guitar. Cradling the instrument, you sit upright at the desk, letting the raw emotions brew within you. The next second, you close your eyes, and your fingers gracefully sweep across the strings. The melody of the guitar begins to drift out from the room. Shen Youchu, silently eating her meal, suddenly freezes in shock. He knows how to play the guitar. That's impossible. That guitar belongs to her. Shen Youchu knows for a fact that he doesn't know a single chord. At least the old him didn't. But what on earth is happening right now? Following the rhythmic pulse of the guitar, your soulful vocals slowly begin to carry through the air. Shen Youchu is completely stunned, paralyzed by the sound. Her eyes are filled with pure, unadulterated disbelief. Even little Wanwan, who was happily devouring her food, is instantly captivated by the beautiful melody. She stops her spoon midair, peeking toward the tightly shut bedroom door. Her big innocent eyes flicker with wonder. Wanwan tilts her head, staring intently at the sound. Little Wanwan realizes that this is the voice of the same daddy who cooked for her for the very first time. His voice sounds so incredibly gentle, even though Shen Youchu has never heard this song before. She can instantly sense how powerful and masterful it is. Such an exquisite, haunting melody. She can hardly fathom that such a voice could originate from your lips. As the next verse resonates through the air, Shen Youchu finally reaches her breaking point. She is once again spiraling into a void of confusion, terrified of the uncertain road ahead, and paralyzed by the sudden transformation of the man before her. She fears this is nothing more than a fleeting, cruel dream. The melody abruptly cuts off at that very moment. Wanwan quickly notices her mother's silent sobbing. Panicked, she scrambles onto Shen Yuchu's lap, reaching out with tiny hands to desperately wipe away the tears. "Mommy, don't cry. Wanwan will make it all better." Wanwan mistakenly thinks her mother is in physical pain again, while struggling to brush away the falling tears. She lifts her small, earnest face and pulls back Shen Yuchu's collar to blow on her skin. Hidden beneath the fabric of that collar, Shen Yuchu's back is a horrific map of jagged scars. Naturally, you remain completely oblivious to the emotional storm your song has stirred in the next room. Right now, you're accessing your brand new account, and tapping the record video button, you choose to keep your identity a mystery, framing the shot to show only from the nose down. Cradling the guitar, you clear your throat with purpose. This time, your demeanor is noticeably more focused and professional. You perform the entire song again from start to finish. Once the final chord fades into silence, you save the raw footage. You trim the unnecessary silence from the beginning and end. Extract the audio to sync with the lyrics, and officially register the copyright ownership online. With the technicalities out of the way, you craft a compelling title, All My Life With You, an original track dedicated to everyone out there. I hope this resonates with your soul. Please like and support. The video upload status hits 100%. You let out a slow, weary breath of relief. Mission accomplished, at least for the first step. Now you just have to wait for the world to react. In this era, a masterpiece like this is an absolute nuke. You stow the guitar back into the depths of the closet and gingerly rub your hollow, growling stomach. You wonder if the mother and daughter have finished their meal yet. Man, I'm starving. This is pure karma. Clutching your midsection, you can't bear the weight any longer. You gently nudge the bedroom door open, leaving just a tiny sliver of a gap to peek through. You peer out like a thief scouting a mark, and happen to catch sight of Shen Yuchu lifting Wan from the dining table. Her eyes are swollen and crimson, as if she's just finished a heavy crying session. She clearly notices your presence as well. After a momentary freeze on the spot, she clutches the child tight and retreats swiftly into the master bedroom. You exhale a breath of relief, fully swinging the door open and heading for the table. Finally, you can appease your starving stomach, seeing the portions they intentionally left behind for you. A small spark of warmth flickers in your heart. You lift the bowl of millet porridge and start inhaling the food in massive, desperate gulps. Once you've completely cleared every plate on the table and finished tidying up the dishes, you wander aimlessly around the apartment, taking in the layout of your new living space. It's a modest 2-bedroom, 1-living-room unit, barely spanning 50 square meters. They had pooled their savings to buy this place when they married. Everything in the house dates back to that exact moment, and the furnishings now look battered and worn. Shaking your head at the bleakness, you flop down heavily onto the sofa. It's truly hard to fathom how Shen Youchu managed to raise a child in such a suffocating atmosphere, barely leaving the house for 2 whole years. The vibe is less like a home and more like a prison cell. You're acutely aware that you can't fix everything overnight, so you huddle on the small sofa fumbling with your phone. You begin searching for ways to actually maintain a household, how to make a child's eyes light up with joy, and how to step up as a decent father. The internet's answers are a chaotic mess of opinions, leaving you scratching your head in frustration. Suddenly, the master bedroom door creaks open again. Following the sound, you glance over and spot a tiny head poking out from the doorway. Wan tilts her head curiously, her large almond-shaped eyes exactly like her mother's, scanning you with cautious wonder. Those shimmering crystalline eyes are so full of innocence and purity that they threaten to melt your very heart. But God, Wan's little face is heartbreakingly thin, just like her mother. She'd be breathtaking if she just had a bit more color in her cheeks. But for years, this mother and daughter were forced to survive on scraps, and that greasy leftover junk was something the little one couldn't even digest. The original scumbag never gave them a single cent, leaving them trapped in a cycle of constant hunger and starvation. As you lock eyes with Wan, an instinctive warm smile starts to spread across your face. But before your lips can even fully curl upward, Wan recoils in sheer terror, slamming the door shut and scurrying back into the shadows. From inside the room, you hear Shen Yuchu's frantic voice soothing the child. Your smile freezes painfully on your face. You rub your nose, feeling completely helpless and guilty. Time slips away quietly, and as the clock strikes noon, you set your phone aside and stand up. It's time to prep lunch. Right at that moment, the bedroom door creaks open. An expressionless Shen Yuchu emerges clutching a mountain of laundry and steps out into the hallway. She acts as if you're a ghost, ignoring you standing by the sofa. As she heads straight for the bathroom, you notice the exact moment she saw you. Her entire frame stiffened with visible dread. Is she really planning to do the laundry now? It suddenly hits you, the dirty clothes you stripped off yesterday are likely still sitting inside the washing machine. Realizing this, you quickly move toward the bathroom. Shen Youchu's heart is hammering against her ribs. She never expected you to still be lurking at home, normally at this hour. You'd have already vanished to go binge drink with your low-life scumbag friends. She hears your heavy footsteps closing in on her, and her anxiety reaches a fever pitch. Her body begins to tremble uncontrollably. My clothes are still in the washer. Could you let me take them out to dry first? Shen Youchu, who was bending over to open the machine door, is nearly frightened out of her skin. She stumbles back, her balance wavering, retreating deep into the corner of the bathroom. Careful, you blurt out, unable to hide your concern. Shen Youchu finally processes what you said. You were actually asking for her permission. Her gaze darts away, too terrified to meet your eyes. You go ahead first. Thanks, you mutter, your fist clenched tight in frustration. Your hands are shaking uncontrollably, and your gaze is a mix of burning rage and pure heartbreak. You just caught a clear, agonizing glimpse of her neck, specifically those horrific deep purple welts hidden beneath. You start pulling your laundry from the washing machine, forcing yourself not to stare at her further. Instead, you simply mutter, "I'm starting on lunch." Make sure to call Wanwan out when it's ready. Wanwan is fast asleep. Wait until later to wake her up, that's all. Shen Yuchu recoils even deeper into the corner, looking like a cornered animal in total panic. You realize that your mere presence is suffocating her. Helplessly, you rub the bridge of your nose, gathering your wet clothes in your arms, and quickly heading to the balcony to hang them up. Then you retreat straight into the kitchen. Inside the bathroom, Shen Yuchu stands frozen, clutching her pile of laundry. Only when the sounds of cooking drift from the kitchen does she snap back. She tremblingly loads the clothes into the machine, her eyes involuntarily drifting toward the kitchen entrance. What on earth has happened to him, she wonders. Shen Yuchu instinctively rubs her own nose, then suddenly freezes in realization. Since when did she pick up that specific habit? She lingers there by the washing machine, listening to the rhythmic churning of the drum, her heart a chaotic mess of conflicting emotions. Once the cycle finally finishes, she gathers the wet laundry and heads to the balcony to hang it. And that man, he remains in the kitchen, busily toiling away over the stove. Wanwan doesn't even wait for Shen Yuchu to wake her. She wakes up all on her own. Her two tiny hands are busy rubbing the sleep from her big, drowsy eyes. The moment she spots you working away in the kitchen, those beautiful wide eyes instantly spark with excitement. She crawls over, curiously peeking from behind the doorframe to watch your silhouette as you work. Shen Yuchu finishes hanging the last garment, and turning around, she witnesses this exact scene. Little Wanwan's face is glowing with pure anticipation, while you're inside the kitchen, tirelessly preparing a meal. Shen Yuchu's mental defenses suddenly crumble. She whips around, pressing her back against the wall, covering her face with both hands as she sinks to the floor. Tears begin to fall, silently soaking into her palms. This is the scene she dreamed of so long, long ago. A scene that could only ever manifest in her dreams. This time, you once again refrained from joining them at the table. After placing the steaming dishes on the dining surface, you hurriedly slipped out of the front door, hearing the distinct click of the lock. Shen Yuchu frantically wiped away the tear stains on her face, rising to her feet to carry Wanwan toward the meal. Nobody could possibly grasp the sheer complexity of her emotions. Even she herself was utterly lost in the whirlwind of her own thoughts. The food was just as mouth-watering as breakfast, and the little one was happily devouring her egg custard. However, the peaceful lunch of this mother and daughter was abruptly shattered by the sound of the door opening. They instinctively jerked their heads up, only to see you hauling a massive bag of supplies. As you pushed your way back inside, Wanwan immediately shrank closer to Shen Yuchu, her small spoon frozen mid-bite inside her mouth. Her huge saucer-like eyes tracked your every movement across the room. You kept your gaze lowered, not daring to look directly at the traumatized pair, simply walking to the sofa to set the heavy bag down. Then you spoke up, "I bought some medicinal ointment for you. Make sure you remember to apply it." And for the little one, "I picked up a toy. I'm not really sure if she'll like it or not, but I saw other little girls playing with them, so I figured she should have one too." Shen Yuchu offered you no response. After finishing, you lapsed into a brief silence, then continued, "I know you don't trust a word I say, but there are things I need to make clear. From now on, I'm done with the alcohol, and I will never ever lay a hand on you two again. Wanwan doesn't need to live in fear under this roof anymore. She's still so small. This toxic atmosphere is destroying her." You said it all in one heavy breath, feeling the suffocating guilt in your chest lighten significantly. Without waiting for Shen Yuchu to react, you silently retreated back into your side bedroom. Shen Yuchu watched your silhouette vanish, and as the bedroom door clicked shut, she was left completely speechless. In just a single day, faced with this man's sudden radical transformation, she found it impossible to let her guard down. Secluded in the side bedroom, you find your heart growing even heavier. Your eyes are rimmed with red. It's clear you've already broken down once outside. If you had the choice, you'd almost wish you hadn't transmigrated here, remaining blissfully ignorant of this nightmare. Specifically, the memory of Shen Yuchu and those jagged, brutal scars on her skin leaves your soul feeling crushed and on the verge of collapse. You truly cannot fathom how any human being could harbor such pure malice toward their own family. They left some food behind for you after finishing, but as you emerge from the room and glance at the supplies you bought them on the coffee table, the bag remains completely untouched and sealed. You bite your lip and let out a weird sauce, sitting down to eat your meal in brooding silence. However, at that exact moment, the master bedroom door unexpectedly creaks open. Wanwan pokes her tiny head out, staring at you with a mix of intense curiosity. You immediately broaden your lips into a warm smile. This time she doesn't turn tail and run. A wave of relief washes over you. Your suffocating heart is partially mended by the sight of this precious little munchkin. Setting your chopsticks down, You summon every ounce of tenderness to softly call her name. The sound of your voice makes her frame tremble slightly, but she doesn't retreat back into the shadows. Instead, she steals a quick glance back into the bedroom. Finding some hidden spark of encouragement, she turns her gaze back toward you. A voice fragile and incredibly sweet escapes from her tiny lips. Daddy! Hearing that one word sends a jolt through your soul, and your eyes instantly flood with tears. Since the moment you transmigrated, it is undoubtedly the most beautiful sound you've ever heard. But Wanwan just tilts her little head, looking confused by your bittersweet display of emotion. You give her a firm, reassuring nod, then rise to your feet to pull that brand new doll out of the shopping bag. You hold the toy out, giving it a gentle little shake toward her. Wanwan's big eyes seem to shimmer with longing. She gazes at the doll, then glances nervously back toward the bedroom once more. It takes an eternity before she finally hesitantly creeps towards you. Your heart hammers against your ribs like a drum, terrified that even a breath might spook this fragile little soul who finally gathered the courage to approach. She reaches your side, tilting her tiny face up and taking a deep, inquisitive sniff. The next second, her face lights up with a radiant, pure smile. Daddy doesn't smell stinky anymore. Is the doll pretty want to see? Her small hands twitch with anticipation, wanting to reach out yet still paralyzed by lingering fear. Her dark obsidian eyes searching yours for an answer. You instantly decode her silent plea, slowly sinking to one knee to meet her at eye level, gently placing the brand new toy into her tiny palms. Wanwan finally accepts the doll, her fingers trembling, and the moment she brushes the doll's soft lacy dress, her eyes crinkle into beautiful happy crescents, watching her sheer unadulterated joy. Your heart becomes a chaotic storm of conflicting emotions, especially when you see her gaunt, hollow cheeks up close, and that tattered, faded outfit she's wearing, which is clearly several sizes too small for her. It feels like 1,000 needles are piercing your heart. She's only 3 years old? You grit your teeth, shielding her from your falling tears, forcing a warm smile as you watch her play in silence. In this fleeting moment, nothing else in the world matters. Meanwhile, Shen Yaochu, hidden inside the master bedroom, hears her daughter's bell-like laughter echoing outside, and her face is already drenched in a river of tears. Before long, Wanwan begins to grow drowsy. Clutching her new doll tightly to her chest, she steals one last glance at your goofy smiling face, and scurries back into the safety of the bedroom. What you don't realize, however, is that in just a single night, your song All My Life With You has gone absolutely nuclear. By 10 o'clock p.m. that same evening, your video has already skyrocketed to number 5 on the trending charts. At the same time, inside the office of Li Xia, operations director at TikTok HQ, a frantic knocking erupts at the door. A technician clutching a tablet bursts into the room drenched in a cold sweat. Director Yang, we have an emergency situation. There's a video. It reached the top 5 trending in just 2 hours. What's the panic? Which big influencer got cancelled now? It's not a major influencer, ma'am. It's a brand new account registered only today, and the video hasn't received a single boost from the algorithm. The content is simply a lone song. The moment those words were uttered, Li Xia's expression shifted instantly. She immediately tapped on the trending charts, only for her eyes to widen in pure shock. It had already surged to the number 4 spot. I simply have to see what kind of song this is. Once the track finished playing, Li Xia fell into a profound silence. Never before had she heard a melody this hauntingly beautiful. She instantly clicked through to your profile, spotting your username extraordinary. Without hesitation, she barked an order to Liu Yun. Boost the traffic for this video immediately. Make sure it hits the number 1 spot by tomorrow. Liu Yun nodded vigorously, knowing his gamble had paid off big time. After he left the room, Li Xia replayed your song once more. Her fingers drummed rhythmically on the desk. A moment later, she sent you a private message. But you were completely oblivious to all of this. You were up and out of bed by 5 a.m., finishing your routine and heading out for a morning run. This body was in much worse shape than you'd imagined. You were gasping for air after barely any distance. Through a cycle of running and resting, you finally conquered 5 kilometers in an hour. By the time you returned home, it was already 7:30. The moment you pushed the door open, you ran straight into Shen Yuchu, who had just finished washing up. Strands of hair on her forehead were glistening with water droplets. She nearly jumped out of her skin when she saw you. You froze for a heartbeat, awkwardly asking, is Wanwan still asleep? Go keep an eye on her. I'll cook once I've showered. Is there anything specific you'd like to eat? No, nothing. Just make whatever you want. I'm going to check on the child. With that, she scurried back into the bedroom like a fugitive, staring at the tightly shut door. You could only shrug helplessly and head to the shower. Afterward, you were ravenously hungry, and the previous owner's alcohol cravings began to claw at you. All you can do is cook, while chugging hot water like a madman to suppress the urge. Right then, little Wanwan finally wakes up. She's clutching the doll you gave her tightly in her arms, peeking at you from behind the kitchen doorframe. The moment you turn and see this little munchkin, a doting fatherly smile erupts as you ask Wanwan, what do you want for breakfast? Oji it's all. Daddy will make it for you. Wan Wan tilts her tiny head, thinking hard before whispering steamed eggs. Wan Wan loves steamed eggs. Alright then. Steamed eggs it is. You reply with pure adoration, reaching out to ruffle her hair. But you pull back terrified of startling her. Withdraw slowly, but no rush. Step by step, Wan Wan is starting to accept you. This realization sparks a glimmer of hope in your chest, instantly boosting your mood. Even the withdrawal symptoms and hunger seem to vanish. You set the breakfast on the table, and as usual retreat into your small bedroom, to let the mother and daughter eat in peace. But this time, the air outside is filled with the sound of laughter. Lying on the bed, you grab your phone, which had been on silent, curious to see how the video performed. But the moment you unlock the screen, you're hit with a massive shock. Holy crap, like, how many notifications are even here? Gulping nervously, you tap on your profile, and the sight of over 1 million followers nearly blinds you with its brilliance. With a racing heart, you click into the video details. Over 2 million likes, and nearly 1 million comments. The grin on your face is now completely uncontrollable. This is the definition of becoming an overnight sensation. The comment section is a sea of overwhelming praise, everyone begging and pleading for a new track. Now comes the moment of truth, the payout. You navigate to the back-end wallet, and the figure displayed makes your jaw drop. A staggering $320,000. Without a single sponsored ad or promotion, you pulled in $320,000 in one day just through raw traffic. And that's pure passive income. You finally exhale a long breath, you're rich. The days of scraping by are officially over. Because you know, previously you were clutching a measly $1,000 as your entire life savings, budgeting every single cent even for basic groceries. You immediately initiate the transfer of those earnings to your bank account. Once you hear the two of them finishing their meal outside, you emerge from your room and quickly polish off the remaining food. After finishing the dishes, you grab your phone and dash out the door in a hurry. The dilapidated neighborhood you live in was a bargain bin purchase made out of sheer necessity. You both once dreamed of upgrading to a much better home. But the original scum didn't just gamble away the savings. He even sold Shen Yuchu's phone just to fuel his drinking habit. Stepping out of the complex, you head straight for the shopping mall etched in your memories. The moment you step inside, a flagship store for a major domestic phone brand catches your eye. A young saleswoman spots you, her eyes lighting up as she approaches. Hey there, handsome. Looking for a new phone, Ninki. You give a simple nod, scanning the displays inside the glass counters. Let me take a look at this one. You've got a killer eye, sir. This is our latest flagship model. It even features cutting-edge satellite connectivity. Do you sell SIM cards here as well? Of course, is this for your personal use, handsome? You shake your head. No, it's a gift from my wife. The saleswoman freezes for a split second, a flicker of inexplicable disappointment crossing her face. She's likely thinking to herself, of course the good ones are always taken. Yet her professional smile doesn't waver. Your wife is one lucky woman. However, registering a SIM requires the user to be present with their ID. Right. I forgot everything needs real name verification nowadays. Just wrap the phone up for me then. After settling the bill, you rush out of the store. There's still a massive shopping list to tackle, and you can't afford to waste another second. Meanwhile, shortly after you departed from the apartment, Shen Yuchu finished deep cleaning every corner of the home. She sits on the sofa gazing out the window. The stench of stale alcohol has finally vanished from the air. The fresh breeze makes her feel incredibly rejuvenated. Watching Wan Wan play so blissfully, an involuntary smile tugs at the corners of Shen Yuchu's lips. Life feels actually good for once. But in the very next heartbeat, the door lock suddenly begins to turn, instantly jolting her out of her deep reverie. Wan Wan scrambles up in a heartbeat, clutching her doll as she burrows into Shen Yuchu's protective embrace. To their surprise, a loud commotion erupts from the hallway, mixed with your familiar booming voice. Easy, easy. Don't let it scrape the frame, muck. Tilt it upright and bring it inside. She quickly scoops Wan Wan up, intending to flee, back into the bedroom. But her curiosity wins out, forcing her to peek toward the entrance. In the next second, you and a total stranger burst into her line of sight. Together, you're hauling a massive cream-colored cloud sofa right into the living room. You notice Shen Yuchu's eyes widen in disbelief, and a genuine look of joy spreads across your face. Hey, could you pour a few glasses of warm water, eh? I want these guys to have a seat and rest for a bit. Shen Yuchu, isolated from society for far too long, is momentarily paralyzed by social anxiety. Oh, okay. I'll go get some right now. The grin on your face only widens. Though you're drenched in sweat, you're fueled by pure adrenaline. Next, you and the movers hoist the plush new sofa into place, hauling that tattered ancient piece of junk out the door. Then comes a brand new television, a refrigerator, and even some vibrant green plants. As each piece of fresh furniture finds its place, the apartment undergoes a stunning metamorphosis. It looks like a completely different home. Those decrepit old pieces of furniture were ultimately sold off to the movers for a mere $800. Watching them go, Shen Yuchu feels a pang of practical regret. Sure, those things were old and battered, but they still worked. 800 feels like a total ripoff. However, her overwhelming curiosity now lies elsewhere. Where on earth did you get all this money? By her calculations, the family should be on the brink of starvation by now. After seeing the movers off, you head back into the living room, clutching one final large bag, surveying your hard work with immense satisfaction. Now this actually feels like a home. You wipe the perspiration from your brow, set the bag on the sleek new coffee table, and sink deeply into the incredibly soft cushions of the sofa. Inside the kitchen, the mother and daughter are still standing frozen. Wan clinging to her mother's leg, her head darting left and right like a curious little kitten. Seeing the little one like this, your eyes crinkle into happy slits. A massive surge of accomplishment washes over you. Then, you pull out a large bright pink toy from the bag and set it carefully on the coffee table, your gaze fixed entirely on Wan. As expected, Wan's attention is instantly hijacked by the vibrant gift. You extend your hand and beckon her over. Watching her with pure adoration, Wan, take that omade ease in. Come see what daddy bought for you. But Wan doesn't just dash over. She tilts her tiny face up to look at her mother. Only when Shen Yuchu's lips tremble without a word does she tentatively take one small shaky step at a time. You immediately tear open the toy's packaging, revealing a beautiful, elaborate princess house. The princess's house is a total mess. Does Wan want to help daddy decorate the little princess's home? Wan's eyes instantly sparkle like diamonds, and she inches her small body forward until she's leaning right against your leg. You give her a gentle smile, picking up the tiny princess figure from the set and sighing in a playful, high-pitched voice. The princess isn't dressed up yet. Daddy doesn't know how to put her clothes on, so I'll have to leave it all to Wan. As you speak, you hold the tiny princess figure out in front of her. Wan blinks her large saucer-like eyes, tentatively reaching out her small hand until she finally brushes against the toy in your palm, maintaining that warm, constant smile. You place the figure gently into her hands, letting your large hand envelop her tiny fingers. The moment you feel the warmth of her hand in yours, the corners of your lips curl upward. You pick up a tiny pink gown and say, "Dressing the princess is Wan's special mission. Can you teach daddy how to do it?" Wan feels the comforting heat from your palm, looking at the princess, and then at your playfully pouting face. She suddenly giggles. Daddy is so silly. Wan will show daddy how. The little one grins, showing off her tiny white teeth as she leans trustingly against your leg, clumsily fitting the tiny gown onto the princess. And you can't help but let out a genuine laugh. You humbly follow the little one's expert guidance, studying how to properly dress a doll. In this fleeting moment, this cramped apartment suddenly feels flooded with warmth and light. Shen Youchu leans against the doorframe, silently witnessing this beautiful, surreal scene, her eyes gradually welling up with tears. But the play session is short-lived. You look up and catch Shen Yuchu dazing off. The faded, worn-out light blue shirt she's wearing suddenly feels like a jagged blade in your eyes. You squint your eyes as a memory hits you, flashing through your mind with brutal clarity. This was actually a set of matching family outfits. On Wan's second birthday, Shen Youchu had secretly bought them behind your back, only to be brutally beaten for the purchase, while her phone was sold off for cash. As the memory resurfaces, you fall into a chilling silence. The next second you stumble back, rushing into the bathroom and doubling over in violent nausea. You're finally realizing how a person with an actual soul feels when they relive such monstrous behavior firsthand. It's a sickening, visceral rage that consumes you. This sudden explosive outburst leaves the mother and daughter paralyzed with fear. Shen Yuchu trembles in terror, bolting toward the sofa, to snatch Wan into her protective embrace. Wan buries her face deep into her mother's chest, terrified that her retching father will revert to his old demonic self and suddenly lunge out to hurt them again. After a long while, you emerge from the bathroom looking wrecked, your eyes bloodshot and raw, staring at the traumatized Shen Yuchu and Wan. The weight in your heart grows even heavier, and your stomach continues to churn with disgust. Despite the agony, you force yourself to endure it, stuttering out a weak apology. "I'm so sorry, yeah. I didn't mean to scare you. I just felt a bit sick." The sheer thought that you're inhabiting the body of such a literal demon makes your skin crawl like 1,000 ants are biting you. Looking at their guarded, terrified expressions, you let out a heavy, soul-weary sigh and shuffle into the kitchen. Wan probably isn't done playing, so go ahead and stay with her for a bit. I'll handle lunch. Shen Youchu studies your profile with intense scrutiny. You look so familiar, yet feel like a total stranger. Eventually, she gives a subtle nod and sits back on the sofa cradling Wan. Wan peeks her tiny head out from the blankets, and seeing that you're still the same gentle daddy, a radiant smile finally blooms on her small face again. By the time lunch is prepared, the mouth-watering aroma of home-cooked food fills the room, but Shen Yuchu notices that after you set the table, you silently retreat back into your side bedroom. Her lips tremble as if to speak, but not a single syllable manages to escape. During the meal, Wan sucks on her small spoon, and suddenly furrows her tiny brows to ask, "Mommy, Why doesn't Daddy eat with us anymore? Shen Yochu is slowly savoring a piece of stir-fried pork. This is her absolute favorite dish, but because the old Yu couldn't stand spicy food, she hasn't tasted it in what feels like an eternity. Hearing her daughter's innocent question, she instinctively glances toward the side bedroom before turning back around. Suddenly, she smiles. A smile as breathtaking as cherry blossoms in full bloom. That's because Daddy and Mommy aren't quite ready yet. The little one doesn't grasp the meaning, and her tiny brows knit even tighter in confusion. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, you're staring blankly at the wall. You keep desperately telling yourself that those sins weren't yours. But it doesn't change the fact that you now inhabit his skin, driven by a sense of helplessness. You pull out your phone to scroll through videos as a distraction. Your post is still reigning supreme at the top of the charts, with a comment section swarming with fans begging for a new hit. Right at that moment, the sound of clattering dishes echoes from the kitchen. You set your phone down and walk out. Finding that they've once again left a portion of food for you, Shen Yuchu is busy at the sink washing up, while Wanwan is engrossed in her new toys on the sofa. Noticing your entrance, Wanwan doesn't recoil in fear this time. You offer a soft smile, walking over to gently ruffle her tiny head, before shifting your gaze toward the kitchen. Shen Yuchu is just stepping out from the doorway. She catches you staring directly at her, and her entire body tenses up instantly. Her hands grasp the hem of her shirt in a helpless tight grip. Witnessing her so timid and submissive, you can't help but knit your brows together, letting out a heavy silent sigh in your heart. It was exactly this gentle, introverted nature of hers that allowed the original scumbag to bully her without mercy. The moment that thought crosses your mind, your frown vanishes as you try to soften your expression. You reach for the brand new phone on the coffee table, set it down clearly on the surface, and look at Shen Yuchu with a soft, soothing tone. I bought a new phone for you. Take a look and see if you like it. Also, there's something important I'd like to discuss. Could you come over and sit for a moment? Shen Yochu, who had been hanging her head in shame, suddenly snaps her gaze up to meet yours. The first thing she encounters is the startling clarity and honesty in your eyes. Immediately after, she spots the pristine, unopened phone box on the table. Shen Yuchu hesitates, lingering in place. Before finally letting out a faint whispered, she slowly edges toward the sofa and sinks into the cushion. What is it you want to talk about? Her voice is so incredibly soft that you have to strain your ears just to catch her words. However, you don't offer an immediate answer. Instead, you pick up the sleek phone box and begin to unwrap it with careful movements, revealing the stunning azure-colored device within. After a quick and simple setup, you extend it directly towards Shen Yuchu. This is yours. You'll need to head to the store to register the SIM card, but I've already saved my contact number inside. Whenever I'm not around the house, you can call me if anything happens. While you're explaining the phone, you reach into your pocket and pull out a thick stack of bills, placing the cash firmly in front of her. This is the money you just withdrew from the ATM. If you're free this afternoon, take the kid out for a stroll. Cooping yourselves up in here all day isn't healthy. Buy whatever you need, don't hold back. Especially when it comes to new clothes. I've noticed both of you have outgrown your current ones. And make sure to open a proper bank account. Carrying this much cash around is far too risky. You continue your rhythmic rambling, pouring out every single thought in your head in one go. However, Shen Yuchu simply tilts her head up, her gaze fixed intensely on the man standing before her. Listening to your relentless caring mutterings, her eyes gradually begin to shimmer with a faint red. Seeing her hesitate to reach for the device, you can only rub your nose in a mix of awkwardness and helplessness. Do you not like the phone? I thought the color was actually quite nice, and I only picked it because it's the latest flagship. If it's not to your taste, we can always go out and find one you actually like. To your surprise, Shen Yochu gives you another deep, soul-searching look. I actually like it a lot. Thank you. Her voice remains incredibly soft, laced with a suppressed sob and a delicate tremor. Suddenly, your eyes lock in a moment of raw connection, causing you to avert your gaze unnaturally. Inside, you exhale a silent breath of relief. As long as you like it. No need for thanks. Alright. I'm going to finish my meal now. With that, you bolt upright and march over to the dining table, devouring the food with newfound gusto. Truthfully, Shen Yuchu's mind is still swirling with confusion. Where did you get such a staggering amount of cash? But she doesn't pry. She simply picks up the sleek, brand new phone and examines it with meticulous care. Beside her, little Wanwan edges closer, staring curiously at the shiny new gadget in her mother's hands. Shen Yuchu instinctively ruffles the little girl's hair. Together, the two of them sit there completely absorbed in studying the phone. After finishing your meal, you're drenched in sweat. You desperately want to wash off the grime, but the mother and daughter are actually lingering in the living room today, making you feel incredibly bashful and out of place. In the end, you have no choice but to retreat to your side bedroom in a sulk. It isn't until 5 o'clock p.m. that the sweltering heat outside finally begins to subside. Shen Yuchu lingers by the sofa, hesitating for a long moment, before finally picking up the stack of cash from the table. Moments later, she takes Wanwan by the hand and steps out of the house. It has been an eternity since Wanwan last breathed the outside air. She absolutely loves playing outdoors, but her mother never dared take her out before, and her father had strictly forbidden them from leaving. So being out in the world today, she looks radiantly happy. The little munchkin clutches her doll in one hand, while pulling her mother along, skipping and hopping the entire way. Her round, sparkling, saucer-like eyes dart around frantically at everything in sight. To her, every single thing in the outside world is a brand new adventure overflowing with wonder. Shen Yuchu, however, is visibly tense, her pace instinctively quickening with every step. As she watches the crowd of strangers passing by, an inexplicable sense of inferiority washes over her. She looks at herself and Wanwan, trapped in these tattered, ill-fitting rags, and she can't shake the chilling feeling that every passerby is judging them with every lingering glance. The mall isn't far. She vaguely recalls it being just a 2-block trek from home. But the shopping center has transformed since she last saw it. In just 2 short years, the entire place has been renovated into something far more high-end. Upon entering, she immediately spots a mobile shop with a service counter dedicated to SIM card registration. Shen Yuchu hesitates for a fleeting second before leading the child inside. The store is swarming with customers, and the staff members look completely overwhelmed. Shen Yuchu, who hasn't interacted with society in ages, stands frozen in the middle of the store, looking utterly lost. Fortunately, a sharp-eyed female clerk notices her and approaches with a welcoming smile. She gives Wanwan's head a gentle pat and beams, "What a precious little angel you have. Are you looking to upgrade your phone today, miss?" Hearing someone praise her daughter, a genuine soft smile finally touches Shen Yuchu's lips. I actually need to register a SIM card. Is it possible to do that now?" The clerk maintains her professional warm grin as she speaks, guiding Shen Yuchu toward the service desk. Of course, right this way, please. We have several data plans for you to choose from. But could I ask what brand of phone you're using? If it's one of our store's official brands, Chin, you're eligible for a special discounted rate. At the mere mention of a discount, Shen Yuchu's eyes instantly light up. She quickly fishes the phone out of her pocket and presents it to the store clerk. She asks in a soft whisper, "Will this one work? I believe it's actually the same brand as your store, and it was just purchased earlier this morning." The saleswoman's expression momentarily freezes in surprise. She takes another long, analytical look at Shen Yuchu. Hardly any of these cutting-edge flagships were sold today, and now someone was here specifically to register a SIM. The clerk's mind instantly flashes back to your face from earlier. Could this mother and daughter really be the family of that incredibly handsome guy from this morning? But why did they look so gaunt and exhausted? Even their clothes were clearly tattered and ill-fitting. That handsome man? He didn't seem like the type to mistreat his own family. The clerk finds the situation baffling and contradictory. However, she knows better than to pry into personal lives, keeping her professional smile perfectly in place. She exclaims, "Oh, so it turns out that handsome gentleman who bought the phone this morning is actually your husband. You truly are a very lucky woman. This is the absolute latest model we carry. With this device, you're eligible for our premium plan. Top up 100 and get 100 in bonus credit, plus 600 minutes of free talk time every month." She continues to provide top-tier enthusiastic service, but this time the focus of her hospitality has shifted from you to Shen Yuchu. In a daze of polite confusion, Shen Yuchu pays the fee, successfully activating her new SIM card. Even as she steps out of the mobile shop, her mind is still spinning. The clerk's bubbly, high-energy voice echoing in her ears. Thinking back, that woman actually called him a good man. Shen Yuchu felt a bitter urge to tell her, "If he's such a catch, why don't you take him home yourself?" Kiss. After securing the mobile service, Shen Yuchu heads to a bank to open a new account, depositing every cent of the cash she was carrying. After the SIM card fees, she still has 4,900 left. You had handed her a total of 5,000 cash earlier. Clutching her phone and new debit card as she exits the bank, Shen Yuchu gazes up at the towering skyscrapers around her and suddenly feels like she's truly alive for the first time. With this, she could finally take the child and just run. She could rely on this small fortune to start over, find a job, and provide a real life for her daughter. She could even begin to chase her stolen dreams once more. The sudden weight of this newfound freedom causes Shen Yuchu to stand frozen on the sidewalk for a long time, until a tender, innocent voice chirped in her ear, "Mommy, can Wanwan please have an ice cream?" She snapped back to reality in an instant. Little Wanwan was still there, tugging on her hand. Those big obsidian eyes were fixed longingly on the ice cream parlor nearby, with a tiny droplet of drool practically escaping her lips. Shen Yuchu let out a soft laugh, her smile radiant and more brilliant than the sun. "Of course, but just one, yeah. Otherwise, your little tummy might start to ache. Wanwan loves mommy the most, like." The mother and daughter had finally ventured out. Meanwhile, you enjoyed a long, refreshing shower. completely oblivious to the fact that Shen Yuchu might never walk back through that door. Once you were finished cleaning up, you began prepping the ingredients for tonight's dinner. The usual spread of 2 meat and 2 veggie dishes. You planned to serve them over a hot bowl of soup noodles. But since you had no clue when they'd return, you held off on the actual cooking for now, placing the prepared sides on the table and leaving the fresh noodles ready on the cutting board. You collapsed onto the plush sofa in the living room. You grabbed your phone and started scrolling for parenting tips. What to do if your child won't eat samsi? Just give them a good spanking. No way, that's absolutely out of the question. Swipe left, get that trash out of here. Wanwan is such a literal angel. There's no world where she refuses a meal. Besides, with a munchkin that adorable, you wouldn't dare lay a single finger on her. You scrolled until your eyelids began to feel heavy, suppressing a wide yawn. You glanced at the digital clock in the corner of the screen. It was already 7 p.m. Why on earth were the two of them still not home? You bolted upright, a sudden chill running down your spine. Could something have happened to them out there? Panic began to set in as you hurriedly scrambled to your feet, tossing on your shoes to head out and search for your family. But just as you swung the door open, you came face to face with them returning home. A sweet floral fragrance wafted in from the hallway, leaving you completely dazed and rooted to the spot. Right now, Shen Yuchu was softly humming an unfamiliar, beautiful melody. Her steps are light and airy, and the visible curve of her lips reveals that she's currently in an incredibly radiant mood. She's carrying several shopping bags in her hands, while Wanwan clings to the hem of her shirt with one hand and grips her other hand firmly, still clutching that same doll you gifted her. The real reason you're standing there frozen, though, is that they've both changed into brand new, perfectly fitted clothes. Those 2 pairs of soulful, almond-shaped eyes spot you and instantly widen in a shared moment of surprise. A heartbeat later, Wanwan leans in with a sugary sweetness and chirps, "Daddy." It's clear that after a day of exploring the world and rocking a fresh outfit, Wanwan is feeling absolutely euphoric. That single "daddy" nearly makes your soul transcend your body. Your voice trembles with raw emotion as you answer her, kneeling down to gently ruffle her soft hair, before scooping the precious little munchkin into your arms and leading the way back into the warmth of the home. How about Daddy makes you some noodles tonight, the kind with 2 extra eggs, okay? Yay. Wanwan loves eggs. Wanwan loves Daddy the most. Outside the door, Shen Yuchu stands frozen in the breeze. The little traitor just said she loved Mommy the most, yet she switched sides the second food was mentioned. Wanwan doesn't have to wait very long, as the steaming bowls of egg noodles are ready in record time. You set the bowl down right in front of her, giving her tiny nose a playful little flick, before habitually turning to retreat toward the bedroom. You've barely made the turn, when quite unexpectedly, you feel a tiny tug on the corner of your shirt. "Daddy, can you stay and eat with Wanwan? That soft, innocent voice echoes through the room again. You turn back to meet Wanwan's wide, expectant gaze, and find yourself hesitating, stealing a cautious glance at Shen Yuchu sitting nearby. Shen Yuchu remains silent, refusing to meet your eyes, acting as if she hadn't heard Wanwan's request at all. While she focuses entirely on the noodles in front of her, you're left feeling somewhat speechless. This social deadlock is seriously hard to navigate. Just give it to me straight, for better or worse. What is this silent treatment supposed to mean? You decide to carefully test the waters, whispering, "Then I'll stay here and have dinner with Wanwan. Daddy will sit right here next to you." The only response you get is from Wanwan, who joyfully pats the empty chair on her other side. You rub your nose awkwardly, your expression stiff and uneasy, as you fetch another steaming bowl of noodles from the kitchen, and finally take your seat beside her, with Mommy seated on her left, and Daddy stationed on her right. Wanwan is flanked by both parents for the very first time, a radiant, unbreakable smile lighting up her face. She even begins devouring her food with newfound gusto, polishing off that massive overflowing bowl of noodles, until not a single drop is left. In the end, Shen Yuchu has to intervene, fearing the little one might burst, firmly forbidding her from eating another bite. Only then does the little glutton finally relent. However, after dinner, Wanwan's heartfelt wish for both Mommy and Daddy to help her finish the princess house ends up being crushed. Ultimately, you are left to play with her all by yourself, while Shen Yuchu, having finished her meal, retreats into the solitude of the master bedroom. You can't really blame her. You understand completely. Even letting you sit at the same table for dinner must have cost Shen Yuchu an agonizing internal struggle of epic proportions. Putting yourself in her shoes, you wonder how you'd react in her position, after enduring such monstrous treatment in the past. Trying to play house and act friendly with your tormentor? It would be impossible. No, wait. If it were actually you, the original version of you, would have probably been erased from existence by now, chopped into pieces and fed to the dogs. You keep Wanwan company until 9 p.m., when her tiny head starts nodding off from sheer exhaustion, yet she stubbornly refuses to close her eyes. During this time, you stumble upon a heartbreakingly serious issue. Despite Wanwan being 3 years old now, the poor thing doesn't even know how to take off her own shoes. You have to realize that most kids her age are already starting preschool and gaining independence. You know this delay is a direct result of the toxic, broken home environment she grew up in. It can't be fixed overnight. Still, the realization pierces your heart like a jagged blade. It's at this exact moment that Shen Yuchu emerges from the bedroom. He didn't utter a single word, merely observing the murmurs shared on the sofa in silence. The longing in Wanwan's eyes was crystal clear. Understanding instantly, you scooped the little one from the couch. After planting a gentle kiss on her tiny cheek, your eyes crinkled with a warm smile as you said, "It's time for dreamland, little one. Daddy will play with you again tomorrow, okay?" Wanwan's heavy, half-closed eyelids fluttered open slightly. She gazed at your face for a heartbeat, then turned her head to look at Shen Yuchu, before suddenly burying her tiny face into the crook of your neck. Wanwan wants to sleep with Daddy tonight. The sudden request left you completely blindsided and flustered, while Shen Yuchu's expression turned noticeably dark. Nothing is scarier than a sudden suffocating silence. You shot an innocent, helpless look toward Shen Yuchu. This was entirely the little munchkin's own idea. Definitely not something you instigated. Shen Yuchu secretly clenched her fists in frustration. This little traitor was negating years of care in an instant. It had only been 2 measly days. Yet she'd already been corrupted by the enemy's sugar-coated bullets. In the end, the little girl got exactly what she wanted. After Shen Yuchu gave her a quick wash-up, the little one joyfully crawled into Daddy's warm blankets. Wanwan clung to you like a tiny baby koala, wrapping her arms around your neck and refusing to let go. You simply let her hold you, cherishing the closeness. This was your debut as a bedtime negotiator. Recalling the parenting hacks you'd skimmed online, you began softly narrating a gentle bedtime story. Soon filled with an overwhelming sense of security, she drifted off into a deep, peaceful slumber. At the crack of dawn the next morning, while Wanwan was still sound asleep, you rose early as per your new routine. Tiptoeing out of the bedroom, you reached the living room, prepping yourself for a morning jog. A moment later, as if unable to trust your own sight, you rubbed your eyes in pure disbelief. The ointment on the coffee table had actually vanished. Your eyes sparkled with growing excitement, and a triumphant, knowing grin spread across your face. You stepped out of the house today with a heart full of joy. Between the morning run, showering, and cooking, over 2 hours flew by. Once breakfast was laid out on the table, you had one more mission: waking up your daughter. Wanwan was roused by the soothing melody of your voice. She rubbed her heavy, sleepy eyes, and the very instant she caught sight of you, a precious, adorable grin began to bloom across her tiny face. The little munchkin reached out with 2 soft, chubby arms, the universal signal for Daddy pick me up. You immediately leaned in to scoop her up with care, helping her change into the fresh clothes you bought yesterday. Before carrying her to the bathroom to freshen up, you had studied countless viral videos on how to properly look after a toddler. But theory is a world away from reality. And now that you were actually in the trenches, you realized just how daunting the task was. The little girl's frame felt so incredibly fragile that you were terrified of applying too much pressure, making your every movement look hilariously clumsy. Attempting to style the little one's hair in particular felt like an absolute mission impossible. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, you ended up with a pair of crooked, messy pigtails. Daddy is a total dummy. Wanwan caught a glimpse of her lopsided hair in the mirror, pouting her lips while giggling at your failure. You playfully pinched her tiny nose, sending her into a fit of adorable, infectious laughter, as she reached out her small hands to pinch your nose back. When Shen Yuchu emerged from the bedroom, she was greeted by this heartwarming scene. She didn't utter a word. Merely stepping into the kitchen to bring out the breakfast spread. Perhaps even she hadn't realized that a faint involuntary smile had already touched her lips. After the family of 3 finished their simple morning meal, you didn't just hand Wanwan back to Shen Yuchu. Instead, you led her to the sofa to continue their game of Princess House, except this time while playing with Wanwan. You began subtly weaving in some basic concepts of simple mathematics, starting with the numbers from 1 to 10. Having identified the gaps in Wanwan's development, you had secretly devised a strategy, incorporating education into their daily playtime, to foster the little girl's independent learning, starting from basic numbers to essential life skills. You intended to guide Wanwan step by step. Clearly, this wasn't an overnight fix, but fortunately, Wanwan proved to be incredibly sharp. It wasn't that she lacked the intellect, but simply that no one had bothered to teach her. And now, under your subtle and effortless guidance, she is rapidly absorbing these brand new nuggets of knowledge. Moreover, you've noticed that ever since Shen Yuchu returned yesterday, she seems to have undergone a complete and sudden transformation, exuding a vibrant spark in her eyes that was nowhere to be found before. This is an incredibly promising sign, one that brings a deep sense of relief and comfort to your heart. Meanwhile, Shen Yuchu is busy downloading various social platforms and apps, while quietly observing the heartwarming interaction between father and daughter. In this moment, she too notices how you are subtly and systematically educating, Little Wan. She watches in silence without making a sound, as a flicker of genuine sweetness begins to stir within her soul. She had yearned to teach her child for so long, but given their previous toxic home environment, where mere survival was a daily grueling struggle, how could she have possibly found the strength to act like a normal, nurturing mother and educate Wan properly? Shen Youchu pulls her gaze back to the glowing smartphone screen. As expected of the latest flagship model, the app download speeds are incredibly lightning fast, within a matter of mere seconds. Several major applications have already finished installing. The instant Shen Youchu logs back into her WeChat account, a flood of unread notifications begins to pop up on the screen. They're from Chu, the loyal young assistant who worked under her for 2 years. Her contact list only consists of a handful of people. Aside from you, it's mostly just colleagues from her former company. Chu's relentless messages spanned from the day of her wedding until just 2 days ago, sent consistently and without any interruption. Most are filled with worried inquiries about her current well-being, all of which she had been utterly unable to answer. Staring at this long chain of heartfelt messages, a wave of warmth washes over Shen Yuchu's heart. She immediately types back, "I'm so sorry, Chu. I haven't been able to check my messages until now. I'm actually doing quite well, so please don't worry about me." Barely 2 seconds after the message is sent, the other side fires back a reply with lightning speed. "Sister Shen, you're finally back online. I honestly thought that after getting married, you just didn't want anything to do with me anymore. Sister Shen, you have no idea since you vanished. The company has been absolutely swamped with nasty rumors, especially from that insufferable Liu Li. She's been acting absolutely unhinged these past 2 years, trash-talking you to anyone with ears, claiming you totally deserved your downfall. Yati, honestly, she makes my blood boil." Reading Chu's heated messages, Shen Youchu's lips press into a thin, tight line. Liu Li isn't entirely wrong. She really did bring this misery upon herself. Back when she was still at the agency, she had always kept Liu Li overshadowed in her wake. It was only natural for Liu Li to lash out after she retired. "How have you been, Chu? Is life treating you okay?" Shen Youchu ignores the drama about her rival and shifts the focus to her friend's well-being. "I'm doing great, Sister Shen, don't you worry. I'm like a cockroach, totally indestructible. I just really miss you. Sister Shen, will you ever make a comeback?" Shen Youchu freezes for a heartbeat, a flicker of raw longing flashing through her eyes. Could she actually return to the spotlight? She turns her head to look at you, then shifts her gaze to little Wan. A moment later, that spark of desire slowly fades away. "Probably not. But Chu, if you really miss me that much, we should definitely find some time to hang out." Meanwhile, inside the elite Tianmei Entertainment Tower in downtown Jiangcheng, a petite girl about 5 feet tall drops the heavy equipment she was lugging on her shoulder. She grips her phone with trembling, excited hands, fingers flying across the screen. But her moment of joy is brutally shattered by a sharp, screeching female voice. "Xiao Chu, are you slacking off again? Get back to work this instant. Do you still think you're the high and mighty assistant to some A-list starlet? If you don't want the job, get the hell out." The source of the venomous voice is a woman with a sharp fox-like face. She tilts her chin up, her thin arched brows twitching with pure, unadulterated disdain. "What are you staring at, so? Move those damn speakers into the recording studio. If you delay my session by even a second, do you have any idea how much that'll cost you?" Zhao Chu shoots the woman a fierce, silent glare, but she reluctantly hoisted the heavy equipment back up, trudging toward the recording studio. "Got it, Sister Shen. I'm off this Saturday. Let's definitely catch up then." Shen Youchu stared at the message, a genuine smile finally gracing her face. She scrolled through her inbox once more, and seeing no other urgent notifications, she switched over to her old Weibo account. Her very last post was dated from 2 years ago. The official statement announcing her retirement. Her once hundreds of thousands of followers had dwindled down to a mere few thousand. Aside from the inactive ghost accounts, there were surprisingly a few loyal fans who still left comments checking in on her. She idly browsed the trending topics, mostly filled with the usual celebrity gossip, but a few specific headlines caught her eye, all discussing a recent viral sensation. "All My Life With You, a masterpiece song. The mystery artist. One video, 1 million fans overnight. Who exactly is he?" In-depth analysis. Breaking down the latest musical treasure. Shen Youchu grew curious about what this chart-topping hit sounded like, so she followed the link and tapped the title. The screen automatically jumped to a video interface, and as the familiar guitar melody began to play, the living room suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Only the soulful vocals echoed in the ears of the 3 people. You awkwardly averted your gaze, while Wan's big eyes blinked in wonder. She lunged into Shen Youchu's embrace, staring intently at the glowing phone screen. Shen Youchu was completely paralyzed with shock. This unmistakable haunting voice. It was the exact same melody, drifting from your room just a few days ago. So that day he was actually recording a video. Wan was the first to break the silence. She pointed her tiny finger at the screen and looked up at Shen Youchu in disbelief. "It's Daddy. Daddy is inside the phone. Yes, it's definitely your father. Shen Yochu tenderly ruffles the little girl's hair. As she whispers back, it all finally clicks for her now. She finally understands where all that cash came from. To refurnish the entire apartment with new furniture. With millions upon millions of likes on that video. Of course he'd be swimming in royalty money. She shifts her gaze toward you, studying your sharp, well-defined profile. With a look of utter inexplicable complexity. Satisfied with her mother's confirmation. Wanwan excitedly lunges back into your warm embrace. Her tiny stubby hands cup her father's face, as her large eyes sparkle with pure adoration. In a sweet, milky voice she chirps, "Daddy sounds so gentle." Wanwan wants to sing just like that too. Feeling those soft, squishy little palms against your skin, your icy exterior completely melts away. You mirror her gesture, cupping her tiny face in your large hands. "Oh, does my little Wanwan really love to sing?" "I love it," Wanwan exclaims, her eyes curving into crescents. She answers without a single shred of hesitation. Your grin grows even more radiant at her enthusiasm. "All right then, Daddy will teach Wanwan how to sing. And once you've mastered it, we'll put you in the phone too, okay?" Wanwan nods her tiny head like a frantic little woodpecker, before leaning in toward your cheek, and planting a massive noisy kiss on it. Beaming from the unexpected reward, you're all smiles. And under the little one's hero-worshipping gaze, you dash back into your bedroom at lightning speed, to retrieve your acoustic guitar. Returning to the sofa, you cradle the guitar and begin tuning the strings. You glance up to see both Shen Yochu and Wanwan, staring at you with wide, unblinking eyes. A rare, embarrassed flush creeps up your neck, but you steady your fingers over the strings anyway. "Today, Estesi, Daddy is going to write a nursery rhyme just for Wanwan. I'll sing it through once so you can hear it. Then for the next round, I'll sing a line, and Wanwan will repeat after me, deal?" Wanwan nods vigorously with pure joy, her small face practically glowing with anticipation. This song is called The Great Courage Explosion. Listen closely now, Wanwan. With that, you lightly strum the rhythmic strings, and an upbeat, cheerful melody fills the living room. Wanwan's sense of rhythm is surprisingly top tier. She starts bobbing her head and swaying to the catchy beat. Involuntarily, you find yourself swaying along with the little one's movements. Watching this father and daughter in perfect sync, Shen Yochu's icy gaze finally begins to melt, and a soft, tender smile quietly graces her face. To your surprise, she even joins in on the rhythm. For the very first time, the entire family is completely submerged in an ocean of pure joy. In this moment, even the living room seems to glow with light, matching the energy of the song. Wanwan clenches her tiny fists and strikes a heroic Superman pose. You set your guitar aside for a second to mirror the little munchkin's triumphant gesture, before reaching out with your finger to give Wanwan's cute little nose a gentle poke. Wanwan lunges into your arms, her stubby little hands wrapping tightly around your neck. "Daddy." Wanwan loves this version of Daddy so much. "Please promise you'll never change back to the old one, okay?" As those soft, innocent words echo directly into your ear, your breath hitches in your throat, and your vision suddenly blurs with a thick mist of tears. You pull Wanwan into a crushing embrace, burying your face deep into her tiny shoulder. "Daddy will never ever be that man again." Your voice is raspy, yet layered with absolute conviction. Shen Yuchu can't see the raw emotion on your face, but her own cheeks are already drenched in silent tears. Even so, a beautiful smile remains on her lips. She finally knows that those nightmare days are gone forever, never to return again. You are the first to pull yourself back together, propping the guitar up beside you, and settling Wanwan onto your lap. "Now, Wanwan, it's time to actually learn the lyrics. I'll sing one line, and you repeat it right after Daddy, deal?" "Deal," while Wanwan chirps, agreeing with lightning speed. The hours that follow transform into a private masterclass for the duo. For the entire morning, the living room resonates with the harmony of their voices. Seeing the two of them so engrossed in their music, Shen Yochu quietly slips away to prep lunch. However, her cooking skills clearly pale in comparison to yours, leading to a hilarious protest at the table, where Wanwan keeps loudly insisting that Daddy should be the designated chef from now on. This triggers a playful, jealous side eye from Shen Yuchu, as she grumbles inwardly about the sheer unfairness of it all. This little traitor was fully bought off in just 2 measly days. This cozy family atmosphere fills you with a deep sense of peace. It's finally starting to look like a real loving home should. Wanwan is a natural-born prodigy, taking only 3 short days to master every single lyric of The Great Courage Explosion perfectly. At the little munchkin's stubborn insistence, you film her performance and upload the video to the platform. On screen, Wanwan is precious in her pink princess dress, topped with a delicate butterfly bow, her tiny body swaying rhythmically to the infectious beat. She is peak cuteness. Behind the camera, you're beaming like a total fool, your face practically screaming, "Look at my daughter," with a look of pure unadulterated fatherly pride. Shen Yuchu, watching the chaos from the sidelines, catches a glimpse of your ridiculous expression and nearly chokes herself trying to suppress a laugh. This is the absolute first time she has ever seen you capable of making such a silly, wholesome face. Thanks to your stellar behavior over these last 3 days, the icy tension between you and Shen Yuchu has thawed significantly. At the very least, Shen Yuchu now initiates brief conversations with you. Nobody in their right mind expected the second upload from this mystery account to be a simple children's nursery rhyme. Yet the track is still a brilliant original, and it's still an absolute banger to listen to. Over at the platform's headquarters, Liu Yun spots the upload the second it goes live. After watching the clip from start to finish, he doesn't hesitate for a second to grant it maximum traffic. With such an adorable little fluffball and such a catchy high-quality tune, Liu Yun wears a massive doting fangirl smile, his grin literally stretching from ear to ear. Predictably, the platform's trending page explodes again, before the waves of All My Life With You could even settle. The hurricane of the Great Courage explosion makes landfall. This time, the viral momentum hits even harder and faster. By late afternoon, the like count has already skyrocketed to 5 million. The comment section is growing at an absolutely insane rate. By the time night falls, the sheer volume of notifications forces you to put your phone on silent once again. You pull Wanwan onto your lap on the sofa, tirelessly scrolling through the endless praise in the comments. The comment section is an absolute goldmine of talent. You find yourself scrolling, unable to stop. If I had a daughter this precious, I wouldn't let a single delinquent within a 100-mile radius. That particular comment had the highest like count by far. Then came Saturday morning. You had just finished your routine morning run. Wiping away sweat, you pushed open the front door, only to spot Shen Yuchu wearing her newly bought slip nightdress. As she emerged from the bathroom, she had clearly just finished showering. Her face was flushed pink from the steam as she dried her hair. The two of you stood there staring blankly at each other. A classic line of poetry suddenly flashed through your mind. A natural beauty beyond all adornment, like a lotus blooming from the crystal water. It described the breathtaking Shen Yuchu perfectly in this moment. Seeing you gawk at her like a total moron, Shen Yuchu instinctively shielded her chest with her hands, a deep crimson surge rushing to her face. Even her earlobes began to glow a vibrant red. Despite the fact that you'd been married for over 2 years, this current atmosphere felt exactly like a pair of shy new lovers. Morning, Shen Yuchu managed trying her best to stay composed. As she gave you a brief greeting, her pace toward the bedroom involuntarily quickening. You offered a simple reply. But Shen Yuchu didn't say another word, practically fleeing back into the safety of her room. You let out a helpless chuckle, shaking off the stray thoughts swirling in your head, before humming a tune as you headed into the bathroom. Shower, cook, wake, Wanwan, the daily triple threat routine. When you gently pushed the bedroom door open, Wanwan was still deep in her slumber, with her tiny mouth slightly agape. She was sprawled out haphazardly across your large bed. After several days of proper nutrition and consistent sleep, the little one's complexion looked far more vibrant and healthy. Though she was still quite thin, her overall spirit had visibly improved by leaps and bounds. You sat by the bedside watching her for a moment, before leaning down to playfully pinch her tiny nose. Time to wake up and eat, Wanwan. The little girl pouted her tiny lips while still lying there, slowly fluttering her eyes open. The moment she caught sight of you, the corners of her mouth arched up uncontrollably, and she sluggishly reached out her stubby little arms, wrapping them tightly around your neck. "Daddy," she chirped, her voice thick with adorable spoiled sweetness. You let out a soft chuckle, scooping her up and carrying her straight out of the bedroom. You perched her on the small stool in front of the sink. For the past 2 days, the little munchkin had been handling her own hygiene. You stood by her side as her sturdy anchor, squeezing the toothpaste and handing over the towel as needed. Wanwan is incredibly sharp. It took only 48 hours for her to master this essential life skill. At that moment, Shen Yuchu stepped out of her bedroom, her cascading long hair now gathered high atop her head, neatly styled into a chic, playful top knot bun. Seeing Shen Yuchu in this light, you couldn't help but feel a spark of genuine admiration. You gave a silent nod of approval. This was the vibrant energy a woman in her 20s should possess. Still, she remained far too frail. She'd be even more breathtaking with a bit more healthy glow. Shen Yuchu felt a wave of self-conscious nerves, her cheeks tinged with a faint rosy blush. This was the first time she'd dared to dress up like this at home, and she was dying to know if she actually looked decent. She stole a glance at you while you were preoccupied with Wanwan, before quietly gliding over to take her seat at the dining table. His eyes definitely lit up just now, didn't they? Does that mean I actually look pretty? Wait, why on earth do I care what he thinks of me? Shen Yuchu puffed out her cheeks in sudden annoyance, absently stirring her bowl with her chopsticks. She was furious at herself for being so easily swayed. Just then, you sat down with a freshly scrubbed Wanwan in your arms. Wanwan chirped a sugary morning mommy, before grabbing her special toddler spoon to dig into the golden steaming millet porridge. "Can you come out with us today?" You were busy savoring the delicious breakfast when Shen Yuchu's question caught you completely off guard. You looked up at her, your face etched with utter confusion. Shen Yuchu gave a small stiff nod, refusing to meet your gaze. as her earlobes turned a vivid telltale shade of crimson. Sure, you agreed instantly without a second thought. On the way, you hailed a taxi for the family. Your destination today was the bustling Yida Plaza downtown. Shen Youchu had arranged a long overdue meeting with her former assistant Zhao Chuchu at a trendy milk tea shop. The reason she insisted on bringing you and Wanwan along was purely because Zhao Chuchu was dying to meet the little one. And since the munchkin has become your literal shadow lately, clinging to you at every turn, you were essentially just tagging along as her plus one. After 2 long years, she was finally going to reunite with Sister Shen. Zhao Chuchu was buzzing with nervous excitement, having pre-ordered several cups of milk tea. She sat fixed to her seat, eyes glued to the shop entrance. Zhao Chuchu had worked alongside Shen Youchu for 18 months, and their bond was more like sisters than colleagues. Shen Youchu had always treated her with genuine kindness. It was just such a tragic waste that Shen Youchu ended up throwing her life away with you. She could never wrap her head around why someone as amazing as Sister Shen insisted on staying with such a worthless, deadbeat man. It baffled her completely. She had tried to talk sense into Shen Youchu back then, but it was as if her heart was made of stone. She simply wouldn't listen to a single word of reason. While Chuchu was lost in these bitter reflections, she suddenly spotted that familiar, elegant silhouette, leading a bouncy, energetic little toddler through the glass doors of the shop. Her eyes instantly lit up. She bolted upright, waving frantically, "Sister Shen, over here!" Hearing the shout, Shen Youchu looked up and caught sight of Zhao Chuchu's wildly waving hand. An involuntary, radiant smile spread across her face. Chuchu really hadn't changed a bit, still the same bubbly, high-energy girl she remembered. As they closed the distance, the joy in their eyes was quickly joined by a shimmering mist. The long-awaited reunion of these two sisters made it nearly impossible to keep their emotions in check. Zhao Chuchu scanned Shen Youchu's face intensely, her eyes turning a deeper shade of red. She grabbed Shen Youchu's hands in a firm grip, her lip trembling with indignation. "Sister Shen, you've gotten so incredibly thin. Is that man mistreating you? Is he the reason?" "Where is he? I'll give him a piece of my mind for you, Inanabog." Shen Youchu pressed her lips together softly, taking a seat beside Zhao Chuchu, while pulling Wanwan close to sit by her side. Only then did she speak. "Chuchu, don't worry. He's actually treating me quite well now. But what about you? How has work been since I left into Yosemite?" "Oh, I'm doing just fine." "Sister Shen, you have no idea how much I've missed you." The two women began fervently exchanging updates on their lives. After catching up for a good while, Zhao Chuchu finally shifted her attention to the little munchkin. The little girl had been sitting there like a silent, perfect angel. And because Chuchu was so preoccupied with reminiscing with Shen Youchu, she hadn't taken the time to truly observe her. But now that she was getting a proper look, her eyes sparkled with instant adoration. "She looks exactly like you, Sister Shen-o. It's like she was cast from the same gorgeous mold, especially those large expressive eyes. One look is all it takes to fall head over heels for this kid. Sister Shen is this really little Wanwan. She's your literal mini-me. She is absolutely precious." Zhao Chuchu gushed as she slid out of her seat, kneeling down right in front of the little one. She reached out to gently caress the child's soft cheek, but then her brow furrowed with a hint of concern. The little girl was just like Sister Shen, heartbreakingly thin. Fury began to simmer deep within Zhao Chuchu's heart. She was absolutely certain that worthless excuse for a man must be mistreating both Sister Shen and their daughter. The more she dwelled on it, the more her blood boiled. She was dying to confront that man face to face right now. So she snapped her head up to look at Shen Youchu. "Sister Shen, didn't you say he was coming along too? Where is he?" Shen Youchu could clearly sense the venomous hostility Chuchu felt toward you, but she was at a total loss for words. She could only offer a somewhat awkward, strained smile. Wanwan wanted some ice cream, so he's over there waiting in line to get her some. Zhao Chuchu naturally picked up on the look, flashing across Shen Yuchu's face, and her internal rage immediately shifted into high gear. Her sister Shen was always a gentle and radiant soul, but now beneath that familiar sweetness, there was a trace of newfound timidness. Chuchu could feel it vibrating off her, trying her best not to terrify the child. Zhao Chuchu let out a cold huff and retreated to her seat, secretly gnashing her teeth, wishing she could just erase you from existence. Just as Zhao Chuchu was about to snap something else, she suddenly froze mid-sentence, her gaze turning sharp and dangerously piercing. As she glared toward the entrance of the tea shop, Shen Youchu was taken aback, her expression becoming increasingly embarrassed. She assumed your arrival was the catalyst for Chuchu's hostility, and just as she prepared to turn around and look, a shrill piercing voice erupted from directly behind her. "Zhao Chuchu, you actually have time to sit around sipping tea. Did you finish all those tasks I assigned to you? Liu Li, when will you ever give it a rest? Today is my day off, for heaven's sake." Zhao Chuchu's expression soured instantly, looking like a bristling, agitated kitten. As she glared daggers at the source of the voice, Shen Youchu slowly turned around, finally realizing the intruder was indeed Liu Li, her former colleague and the agency's current rising starlet, who prided herself on being a powerhouse vocalist. Well, if it isn't Sister Shen herself, shouldn't you be at home playing the obedient little housewife? What are you doing out here looking for Choo-Choo? Luli's eyes danced with malicious glee. Yet the words dripping from his mouth were laced with pure mockery. Before Shen Yuchu could even utter a syllable, Zhao Chuchu exploded in a fit of protective rage. Liu Li, why don't you mind your own damn business? This isn't a workday. So stop with your pathetic passive-aggressive acting. Sister Shen, let's get out of here. The sound of this stray dog barking is absolutely ruining my mood. As soon as Zhao Chuchu finished speaking, she scooped up Wanwan and grabbed Shen Yuchu's hand to leave. But Liu Li cut them off, stepping firmly into their path. She scanned Shen Yuchu, her brow twitching, before she smirked. Sister Shen, why are you so painfully thin? Is life at home really that miserable for you? If you're struggling, just say the word to your dear sister. I might just find it in me to offer some charity. After all, I'm known for my kind heart. Look at Chuchu, she's working right under me now, doing my grunt work. Isn't her life just wonderful? Don't you agree? Chuchu, Zhao Chuchu's face turned a ghostly shade of pale. As she stared at Liu Li in stony silence, Shen Youchu whipped her head around to look at Zhao Chuchu, her eyes wide with complete and utter disbelief. Being a grunt meant doing back-breaking manual labor. How could the company force Chuchu into such a role? But it was clearly the wrong time for an interrogation. Shen Youchu turned back toward her rival, her gaze finally igniting with a spark of genuine fury. Just as she opened her mouth to strike back, Zhao Chuchu beat her to the punch. My contract with the agency officially expires at the end of this month. And trust me, I'll be handing in my resignation the very next day. I just hope that certain people don't climb so high, that their inevitable fall becomes a total disaster. Because if Sister Shen ever decided to make a comeback, some people would be waking up in a cold sweat every single night. Liu Li's smirk faltered for a heartbeat. The shadow Shen Yuchu cast over her was very real. After all, back in the day, Shen Yuchu had kept her completely buried for 18 long months. Back then, nobody even knew her name as long as Shen was around. However, Liu Li quickly regained her composure and scoffed. She fixed Shen Youchu with a look of pure unadulterated contempt. A comeback that is literally the funniest joke I've ever heard. What agency would be insane enough to sign a washed-up, has-been entertainer who's already lugging around a kid week? Speaking of the brat, Shen Youchu, your daughter actually looks quite decent. Maybe you should consider grooming her to be the next generation's little starlet. Liu Li spoke with utter disdain, her lip curling in mockery, carried away by her own arrogance. She actually reached out, intending to pinch Wanwan's tiny face. Get your filthy hands away from her right now. I swear if you so much as touch a hair on her head, I'll leave you with nowhere to hide your tears. Your eyes flashed with a dangerous predatory intensity. As you strode forward and stood before Shen Youchu, you handed the ice cream to the three of them without a word, then turned your full attention to Liu Li, shielding Shen Youchu and Wanwan behind your broad back. Liu Li was visibly startled by your sudden intervention, her body instinctively recoiling a couple of steps. Evidently, your unfiltered rage carries a staggering amount of pressure. But after catching her breath and getting a better look at your face, she suddenly burst out laughing. Oh, it's just this pretty boy loser, this useless piece of trash. I was wondering who was acting so tough. But it's only you. What are you actually going to hit someone in public? You knitted your brows in annoyance and glanced back at Shen Youchu, your eyes silently demanding an explanation. You were clearly asking where this screeching shrew came from. She's a singer from my old agency, Shen Youchu whispered. I never expected to run into her here of all places. While others might not be intimidated by your fury, Shen Youchu still felt a lingering sense of dread. Seeing you staring directly at her, she instinctively lowered her head, avoiding your gaze. Witnessing Shen Youchu's fragile state, your brow furrows even deeper into a frown, and you let out a heavy sigh, choosing not to press her further. You pivot back, staring down at Liu Li with cold indifference. A singer, my bad. Kid. But I've never heard of you, nor do I care to. I just know that good dogs don't block the path. Now move aside. You deliver the words with deadpan seriousness, causing Liu Li's voice to hit an even more piercing pitch. You need to learn your place, you nobody. You think I don't know the truth? How you spend every day sucking up to Yetian from that boy band, and how you constantly treat Chen Shuai to drinks. Don't act like some big shot in front of me now. You search through your memories for those two names, finally recalling exactly who they are. They were members of the boy band the original host belonged to. After getting kicked out, he desperately tried to re-debut, constantly treating them to booze just to get in their good graces. Of course, they never gave him the time of day. I'm not close with those two losers you mentioned, you retort. Keep harassing us like this. And don't blame me when I call security. Liu Li shoots you a look of pure concentrated venom, yet she still begrudgingly steps out of the way. You take Shen Youchu's hand firmly, motioning for Zhao Chuchu to follow as you head for the exit. But as you brush past Liu Li, she suddenly directs her malice back at Shen Youchu. Oh, what a shame, some people will never be able to sing again. By the way, my new single drops at the end of this month. Having said her piece, Liu Li erupts into a fit of gleeful laughter. How could someone like Shen Yuchu even compete with me? Liu Li's screeching voice echoes mockingly in your ears. Zhao Chuchu is vibrating with rage, dying to dash back and slap that smug look off her face. Knowing full well how much Sister Shen loves to sing, and knowing she's currently barred from it, these words were nothing short of a psychological execution. Your footsteps falter for a split second. You cast one long deep look at Liu Li before continuing out the door with an expressionless mask. Shen Yuchu remained silent, her lips pressed together in a thin, pained line. However, at that exact moment, a tiny high-pitched voice suddenly rings out. It is crisp and unwavering. Mommy sings way better than you. You're just a mean, nasty lady. Everyone freezes in absolute shock. Not a single soul expected the little one to suddenly find her voice and defend her mother. You were stunned for only a split second, before grinning and ruffling the munchkin's hair, thinking to yourself, that's my girl. Truly a chip off the old block. Though you were fuming just moments ago, the second one spoke up. Your lingering rage vanished into thin air. Ignoring Liu Li's stunned reaction, your group finally left that toxic den behind. The party soon arrived at a nearby restaurant, where Shen Yuchu and Zhao Chuchu resumed their chatter. While they were walking earlier, certain worries had been eating at her, yet she kept quiet. But now that they were finally settled, with no outsiders within earshot, she took Zhao Chuchu's hand in hers, and asked the question that had been burning in her mind. Chuchu, how did you end up doing grunt work for Liu Li? And what about Sister Yun? What is she doing these days? Sister Yun was Shen Yuchu's former manager. Nearly 40, she had always been a pillar of support. Upon hearing Shen Yuchu's inquiry, Zhao Chuchu couldn't hide her dejection. After you left, Sister Yun was heartlessly fired shortly after. She spent months job hunting with no luck, and then her mother fell gravely ill and was hospitalized. She had to stay by the hospital bed constantly, so she ended up taking a job as a live-in nanny. Shen Yuchu never imagined that Sister Yun would ever fall to such a desperate low. Her vision blurred for a moment, remembering how sharp and professional Sister Yun used to be back in the day. A heavy silence fell over the two of them. Shen Yuchu bit her lip, overwhelmed with guilt. She knew deep down that this was all her fault. If not for her own impulsive recklessness, Sister Yun would never have ended up like this. That woman had risked everything, defying the company's orders countless times for her sake. When she was the agency's golden goose, the higher-ups obviously turned a blind eye. But once she just walked away from it all, it was painfully clear what kind of backlash Sister Yun would face. The atmosphere turned incredibly somber, and after the group finished a hurried meal, Zhao Chuchu lingered to talk with Shen Yuchu a bit longer, before rushing off in a hurried blur. Shen Yuchu's mood remained buried in a deep, somber low. Originally, the three of you had planned a perfect day to take little Wanwan to the amusement park this afternoon, but now her desire to celebrate had completely evaporated. You could naturally sense the heavy weight on her soul, and yearned to say something to comfort her, yet the words remained trapped in your throat. In truth, you were just as baffled as to why Shen Yuchu had acted like she was under some love spell when she chose to marry you in the first place. The original host didn't have a clue, and you knew even less about her reasons. Shen Yuchu wanted to retreat home to suffer in silence, but the moment she caught Wanwan's hopeful, sparkling eyes, her heart simply couldn't bear to let her down, refusing to let the little one face disappointment. The three of you eventually made your way to the bustling amusement park. The little munchkin was absolutely ecstatic. This was her very first visit to a place of pure magic, and she gripped your hand ready to charge inside. Shen Yuchu forced herself to shake off the gloom. She didn't want the day. Wanwan remembered her first theme park adventure to be tainted by her mother's sadness. The family started their journey on the carousel, followed by several other thrilling attractions. As the sky gradually dipped into a dusky twilight, the park ignited with a kaleidoscope of neon lights, leaving only the Ferris wheel for the grand finale. By the time you carried Wanwan inside with Shen Yuchu and settled into the cabin, the exhausted little girl was already fast asleep in your arms. The Ferris wheel began its slow, majestic ascent, and far below, the glowing, vibrant buildings began to shrink into miniatures. But what you didn't realize was that this was also Shen Yuchu's first time at an amusement park, and her very first ride on a Ferris wheel as well. Her almond-shaped eyes peered curiously out of the cabin, shimmering with a childlike, wondrous light. She was captivated by the view outside, while you were completely captivated by her, perhaps feeling the intensity of your gaze. Her earlobes flushed a deep crimson as she gave you a shy, playfully annoyed side eye. It was the first time you had seen such a look from her, and it was almost too much for your heart to handle. The ambient glow of the Ferris wheel's lights illuminated her delicate, slender face, making her beauty feel almost blindingly radiant. As the cabin continued its slow, steady ascent, suddenly from four corners of the castle below, nearly at the exact same instant, a barrage of fireworks exploded into the night sky. In the breathtaking shimmer of the pyrotechnics, you saw it with absolute clarity. A smile graced Shen Yuchu's face that could topple kingdoms. It was a smile born from genuine unburdened joy. You were completely mesmerized, unable to look away. The Ferris wheel finally reached its majestic peak, where the bursts of light were even more vivid, making Shen Youchu's stunning features appear dreamlike. You don't ever have to live in fear like that again. Your voice was soft against the thunder of the fireworks. Shen Youchu couldn't quite catch the words, so she turned her face toward you, her eyes filled with curiosity. You didn't meet her gaze. Keeping your eyes fixed on the brilliant sparks in the air, you whispered gently, "You're far too kind-hearted." That's a dangerous trait to have. People will only try to exploit you. But you don't have to be afraid like you were before. I know the truth. You're dying to sing again. I know there are so many dreams you want to chase. So go ahead and pursue them without looking back. I'll be right here to take care of Wanwan. Shen Youchu didn't offer a verbal reply. Instead, as she turned her head fully, you saw two crystal clear trails of tears carving down her cheeks. Her lips were pressed tight. Her eyes locked onto yours without blinking for a second. The sheer intensity of her sorrow and complex emotions threatened to swallow you whole. Panic instantly surged through your chest. You couldn't fathom why she'd suddenly break down like this. "Who are you?" Shen Youchu asked, her gaze boring into yours, her almond-shaped eyes now a misty blur of tears. Her fragile voice wasn't loud, yet it resonated like thunder in the depths of your soul. You fell silent as the air between you grew heavy. Even the roar of the fireworks seemed to vanish for a long time. Eventually, you offered her a tender, soft smile, before finally finding your voice. Your tone was suddenly thick and raspy. "I am Lu Fan." Shen Youchu continued to search your face. The way you smiled at her made her feel as if her heart had suddenly skipped a beat, racing like a startled fawn. Your response was something she never could have anticipated. She gazed into your eyes, which were clear and sparkling with a brilliant light, and suddenly her tears began to fall even faster. She curled up, hugging her knees and baring her head, her shoulders shaking with soft sobs. Then she whispered, "That's right. You are Lufan. Who else could you possibly be? Let me tell you a cliché story. Once there was a little girl in an orphanage. She was timid and easily frightened. But inside that orphanage, there was an older boy who always protected her. One day, she was being bullied by a group of boys. That older brother shielded her behind his back, ensuring she didn't suffer even a single scratch, even though he ended up covered in bruises. In that moment to her, that boy was her entire world. But shortly after that, the boy vanished. It wasn't until she grew up that she finally crossed paths with him again, eventually fulfilling her dream of becoming his wife. Hearing this, you fell into a stunned silence. The puzzle pieces finally clicked into place. Shen Youchu lifted her head, her vision blurred by a veil of tears. She looked so profoundly lonely and fragile. Finally, the secret buried deep in her heart was out. No one understood her stubbornness. Everyone thought she was throwing her life away, yet she alone believed that he was worth it. But the reality had been so devastatingly cruel. She had regretted her choice countless times, until the you of right now finally appeared. She asked who he was, and he said he was Lufan. For her, that was enough. Suddenly, you could feel the weight of her emotions, sensing the genuine tenderness and care in your eyes. Shen Youchu could no longer restrain herself. She lunged forward into your embrace, competing with Wanwan for a spot in your arms, weeping softly against your chest. Wanwan was stirred awake by the commotion, blinking her drowsy eyes in confusion as she watched her mommy usurp her favorite spot. The little one was stunned for only a heartbeat, before erupting in joy, wrapping one arm around her father and the other around her mother. She planted two loud, wet kisses right on their cheeks. Today is the absolute best day of Wanwan's life. Looking at the two beauties big and small in your arms, you're momentarily speechless, your heart melting. The trajectory of your life is finally heading toward the light, and that's enough. However, some of your plans might need a little strategic adjustment now. The grand fireworks display finally fades, and the Ferris wheel descends slowly back to earth. Shen Youchu walks ahead, cradling the sleeping Wanwan, while you trail behind, watching her brisk, energetic pace. You rub your nose with a wry smile the moment you stepped off that ride. Shen Youchu practically bolted from your embrace. It was as if in a single instant, she had regained her usual cold, distant armor toward you. In reality, Shen Yuchu's heart is racing with nerves, her grip on Wanwan tightening instinctively. She can feel her earlobes and cheeks burning with heat. She can't believe she actually stayed in your arms for so long. She acted just like a smitten teenage girl, nuzzling into your chest without a care in the world. God, this is so embarrassing. She's convinced you're secretly mocking her in your head. When you both stepped out of that cabin, she caught a glimpse of a hidden, playful smirk on your face. The mere thought of it makes Shen Youchu quicken her pace even more, as if she's in the middle of a competitive power walking race. You're completely baffled by where this woman suddenly found all this stamina. You practically have to jog just to keep up with her. Not until you reach the main gates of the amusement park, and seeing she has no intention of slowing down, do you finally have to call out to her, "Hey, are you seriously planning to walk all the way home? Let's just hail a taxi right here." Only then does Shen Youchu finally come to a halt, standing by the curb while refusing to meet your eyes. She's now more convinced than ever that you've been laughing at her from behind this whole time. Damn it, this is beyond humiliating. It takes a good while before you finally snag a cab, which sparks the first real thought of buying a car. Once back at the apartment, you carry Wan Wan to her room and tuck her in safely. Then you quickly make your way toward the bedroom. Collapsing onto the bed, you drift into a deep slumber instantly. But while you're out cold and snoring away, Shen Youchu is busy tossing and turning in the dark. The moment she closes her eyes, her mind involuntarily starts replaying every single scene from today's amusement park trip. Feeling flustered, Shen Youchu irritably pulls up the duvet to hide her face beneath the covers, desperate to force herself to drift off. Yet her fluttering eyelashes and restless movements give her away, clearly revealing just how chaotic her inner world is right now. At 6 a.m. sharp, you wake up right on schedule. Morning run, shower, cooking. The wake-up Wan routine is fully complete. However, there's no sign of Shen Youchu leaving her room. Glancing at the tightly shut door of the master bedroom, you give your head a confused little scratch. It seems last night's late adventure really took a toll. She's actually sleeping in for once. You decide not to disturb her rest, settling for leaving a warm breakfast out for her. After scrubbing and putting away the dishes, just as you're stepping out of the kitchen, Shen Youchu finally makes an appearance. With a slightly flushed face, she scurries across the living room to the bath. Do you still have the desire to sing? You ask the question point blank. Hearing your voice, Shen Youchu freezes mid-step, visibly stunned. For a long while, she offers no response. You lean casually against the bathroom doorframe, phone in hand, silently waiting for her to find her words. After a pregnant pause, her soft, ethereal voice finally reaches your ears. Yes, just one word. No elaborate explanation follows. In Shen Youchu's heart, the life she's leading right now is already a miracle she hadn't dared to dream of for 2 years. Singing feels like a distant, unattainable fantasy that must remain buried deep within. You don't push the subject further. You simply nod and head back to your room with your phone. Opening the app, you begin scouring through your DMs. Your inbox has been a total war zone for days. Ever since that first viral video dropped, you had only skimmed through them briefly and ignored the rest for quite a while, making it a nightmare to sift through the backlog now. Nevertheless, you stoically scroll through the infinite feed, patiently filtering each message one by one. Suddenly, your eyes ignite with interest as you tap on a specific direct message. While analyzing the text within that chat, your fingers rhythmically drum against the screen, driven by a new set of considerations. Your original plan to just make a quick buck, to amass enough wealth to ensure Wan and Shen Youchu were comfortable before quietly retiring had officially shifted. The events of yesterday had left their mark, and you've completely overhauled your strategy. The content of the DM was straightforward. Starry Entertainment sincerely invites you to join our team. With your undeniable musical genius, we can guarantee a rapid ascent to becoming an absolute top-tier superstar. The message concluded with Starry Entertainment's official contact number. Starry Entertainment, 8 Seed, one of the 3 legendary giants in China's entertainment industry. Without a shred of hesitation, you punch in the provided digits and initiate the call. It barely rings a few times before someone picks up, and a sophisticated, mature female voice greets you. Hello. To whom am I speaking? Hello, my account handle is Buffon. I received a recruitment invitation from your company, and I was wondering if you're available to discuss it. Oh. In that very moment, at the Magic City headquarters, Li Xia freezes upon hearing your voice. Her expression is one of pure stunned disbelief. She genuinely didn't expect this mysterious creator known as Buffon to actually return her call. After all, several days had already passed since she first reached out to him, and she had assumed he had no interest in entering the industry. Hello, are you still there? Sensing the dead silence on the other end, you prompt her once more. Li Xia snaps back to reality, and almost instantly, an irrepressible look of triumph washes over her face. To be fair, if you're talking about the biggest viral sensation online, it is undoubtedly this enigmatic man, Mr. Buffon. I'm the Deputy Director of Human Resources and Administration at Starry Entertainment. Li Xia speaking. May I ask, are you ready to officially sign with our agency? Director Li, I apologize for the confusion, but I currently have zero interest in stepping into the limelight myself. However, I'd like to recommend a phenomenal singer to you. I'm curious if your company would be open to that? Li Xia couldn't hide her immediate wave of disappointment, letting out a bitter chuckle while shaking her head. It was Buffon himself she was after. Mr. Buffon hears this situation. I'm only the deputy director. If it were you joining us, your viral fame alone would give me the authority to greenlight the deal. But if it's someone else, wait, don't worry about that yet. The talent I'm recommending has a world-class voice. And more importantly, I will personally handle all the composition and songwriting. Mr. Buffon, I understand the weight of your offer now, but I'll need to seek approval from the higher-ups first. Fine, I'll await your response, 5 hours. Later, the phone finally rang again. Mr. Buffon, we've reached a consensus among the board. We are willing to sign the individual you recommended, but management pointed out one major concern. As of now, you only have 2 public tracks to your name, and one of them is technically a nursery rhyme. Please don't take this the wrong way. Both songs are masterpieces. However, the executives need further proof of your range and consistency as a composer. Would you be willing to take a test? As expected, 2 hits weren't enough for them to fully bet on your genius. A composition test, right? Consider it done. Your reply was sharp and decisive. Licia had been incredibly anxious about your reaction, but hearing your immediate, confident acceptance brought a massive sense of relief to her heart. She had spent the entire day fighting tooth and nail for this chance. She believed wholeheartedly in your raw talent, even if the board remained skeptical. But in the end, the company agreed to give you one shot at redemption. As it happens, Huaying recently threw down a challenge to several major agencies because of this nearly impossible task. They've invited dozens of elite lyricists and composers, yet none of their work was deemed worthy. Every single submission was ruthlessly rejected. If Buffon can solve this unsolvable puzzle, the company will never doubt his brilliance again. Mr. Buffon, could we possibly discuss the specific details in person? The company requires you to make a trip down here to compose the lyrics and melody on site. Licia spoke with a tone of utmost sincerity. She was dying to see this mysterious viral enigma with her own eyes. You mulled it over for a moment. Aside from playing stay-at-home dad, your schedule was wide open, so you readily agreed. Fine, give me the time and place. Magic City. If it's feasible, arriving tomorrow would be ideal. After all, the sooner you prove yourself, the better. It'll truly showcase your worth to the board. Tomorrow afternoon, it is them. Once the call disconnected, you promptly booked a flight for 10 a.m. the following morning. Before long, you drifted into a deep, heavy slumber. When Shen Youchu returned with little Wanwan in tow, she found you completely passed out on the sofa. Wanwan crept up to the couch, nestling softly into your arms. In your dreams, you felt like a tiny kitten was persistently nuzzling your face. Suddenly finding it hard to breathe, you jolted awake. Wanwan's delightful bell-like laughter echoed in your ears. Looking down, you realized your precious daughter had been playfully pinching your nose with her warm little hand. Daddy, it's time for dinner. You let out a heartfelt smile. This cozy family life felt surprisingly perfect. The mouth-watering aroma of home cooking wafted from the dining area, sending a sharp pang of hunger through your stomach. Shen Yuchu's elegant silhouette emerged from the kitchen, bouncing 2 steaming bowls of rice. She stole a quick glance at you and whispered, since you were out cold. I went ahead and prepared the meal. It looked and smelled absolutely divine, enough to make anyone's mouth water, hearing your sincere praise. Shen Youchu's cheeks flushed with a shy glow. She gave a small nod and hurried back to the kitchen to bring out the final bowl. As the family sat together at the table, you placed a piece of crispy fried pork into Wanwan's bowl. You turned your gaze towards Shen Youchu and stated, I need to head out of town tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure how many days I'll be gone. Shen Youchu was in the middle of sipping her soup, but upon hearing your sudden announcement, she instantly choked on the liquid. Erupting into a violent fit of coughing, you hurriedly handed her a tissue concern etched on your face. She took it and turned away, dabbing her lips. Hearing that you were leaving so abruptly, she was hit by a wave of genuine panic. She wrestled with whether she should even ask where you were going. Only a week ago, she was desperate to escape you. Yet now hearing that you were stepping out that door, she felt a subconscious, overwhelming reluctance. It was Wanwan who finally piped up, Daddy, where are you going? You ruffled her soft, tiny head of hair. Daddy is going to find a job for Mommy. Then you looked at Shen Youchu. I'm sorry for making this decision without consulting you first. I didn't want to say anything until the groundwork was laid, but an agency has invited me over for a formal discussion. If this deal goes through, you'll be able to make your grand comeback officially. Starry Entertainment should be a solid platform for you. He's actually letting her sing again. Shen Youchu looked at you instinctively, seeing the absolute sincerity in your eyes. As your gazes locked, Shen Yuchu's almond-shaped eyes suddenly began to shimmer with a misty glaze. The rims of her eyes turned a faint, emotional red, her beautiful gaze turning as tender and soft as water. This sudden display of vulnerability was almost too much for you. You quickly lowered your head and busied yourself with your rice. Shen Youchu never dared to imagine that she'd truly see the day she could return to the stage. And even more shocking, it was this man who had taken the initiative to make it happen. Thank you. I truly love singing. I love it so much, Shen Youchu whispered, her voice growing firm with resolve. She loved music, and she wanted to ensure Chuchu and Sister Yoon were taken care of, so they'd never have to endure being bullied again. Ever since that meeting with Zhao Chuchu, she had been sick with worry for them. There's no need to thank me. As long as you love it, that's all that matters. You looked up with a warm smile. The next morning arrived in a blur. You two should head back inside now. I'll likely be back in just a day or two, so don't you worry. You hailed a taxi bound for the airport. Turning one last time to speak to Shen Youchu, Shen Youchu nodded silently, an undeniable trace of reluctance flickering in her eyes. It was ironic not long ago she was desperate to escape you, yet in the span of just a few short days, the mere thought of your departure left her feeling adrift. I'm only gone for 2 days, you thought. Why does this feel like a tragic final goodbye? Stealing your heart, you forced yourself to look away, sliding into the backseat of the taxi. As the car pulled away, the two figures in the rearview mirror slowly shrank into the distance. You closed your eyes, wrestling with a cocktail of emotions you couldn't quite name. 3 hours later, you stepped off the plane and were hit by the sheer intensity of Magic City. Compared to the relative quiet of Jiangcheng, the sheer density of the crowd here was staggering, swept up in the surging human tide. You struggled to navigate your way through the terminal until you finally reached exit 5 and caught your breath. Standing before the exit, you scanned the massive sea of people holding up signs, searching for your own name among the chaos. Before setting off, you had coordinated the timing with Li Xia. She was supposed to be right here to pick you up, but the sheer volume of sign holders was overwhelming, mostly rabid fans waiting for their idols to land. It took a considerable amount of searching before your eyes finally locked onto a tall, striking woman dressed in a sharp business suit. The sign she held up bore the name Bufan. You strode forward quickly and gave her a wave. Hello? Are you Director Li? I'm Bufan. Ishchikit. Though my real name is Lufan. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Li Xia studied the man standing before her, a flicker of genuine astonishment crossing her features. She masked it well, but she was floored. She knew you were young, but she never expected you to be this youthful. You looked like a fresh-faced college graduate, possessing the kind of cinematic features that were practically tailor-made for superstardom. Li Xia couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only she could sign you instead, it would be a guaranteed jackpot. Hello, I'm Li Xia. The terminal is way too chaotic right now. My car is parked in the underground lot. It's right around dinner time. So let's grab a bite before we dive into the details. Sounds good, you replied with a nod, walking side by side with Li Xia toward the exit. Li Xia was clearly a seasoned veteran of the corporate world. She effortlessly steered the conversation as you walked. She had expected a young kid like you to be awkward or lacking in social graces. But as the conversation flowed, she realized you could match her pace perfectly. You spoke with such wit and confidence, lacking even a hint of the shyness typical of your peers. This made Li Xia's respect for you skyrocket. Truly, talent like yours seems to thrive in any environment. Of course, you were oblivious to the fact that Li Xia was reevaluating you so highly. If you knew, you'd probably just roll your eyes in silence. After all, with the memories of 2 lifetimes combined, you were effectively a 50-year-old soul. If you couldn't handle a simple conversation with this much EQ, you might as well just find a bridge and jump off. The two of you hopped into the car, and as you gazed at the neon splendor of Magic City, Li Xia acted as a guide highlighting the local landmarks. Before long, you arrived at a high-end specialty restaurant. While waiting for the appetizers to arrive, Li Xia finally shifted the topic to business. I'll just address you as Mr. Liu then. I'm curious about this talent you're recommending. Are they a total amateur or a seasoned professional? I wonder if Director Li has heard of Shen Youchu. She was a rising star once, but she vanished from the industry entirely. Think of this as her official comeback. Now that the real talk had begun, your expression sharpened with focus. Li Xia's brows knitted together instantly. She had heard Shen Youchu's tracks before. She was the it girl of the music scene 2 years ago, and her vocal prowess was undeniably top tier. However, the reason for the director's frown was simple. Shen Youchu's career was nuked by a massive dating scandal that forced her into an early retirement, and the guy she blew her career for was supposedly some useless freeloading pretty boy. That made this a PR nightmare to handle. Li Xia sat in silence, deep in thought for a moment. She brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, finally fixing her sharp gaze directly on you. I'm well aware of her, but I must ask, what is your connection to her? Are you aware of the real reason she vanished? You locked eyes with Li Xia and replied calmly, we're married. She is my wife. Even a battle-hardened veteran like Li Xia couldn't hide her utter shock upon hearing your blunt confession. Married, so he's the legendary pretty boy loser. Is this some kind of sick joke? Did Shen Youchu actually divorce that guy, only to find another one just like him? Catching the flicker of doubt on Li Xia's face, you instantly deduced exactly what she was thinking. You let out a wry, bitter laugh. You're right on the money. I'm the very same guy from that exposed scandal, the one who dragged her out of the spotlight with me. Li Xia was momentarily rendered speechless. She knew of Shen Youchu's fall from grace, but she'd never cared to learn the identity of the man. A washed-up idol from some generic boy band. That was never worth her professional attention. Now a seed of skepticism began to sprout in her mind. She even doubted if you truly wrote those viral songs yourself. You didn't give her a moment to sink into her doubts. Seeing the hesitation etched across her face, you pressed on. Is signing her really that difficult for you? If it's truly such a burden, I'll find another way. Furthermore, My conditions go beyond simply letting her join your roster. I expect her to be treated as a top-tier priority, complete with absolute creative freedom and premium resources. No predatory clauses, no restrictive contracts. In the end, it's all about the value I bring to the table. I'm confident that with my compositions, Starry Entertainment will reach unprecedented heights. I suggest you weigh this opportunity very carefully. You laid it all out in one breath, then calmly took a measured sip of your water. Lixia's expression darkened with gravity. The conflict within her was palpable. Look, the bottom line is we've never collaborated, she started, relying solely on those 2 tracks you've dropped. Well, they don't give you nearly enough leverage for these demands. I acknowledge Shen Yuchu's vocal talent is elite, but this industry demands far more than just a good voice. I'm sure you're well aware of that reality. Engineered comebacks aren't easy, but your demands for top-tier assets and total freedom are things we practically never grant in a contract. This is a massive commitment that requires serious deliberation. It's certainly no small matter. Although Lixia didn't issue a flat-out rejection, every nuance in her tone suggested that your terms were virtually impossible. Go ahead and deliberate. But let me make my position crystal clear. Beyond just solving the current crisis you're facing, I can provide future hits or even full scripts, regardless of the genre or style. If you ask for it, I can deliver it. I truly hope we can forge a successful partnership. The reason you summoned me here was to put my capabilities to the test, wasn't it? Now that I'm here, why not decide after seeing what I can do? You spoke with a calm indifference, radiating an aura of absolute confidence. Lixia studied you with a long, piercing gaze. She had never met anyone so brazenly self-assured. So this is the legendary pretty boy loser. The world truly is blind to the truth. Ultimately, Lixia departed in a hurry after the meal, needing to consult with the higher-ups immediately. Before leaving, she slid a hotel room card towards you. "Just wait for my signal," was the final thing she said before vanishing. You checked into the hotel room, freshening up briefly before sinking into the bed to strategize. If Starry Entertainment proves to be a dead end, you'll simply move on to the next major player. And if all else fails, you'll just grind for more capital and grind out your own agency from scratch, carrying Shen Yuchu to the top through a slow and steady climb. You hadn't even noticed how drastically your mindset had shifted, from wanting to live like a lazy, carefree nobody, to now hustling relentlessly for Shen Yuchu's sake. In such a short time, you've started prioritizing them over yourself, subconsciously merging your soul into this little family. Lixia's call finally came through at 3 p.m. She had already arrived downstairs, notifying you that it was time to head over to the Starry Entertainment Tower. Without wasting another breath, you headed down to regroup with Lixia. The headquarters of Starry Entertainment loomed over the most extravagant district in Magic City, an entire skyscraper dedicated to the Starry Entertainment empire. Right now on the 18th floor of the Starry Tower, Chairman Li Tian, head of HR Zhang Hao, and several other top-tier managers were all gathered. Zhang Hao looked absolutely livid. "Chairman, I won't question Deputy Director Li's professional track record, but this time, I believe she's giving this Lu fan far too much credit. He was a literal nobody, a talentless hack in the past, and now he's hitting us with these outrageous demands. I think we are just flushing precious time down the drain." In response to Zhang Hao's bitter complaints, Li Tian simply waved a dismissive hand, a calm and gentle smile playing on his lips. "Shouldn't we give the youth a chance to prove themselves? Let's see if he truly possesses the genius she claims. If he falls short, I trust my daughter will have nothing more to say." Faced with the chairman's deceptively mild demeanor, Zhang Hao was forced to swallow his rage, though he was cursing inwardly with every breath. "It's only because she's your daughter, you blatant biased old man." Li Tian saw Zhang Hao's sulking, pouting face and let out another soft chuckle. As the head of this massive corporation, he wasn't just blindly following his daughter's whims. Truth be told, he had listened to those 2 tracks, and masterpiece was the only word that fit. But he didn't feel the need to explain himself to Zhang Hao as for whether those songs were actually his own original creations. Well, the only way to know is to put the man to the test. At that moment, Lixia led you into the conference hall. From the second you stepped inside, you spotted dozens of A-list celebrities famous across the globe, each one a titan in their respective niche. This was clearly the domain of one of the big 3. The sheer opulence of the place exuded an aura of elite high society prestige. The moment you entered the meeting room, you felt the weight of every single person's gaze instantly locking onto you. Their eyes flickered with a mix of doubt and intrigue. Yet you took your seat at the guest table with effortless grace. Facing a den of lions, your expression remained perfectly stoic. Li Tian couldn't help but feel a spark of admiration for such a young man, to keep his composure in the face of such a formidable crowd. His first impression is certainly a strong one. "Alright, now that our primary guest has arrived, awesome, let's get this show on the road. Mr. Lu, I presume, we've held a board meeting to deliberate on your demands. Signing Shen Yuchu is a possibility, and we can even allocate our absolute top-tier resources to her, but total contractual freedom is a bridge too far. That is something we simply cannot grant. It defies every industry standard. I assume you understand the weight of my words. You gave a slow, deliberate nod, naturally grasping the corporate logic behind it. Then what is the proposed duration of the contract? Such it. Li Tian let out a dry chuckle, meeting your gaze. 5 years. In exchange, we will cultivate her with our most elite assets. And we won't restrict her choice of music, or the specific public events she wishes to attend. Your brow furrowed slightly as you considered the offer, unfazed by the intensity of his stare. You looked him dead in the eye. 5 years is an eternity. I have absolute faith in my own capabilities. With your resources fueled by my creative genius, she will be an undisputed top-tier star within a year. In fact, it might not even take that long. Therefore, the maximum I can agree to is a 2-year term. 1 year to reach the summit, and another to generate massive profits for your firm. That should be more than sufficient. During these 2 years, her discography won't cost you a dime. And I'll even compose tracks for other starry artists for free, though the quantity will be strictly limited. Talk is cheap, kid. A top-tier icon in under a single year. Are you delusional or just dreaming? The moment the words left your mouth, the balding man seated right next to Li Xia erupted into a scoffing, mocking laugh, his eyes dripping with pure disdain as he stared you down. You cast a fleeting, indifferent glance toward him, before completely ignoring his existence, to keep your focus locked onto Li Tian. Li Tian narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, his fingers drumming a slow rhythm against the mahogany table, the smile on his face growing ever more pronounced. Confidence in a young man is a rare and beautiful thing. 2 years isn't entirely off the table, but everything hinges on the raw power of your talent. The reason we invited you here today was naturally to discuss our potential partnership. But on the other hand, Huayin recently launched a massive nationwide campaign, mandating participation from every agency in the industry. However, only a single anthem will be chosen. I intend to seize that spot, but I wonder, do you truly possess the caliber to pull it off? You gave a subtle, confident nod, thinking to yourself, wasn't I brought here specifically for this? As for the granular details of the campaign, I'll let Deputy Director Li handle your briefing. I shall eagerly await your triumphant news. The moment your composition receives official approval, I will personally sign that contract immediately. Li Tian offered a faint, knowing smile, laying down the final verdict of the meeting. With the terms of the gamble set, you finally allowed yourself to relax. Standing up, you exchanged a firm handshake with Li Tian, before following Li Xia out of the conference hall. Li Xia let out a heavy sigh of disbelief. She never imagined her father would actually entertain such outrageous conditions. But this campaign was admittedly a high-stakes game. With the government itself backing the event, the agency that secures the winning track will inevitably earn massive official prestige. The perks involved were simply beyond measure. Li Xia's gaze was unreadable as she looked at you. She desperately hoped you'd take the world by storm. That would prove her professional intuition was flawless, and all the toxic gossip floating around the office would be silenced once and for all. Take a look. These are the specific rules of the challenge. You have exactly 3 days to craft your masterpiece. I hope you get exactly what you're after. I'm rooting for our partnership to become a reality. Li Xia pulled a thick envelope from her desk drawer and slid it across the table towards you. You unsealed the document, and the first thing that caught your eye was a bold title, The Everyday Hero. Upon seeing those 3 powerful words, your expression instantly shifted to one of profound gravity. You continued reading through the requirements. The office fell into a heavy, expectant silence, broken only by the crisp rustle of flipping pages. This was the most solemn look you had worn since the very day you transmigrated into this world. Turning the final page, tucked beneath the text were several photographs. The first depicted a frontline team of doctors and nurses sweltering in heavy protective suits. The second featured a trio of weary firefighters, standing before the embers of a freshly extinguished blaze. The third showed the stoic silhouettes of soldiers, their faces hidden from view as they marched toward duty. The fourth captured a crumbling classroom on the brink of collapse, where a teacher was desperately clutching a child, handing them off to safety outside. Behind that teacher, there was nothing but shadows and ruins. The teacher was the last one left. After absorbing every word, you meticulously reorganized the document and took a long, steadying breath. Li Xia chose that exact moment to shatter the heavy silence of the office. Well, think you can handle it. You've only got a tight 3-day window. After that, Huayin officially closes the selection process. You nodded firmly. Don't sweat it. Leave it to me. Within 3 days I'll provide, and a response that will leave them speechless. After finishing your sentence, you packed the files away and stood up with purpose. That's that then. Just prepare some manuscript paper for me. I'll head back to the hotel and craft this masterpiece. I'll drop you off, she replied, not wasting a second. She knew all too well that churning out a hit in 72 hours was a tall order. By 9 p.m., you had showered and sat down at the desk. spreading the blank manuscript paper flat across the surface. You hovered your pen lost in deep contemplation. After a long silence, the choice became clear. This is the one. To be ordinary. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, you decided not to bother Licia. You hailed a cab and headed straight to Starry Entertainment alone. Licia was still buried in paperwork in her office, and your sudden appearance caught her completely off guard. You actually have time to visit. You've only got 3 days, man. Shouldn't you be locked in a room brainstorming lyrics? Brainstorming, it's already finished. You smirked at Licia's stunned expression. As you slid the completed manuscript toward her, give it a read. I think this should more than fit the bill, right? Licia stared at you as if you were some sort of freak. For a composed, cool-headed director, she was visibly losing it. Are you kidding me right now? What kind of masterpiece can a person compose in a single night? She worried you were just phoning it in with some half-baked filler. Licia knit her brows as she snatched the manuscript from you. Yesterday she viewed this young man as steady and exceptional. But today, it felt like you were slapping her in the face with this stunt. She was determined to see for herself exactly what kind of garbage could be produced overnight. Licia fixed her sharp gaze upon the manuscript paper. Her expression remained stoic when she first saw the title, but as she slowly absorbed the weight of the lyrics, her entire world was shaken to its core. What kind of divine poetry was this? Every line whispered of the mundane, yet every single word radiated the extraordinary. The word hero wasn't mentioned once, yet every verse screamed heroism. These lyrics hit the theme with surgical precision. Driven by sudden urgency, Licia pivoted her focus to the melody. A moment later, she abruptly snapped her head up to look at you, her eyes blazing. Did you truly write this in a single night? You rubbed your nose casually. Why wouldn't I? I pulled an all-nighter to pull this off. So what's the verdict? Does this song make the cut? Licia's eyes grew even more radiant with excitement. She stared at you intensely. You are absolutely phenomenal. My intuition was right about you after all. Can you perform it for me right now? I need to hear how the melody truly breathes. You nodded and slowly closed your eyes, allowing the heavy emotions of the song to swell within you. Then you began to sing softly, one day we may wander far away. But perhaps we shall find each other once more. When the final note faded, Licia remained lost in the haunting melody, unable to break free. It wasn't until you let out a soft, awkward cough that she finally snapped back to reality. She hurriedly wiped away the stray tears staining her cheeks, her eyes shining with a brilliance so intense that you felt embarrassed to maintain eye contact. You asked with a hint of feigned uncertainty, is it okay? It's more than okay, Siswads. My young friend Lou, I honestly never expected you to deliver such an earth-shattering surprise. The office door suddenly swung wide open. Li Tian strode into the room, applauding with genuine fervor, his face practically glowing with the shock of a pleasant discovery. Tailing behind him was Zhang Hao, the head of HR, who looked like he had just seen a ghost. He couldn't fathom how in such a ridiculously short time you had actually produced a finished track. And to think it's such a flawless masterpiece, Dad, why would you barge in without knocking? Upon seeing the intruder, Licia's expression turned frantic. She stealthily wiped away the remaining tear tracks, while shouting at Li Tian with visible annoyance. But Li Tian didn't show a shred of remorse. He kept that beaming, jovial smile on his face. However, the way he looked at his precious daughter was a bit peculiar. It had been an eternity since he'd seen his daughter display such a vulnerable, emotional side. If I hadn't interrupted, how would I have known that young friend Lou had crafted such an incredible anthem? You were somewhat speechless. The address had shifted from Mr. Lou to young friend Lou instantly. You couldn't help but roast him internally. Typical businessman logic. Anyone who brings in the bag is practically family. You flatter me, Chairman Lee. I'm just glad it meets your standards. Glad I'm ecstatic, young friend Lou. Now that the track is ready, as long as Huayin officially selects this song, we will finalize Shen Yuchu's contract immediately. For now, let's secure a formal cooperation agreement with you, just so you don't have to worry about any hiccups. Li Tian nodded with a satisfied grin. You finally let out a sigh of relief, knowing this deal was now 90% in the bag. The group signed the preliminary agreement on the spot. The moment the song is selected, the partnership you pitched to Starry Entertainment will go into full effect. Once the ink was dry, you gave your regards to Li Tian. Chairman Li, since everything is settled, this kid will take his leave now. I look forward to our future success together. You gave a slight nod, clutched the cooperation agreement, and turned to head out of the office. Let me walk you out. Seeing you prepare to depart, Licia spoke up abruptly. You noticed she had been avoiding your gaze this entire time, seemingly embarrassed by her earlier fangirling so hard over the music. She felt a wave of sheer embarrassment. For a sophisticated director like her, it was quite... But now that you were actually leaving, looking closely at her expression, there seemed to be a trace of inexplicable reluctance. Don't you still have a pile of work to finish? Lou is a grown man, not a toddler. He doesn't need you to babysit him to the exit. Before you could even turn your head to speak, Li Tian suddenly cut in from across the room. You seized the moment and gave a polite, thankful smile toward Li Xia. I appreciate the kindness, Director Li, but I can easily catch a cab back on my own. With those words, you turned and exited the office, quietly pulling the door shut behind you, before striding away. Back inside the office, Li Xia pounced like a cornered kitten. Dad, Yahetet. What the hell was that for? The man just delivered a masterpiece, and you kick him out the door instantly. How could you be so rude, Ing? Zhang Ha, witnessing the domestic fallout, felt his skin crawl with tension. He swallowed hard and stammered, I just remembered some urgent tasks I need to handle. I'll see myself out. Without waiting for Li Tian's response, Zhang Hao bolted out of the room like a lightning bolt, making sure the door was firmly sealed behind him. Once he was safely in the hallway, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Li Tian watched his daughter's outburst without getting angry, simply sighing with a heavy earnest tone, Xiao Ya, you aren't a child anymore. It's time you thought about finding a partner. That Lu kid is impressive, I'll admit. But don't let it cloud your judgment. The man is already married, and from what I've gathered, he even has a young daughter. Li Xia fell into a sudden heavy silence. Before replying coldly, I'm well aware of that. I was only being polite because he's your guest. It's as simple as that. The icy director persona was back in full force, an aura so frigid it even made her father worry. Fine, as long as you know what you're doing. I suddenly remembered I have some urgent matters to attend to as well. With that, Li Tian made a break for it, but just as he cleared the doorway, he poked his head back inside for one last shot. In all seriousness, my dear daughter, you're already 26. It really is time you found yourself a man. Get out, understood. Not another word, your old man is vanishing right now. You had barely stepped back into your hotel room and hadn't even started looking at return flights yet, when Li Xia's name flashed on your phone, Mr. Lu. I wanted to offer a sincere apology. My father's tone earlier was completely uncalled for. Please accept my apologies on his behalf. Li Xia voiced her regrets over the phone, though her voice remained frosty, as if she were still fuming at the old man herself. You were a bit taken aback by the call. To be honest, you hadn't given the incident a second thought. Besides, Li Tian had actually been quite tactful. For a titan of industry, he had been remarkably respectful. As for the whole discarding the tool after the job vibe, having navigated the cutthroat world of high-level capital, you were already well-versed in those power plays. It's really no big deal, don't worry. I didn't find anything offensive about his behavior. You shouldn't let it weigh on you, hearing your easygoing response. Li Xia's icy tone thawed just a little bit. I'm glad to hear you aren't bothered. By the way, are you still on your way back to the hotel? I've already arrived. I was just about to pack my things, book my flight, and head back to Jiangcheng. There was a sudden heavy silence on the other end, until Li Xia's voice finally drifted back through the speaker. Actually, Mr. Lu, it would be best if you stayed for 2 more days, if your song is selected. Huayin will likely require your direct creative assistance. Since you are the sole mastermind behind the music and lyrics, no one understands the soul of this track better than you do. Hearing Li Xia's reasoning, your plans for a swift homecoming went up in smoke, leaving you feeling a bit hollow. Fine then. I understand the situation. I'll stick around for a few more days. Just keep me posted. You ended the call with Li Xia. You set your phone down with a heavy sigh of disappointment, turning to watch the cityscape blur past the window. The truth was, you were already aching for your little one back home. At the mere thought of Wan, without even realizing it, a tender smile naturally spread across your face. As if guided by some mysterious telepathy, Shen Youchu's name suddenly flashed on your screen. The moment you swiped to answer, Wan's sweet, high-pitched voice erupted from the speaker. Is that you, Daddy? It's me, little one. Even without seeing her chubby face, your expression softened into a look of pure paternal bliss. You responded warmly, yes, it's Daddy. Does my little Wan miss her daddy already? I miss you, and Mommy wants to know when you're coming home. Back at the house, Wan held the phone in both hands while snuggling in Shen Youchu's arms, chirping in an adorable, honey-sweet voice. A crimson blush instantly crept up Shen Youchu's cheeks. She shot the little troublemaker a helpless, exasperated look. The girl was the one who had been begging to call her father. Yet now she was pinning the longing on her mother. She definitely hadn't authorized that specific question. Well then, tell your mommy that Daddy has to stay for a few more days before heading back. You chuckled inwardly, knowing full well what was actually happening. It was obviously the little munchkin who wanted you home, using Shen Youchu as her adorable cover story. Upon hearing the news, Wan's mood visibly soured. She began whimpering and grumbling into the receiver. The corners of your mouth quirked upward, as you shifted into a more comfortable position on the bed. You asked softly, Wan, did you eat all your dinner today like a good girl? At the mention of food, Wan shot a quick guilty glance at her mother. Then, acting like a little secret agent, she lowered her head and whispered into the phone. I did, but I really miss Daddy's cooking way more. The little one's tone was dead serious. So serious it made the eavesdropping Shen Youchu laugh out of sheer spite. Since when did this kid learn how to snitch so effectively? She was basically roasting her mother's cooking in code. Suddenly, Shen Youchu heard the sound of your booming, boisterous laughter from across the line. In an instant, her face turned an even deeper shade of scarlet. She snatched the phone away. All right, that's enough chatting with Daddy for today, hey. Just for the record, I didn't ask that. Oh, I'm well aware, you replied through a chuckle. Is everything okay at home? Hearing your playful response only made her more flustered. Shen Youchu felt her frustration mounting. She could practically feel you suppressing a laugh. Listen, you've only been gone for a single day. What could possibly go wrong in that time? Anyway, I'm hanging up now. I have to start lunch. Goodbye. Wait, you can't do this to me. I haven't had enough time to chat with the little one yet. Bye. But Shen Youchu didn't give you a chance to argue, abruptly cutting the connection. Her face was burning up, radiating heat. If she stayed on the line any longer, she feared she'd lose her cool. Seeing Wanwan staring at the phone with a look of pure regret, Shen Youchu made an executive decision. For lunch today, she would serve the green vegetables Wanwan hated most. Exactly, kids shouldn't be allowed to be picky eaters. Listening to the monotonous dial tone echoing in the receiver, you felt a pang of disappointment, yet a smile lingered on your lips. This was the very first time you'd seen Shen Youchu show such a human, petty side of her personality. Before, she always seemed so stifled and repressed. How should you put it? She felt like someone whose soul had been hollowed out. But now that shadow was finally beginning to lift, she was finally returning to her true self. And that was more than enough. The waiting game was agonizingly slow. August was just a few short days away. You had already spent 2 full days in the Magic City, exchanging several phone calls with Li Xia during that time. The icy distance between you was slowly beginning to thaw. At the very least, she had stopped addressing you as Mr. Lu every 5 seconds, which had honestly started to feel quite awkward. You kept up your routine of early morning runs, keeping things low-key and peaceful. There was still no official word from Huayin yet, so all you could do was bide your time. By the evening of the 3rd day, you received a call from a number both strange and familiar. Yo, is this old Lu? It's me, Chen Shen. You said so. Hearing the name, you quickly rifled through the original host's fragmented memories. It was his absolute best friend from his college days. Chen Shen, you crazy bastard, long time no see. Recalling Chen Shen's loyalty and eccentric personality from the original memories, you smiled. Having a genuine ride-or-die friend seemed like a breath of fresh air. Old Lu, what the hell happened to you after you got hitched? I said no. You don't pick up my calls? You ghost my messages, You too high and mighty for your brothers now. Chen Shen's voice crackled with accusation, yet the underlying warmth and concern in his tone made a wave of genuine comfort wash over you. The previous owner of this body was a fool after marriage. He was too busy sucking up to socialites like Chen Shuai and Ye Tian, leaving no time for the one friend who actually gave a damn. That was my bad, seriously. Be the bigger man and don't hold it against me. Forgive me just this once, and I'll treat you to a massive feast to make up for it, alright. Inwardly, you cursed the original Lu Fan once again. The guy couldn't tell a true friend from a parasite. Truly a disgrace to the name Lu Fan. Haha, you said it. I'll hold you to that feast next time we link up. Later, Chen Shen laughed and hung up the phone. Barely a second after you set the phone down, Li Xia's name lit up the screen. Your song, it was selected by Huayin? Li Xia blurted out the news breathlessly. Apparently the judges only needed one look to pick your masterpiece out of 10,000 submissions. Li Xia's voice was vibrating with pure adrenaline. She was already waiting at the hotel entrance as she called. She mentioned that Huayin was prepping to film a massive MV and needed the mastermind behind the lyrics to provide on-site guidance. You headed downstairs, and when Li Xia caught sight of you, she brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her eyes shimmering with an intense newfound light. You rubbed your nose awkwardly, intentionally ignoring her burning gaze. Let's move. If we hurry, we can wrap this up before the lunch rush. Without a second thought, you climbed into the back seat. Is the front seat too small for your ego or something? She teased. The director in charge of the music video hasn't stopped singing your praises over the phone. Tell me, do you have a vision for the lead singer and the concept? Don't you dare freeze up once we get there. Li Xia was clearly harboring some anxiety, worried you were too green to handle such a high-pressure set. Relax, you replied. I've got it all under control. Not a single trace of nerves showed on your face. Li Xia glanced at you through the rearview mirror, noticing that you were indeed remarkably composed. So she finally let the matter drop. 2 hours later, the car pulled into the parking lot of a massive skyscraper. The two of you stepped into the building side by side. Li Xia must have arranged the meeting beforehand, because the moment you entered the lobby, a group of people immediately rushed over to greet you. Grandpa Lin, why did you come down yourself? If my father finds out about this, he'll absolutely scold me to death. Li Xia hurried forward, taking the leading elder's hand and acting spoiled. This sudden display of affection caught you off guard. Even a god couldn't resist a cold director acting cute. A warm, indulgent smile broke across the elder's face, radiating pure affection. Cut the act, girl, you know better. Your father daring to scold you. He should be thanking the heavens if you don't beat him. The director's face turned a rare faint shade of red. She stammered shyly, all right. Let's get down to business. And this must be our young friend Lu, I assume. Truly a hero emerges from the youth. Quite a handsome fellow. Greetings, elder. I appreciate the kind words. I am Lu Fan. You gave the elder a polite, respectful nod. Talented and well-mannered, excellent. Only a man of such character could compose such a masterpiece. I am Lin Seeley, the director in charge of this music video. If you don't mind, you can follow this girl's lead and just call me Grandpa Lin. Grandpa Lin, then I'll accept the honor without hesitation. A faint, steady smile remained etched on your face. What a fine lad, what? Well then, let's head upstairs. Lin Seeley was clearly delighted, his entire tone becoming much more intimate. He grabbed your hand and led you straight toward the elevator, completely bypassing any formal introductions. For the rest of the people trailing behind him, you were forced to follow his lead, though you still gave the middle-aged executives a subtle nod of acknowledgement. The elevator ascended directly to the 20th floor. The moment you stepped out of the elevator, Lin Seeley practically dragged you into the recording studio. Young Lu Little Shia claims you've got a hell of a voice. Would you mind giving us a live performance? We've been obsessing over the score but haven't heard it yet, and the lead singer hasn't been finalized. Understood. You nodded in agreement. A cappella or piano kid? Piano. This track resonates best with just a piano accompaniment. When the conversation shifted to the craft, Lin Seeley's demeanor sharpened with professional intensity. He left you alone in the recording booth and ushered everyone else out to the monitoring deck. As the technician switched on the high-fidelity mic, the group of industry veterans waited with bated breath. You stepped inside the booth, seated yourself, and let the raw emotion settle in. The second you flipped the switch to work mode, you became a different man. To the onlookers through the glass, your expression underwent a visible, soul-stirring transformation. Lin Seeley gave a slow, approving nod. Now that is a true, pure-hearted musician. Inside, your fingers began to dance across the keys, and the haunting intro of To Be Ordinary echoed through the room. Outside, the entire crowd instantly held their breath, ensnared by the melody. Every eye remained glued to your figure inside, whether here or on the distant shore. Through the long cycles of parting and return, joys and sorrows as people gather and fade away, as the final note lingered and died, you took a deep grounding breath to steady your racing heart, before standing up to exit the booth. The veterans outside were still staring at you in a daze. A heartbeat later, they erupted into a thunderous, involuntary round of applause. Lin Seeley rushed forward, gripping your hand with fervent excitement, his eyes blazing with fire. Young Lu. That's exactly the soul we needed, Lol. I don't think we need to look for a lead singer anymore. It has to be you, no one else. I have a premonition, so this song is going to ignite the internet and trigger a massive everyday hero cultural storm. This is precisely the impact we've been striving for. Those silent, selfless heroes deserve this tribute. Hearing such high praise from a legend, even a battle-hardened soul like yourself, couldn't help but feel a modest flush creep up your face. Yet you slowly shook your head in dissent, addressing Lin Seeley with total sincerity. Grandpa Lin, I shouldn't be the lead vocalist for this track. I have a far more compelling concept in mind. Would you care to hear it? Lin Seeley knit his brows. Is there truly someone better than the very mastermind who composed it? Seeing that Lin Seeley was visibly skeptical, you stopped beating around the bush and rapidly laid out your strategic vision. It's like this, Grandpa Lin. I believe this anthem belongs to the children. On one hand, their voices possess a crystalline purity, and on the other, having the future flowers of our nation sing the praises of our unsung heroes will resonate far more deeply with the public soul. As your explanation took hold, Lin Seeley's eyes widened in sheer realization. Good heavens! Also, this kid is a literal creative demon. How had that perspective eluded him? Children naturally carry an aura of warmth and innocence. Having them provide the vocals, layered over the raw footage he had already captured, would be an absolute emotional knockout. Inuki was an emotional knockout. Brilliant. I knew I hadn't misjudged this young man. Lin Seeley's gaze became even more fervent, while the group of executives standing behind him looked as if they'd just been struck by a bolt of divine inspiration, all staring at you in utter disbelief. They had meticulously curated these visuals from thousands of clips to match the rhythm of the track, yet they had been deadlocked on the choice of a vocalist until you solved it in a single sentence. Young Lu, you are a rare intuitive genius. Any interest in joining the ranks here at Reunited? I can guarantee you that your brilliance will never be overshadowed here. It was obvious Lin Seeley was moved by your talent. He desperately wanted to pull you into his inner circle, convinced that a talent of your caliber was far too precious to be left wandering the freelance world. No, Grandpa Lin, I'm honestly just a lazy slacker. Being able to assist you this once is more than enough for me. You waved your hands frantically in polite refusal. Lin Sealy was speechless. Are slackers all this gifted nowadays? Ultimately, he didn't press the issue further. After all, you were right here and weren't going anywhere. He could always hunt you down for future collaborations. As you finally emerged from the Huayin Tower, time had somehow already slipped away until 1 p.m. Right now, your entire head felt like it was about to explode. Once those veterans started geeking out over work, every single one of them became terrifyingly enthusiastic. They were literal workaholics on another level. It wasn't until Li Xia acted cute and insisted on grabbing some lunch that the two of you managed to escape. Lu Fan, don't you think you owe me a celebratory feast? A collab with Huayin means you're about to be filthy rich. Li Xia showed a rare playful side of herself, mischievously sticking her tongue out. You teased her inwardly. This Ice Queen director was losing her professional edge by the minute. You raised an eyebrow mockingly. You're the one with the massive family empire? And yet you're trying to fleece a regular citizen like me. Where is your shame? Stingy Li Xia rolled her eyes at you, huffing indignantly as she hopped into the car first. You let out a chuckle and quickly followed her in. The better you got to know this cold director, the more you realized she actually had a golden personality. The suffocating pressure from your first meeting had vanished, revealing a classic tsundere, cold outside, warm inside. Ultimately, you couldn't dodge the bill. Li Xia happily treated herself to a lavish gourmet meal on your dime. Once the plates were cleared, Li Xia drove you straight back to Starry Entertainment. This visit was for the ultimate prize, the contract. It was the very reason you had started this journey, Shen Yuchu's official artist agreement. As the two of you stepped into the elevator, for some inexplicable reason, you suddenly noticed that Li Xia's mood seemed to have taken a nosedive. She looked completely drained and lifeless. It made no sense she had just fleeced you for a feast. You truly couldn't wrap your head around a woman's mind. It was far too cryptic. Exiting the elevator, you headed straight for Li Tian's office. He had clearly been anticipating your arrival for a long time. The documents were already laid out neatly on his desk. Wearing his trademark unchanging business smile, he looked up as you entered and said, "Young friend Lu, I look forward to our successful partnership. The contract is right here. Feel free to check if there's anything you'd like to add." You gave a professional nod, taking a seat at the desk to scrutinize the terms in person. The contract was impeccably drafted. 13 copies. Once Shen Yuchu signs them, they'll take effect immediately. The terms were identical to what had been discussed previously. Starry Entertainment would mobilize its most elite resources for Shen Yuchu, while granting her the absolute maximum degree of freedom. To put it bluntly, Shen Yuchu was free to pursue whatever creative path she desired, and no one would have the authority to coerce her. This was the exact outcome you had been orchestrating. The contractual duration was set for a mere 2 years. Whether she chooses to renew after that period depends entirely on Shen Yuchu's personal whim. Having scrutinized every clause of the agreement, you tucked the documents away, stood up, and extended your hand to Li Tian for a firm grip. "My thanks to you, Chairman Li. I look forward to our successful partnership." Seeing that he was willing to offer such generous terms, your personal opinion of Li Tian improved significantly. At least he wasn't like those typical predatory capitalists who pepper their contracts with hidden traps and legal snares. "No need for thanks. I've placed my bet on your raw talent, just as you've set your sights on our company's vast reach. It's a simple matter of mutual benefit. As for your promise to compose tracks for our agency, I won't bother drafting a separate legal document for that. I have full confidence in your integrity, young friend Lu." Li Tian stood as well, maintaining the handshake as he spoke. You certainly had no intention of backing out, but you made sure to reiterate your own boundaries. "Rest assured. However, let's get the ground rules straight. I only craft lead singles of some and I reserve the right to choose which artist I write for. Don't expect me to waste my time on any random nobody. A sharp temper backed by the genius to justify it." Li Tian found himself liking you more and more by the second. Yet when he glanced over at his daughter's current state, he couldn't help but let out a silent, weary sigh. What a pity. Why did such a brilliant youth have to marry so early? With talent like yours, young friend Lu, unless a top-tier artist in our stable is desperate for a hit, I won't even dream of bothering you. After all, we both know that any track bearing your name is destined to be a masterpiece. The average singer simply wouldn't be worthy of your work. With the partnership officially cemented, Li Tian suddenly shifted the topic of conversation. "Now that the contract is in your hands, when exactly do you plan on heading back home?" You weren't entirely sure where he was going with that question, but you answered without a moment's hesitation. "I'm planning to head back to the hotel right now, pack up my things, and book the next flight. I should be gone within the hour. After all, my business here is officially concluded. Did you have any final instructions for me, Chairman Li?" Not at all, no." "Then I wish you a smooth and safe journey home," Li Tian replied with a hurried, beaming smile. Yet looking at that grin, you couldn't help but wonder, why did he seem so suspiciously thrilled to hear you were leaving? Without overthinking it, you rose and took your leave. Licia escorted you all the way to the hotel entrance, but she didn't follow you inside. Ever since you both stepped into Starry Entertainment, her mood had seemed stuck in a strange low funk. Lu Fan, I won't be driving you to the airport. You're on your own. I've got some urgent matters to attend to. I'm heading out. You turned and gave a casual wave. Sure. Drive safely. With that, you pivoted and strolled into the hotel lobby. Licia stared at your retreating back, feeling a surge of inexplicable irritation, before slamming on the gas and speeding away. Finally, time to go home. I really miss my little princess. You packed your suitcase with lightning speed. Booking the ticket, checking out, and hailing a cab went like clockwork. By 6 p.m., clutching bags overflowing with gifts for the family, you stepped into the familiar, weathered apartment complex. Your footsteps felt lighter and faster with every stride. The moment you pushed open the long-awaited front door, the living room greeted you with an eerie silence. It seemed Shen Youchu and Wanwan weren't home. Not seeing them immediately sent a faint pang of disappointment through your chest. However, in the very next instant, the bedroom door suddenly creaked open. Shen Youchu, rubbing her bleary half-asleep eyes, stepped out into the hallway with a delicate grace. The second her gaze landed on you, she snapped wide awake, her eyes stretching wide in pure unadulterated shock. She was currently dressed in a thin camisole nightgown, with one strap sliding provocatively down her shoulder. Her hair was a messy post-nap disaster, and her lips were parted in a soft gasp. The breathtaking vision of a sleeping beauty was seared into your vision. The two of you froze simultaneously under the warm evening glow, simply staring into each other's souls in the silence. Then a radiant, triumphant grin slowly spread across your face. As you finally spoke, I'm back. A deep crimson flush gradually crept up Shen Youchu's cheeks, leaving her rooted to the spot, completely flustered. Her heart was racing with a frantic nervousness, yet a surge of undeniable sweetness washed over her. She lowered her head and whispered a soft response, subconsciously reaching up to adjust the fallen strap of her nightgown and pulling it back onto her shoulder. Oh, by the way, this is for you. You suddenly produced a bouquet of fresh lavender from behind your back. I saw someone selling them on the roadside. The scent was so captivating. I just had to grab a bunch on my way. Shen Youchu bit her lip gently, her heart fluttering. She stepped forward, tenderly taking the lavender from your hands, as the blush on her face deepened into a vivid scarlet. This was the very first time she had ever received flowers from you. In the language of flowers, lavender represents hope. She absolutely cherished it. Thank you. Shen Youchu summoned every ounce of her courage and looked you directly in the eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered nervously as she asked, have you eaten yet? You let out a spontaneous laugh. Not yet. I bet you guys haven't had dinner either, right? I'll handle the cooking tonight. Why don't you go wake up little one wanted? Shen Youchu's initial instinct was to cook herself, thinking you must be exhausted after your long journey home. But seeing the unwavering determination in your eyes, and remembering that your culinary skills were leagues ahead of her own, she eventually gave a small nod of agreement. I'll go get Wanwan. She's going to be ecstatic to know you're finally home. She hasn't stopped asking about you for the past 2 days. Shen Youchu turned and retreated back into the master bedroom. But this time, she didn't shut the door behind her. She left it wide open. You peered inside the room, watching Wanwan sprawled out haphazardly across the bed, lost in a deep, peaceful slumber. Shen Youchu carefully and quietly scooped her up, but the little one didn't even stir. It wasn't until Shen Youchu brought the little munchkin before you, and gently kissed her soft cheek, whispering a tender sentence directly into her ear, Wanwan chikia. Wake up, princess, daddy is finally home. Wanwan's little body suddenly twitched with life. She slowly blinked open those adorable, soul-searching eyes, scanning the room in a dazed, confused fog. Then the little one's eyes suddenly ignited with recognition, her tiny arms reaching out and flailing towards you. It really is Daddy. Daddy picked me up. Wanwan missed you so much. The little munchkin clung to you like a baby koala. The moment you gathered her into your arms, she locked her hands around your neck, refusing to let go. She remained a permanent fixture draped over you. And even as you retreated to the kitchen to start dinner, she stubbornly refused to unclamp her grip. Ultimately, it took Shen Youchu putting on a stern face, coupled with the lure of the shiny new toys you'd bought, to finally peel the little girl off of you and settle her onto the sofa. As Wanwan busied herself with her new treasures, her big eyes still flickered toward the kitchen constantly, terrified that your presence might just vanish into thin air again. After a flurry of activity, dinner was finally served. The family sat around the table in perfect harmonious bliss. Shen Youchu looked down to see that Wanwan had already brandished her tiny chopsticks, slurping away with reckless abandon. A long strand of noodles disappeared into her tummy in an instant, while her eyes curved into ecstatic little crescents. Watching her eat like this, one would think Shen Youchu had been starving her for days, leaving her mother caught between irritation and helplessness. Her cooking just couldn't compete. She had to admit total defeat. What else was there to say? This realization prompted Shen Yuchu to speed up her own eating. Why was it that when it was just the two of them, they never seemed to have such a ravenous appetite? The moment you returned, their entire world inexplicably relaxed into comfort. Shen Yuchu's mind drifted into deep thought as she ate. It was actually quite terrifying when she thought about it. Not long ago, they were desperate to flee from this man. Yet in such a short span of time, they had been subtly and completely corrupted by your presence. The only sound left at the table was the rhythmic slurping, until Shen Yuchu finished her bowl only to realize that you and Wanwan had finished ages ago. The two of you were staring at her in perfect synchronized silence. Shen Yuchu's stunning face instantly flushed a deep crimson once more. She hurriedly wiped her mouth and stood up to mask her awkwardness, quickly clearing the dishes from the table. I'll do the washing. You stay here and spend some quality time with Wanwan. She stacked your empty bowl atop the others, and practically fled toward the safety of the kitchen. Watching Shen Yuchu drift into the kitchen like a sudden gust of wind, you couldn't help but shake your head in amusement. You really weren't going to fight her for the chores this time. Why the panic? Daddy, come help Wanwan build a tower with the blocks. Wanwan hopped down from her stool, tugging your hand toward the play area by the sofa. With your expert assistance, Wanwan began stacking the colorful blocks, carefully crafting the shape of a tiny house, all while giggling in her sweet, milky voice. You took the chance to casually ask about things at home lately, and the little munchkin spilled every single secret without hesitation, especially when the topic shifted to Shen Yuchu. The little one completely sold out her mother. Mommy misses Daddy too. I always catch Mommy watching videos of Daddy singing on her phone. You stifled a laugh covering your mouth. Honestly, you hadn't intended to dig for that particular info. The problem was, Wanwan was reporting this at max volume, completely oblivious to the fact that Shen Yuchu had already stormed out of the kitchen. At that exact moment, Shen Yuchu's face was as red as a perfectly ripe apple, her eyes flashing with a mix of embarrassment and warning, as she loomed over the little traitor who had just sold her out for a few laughs. Wanwan noticed her daddy had suddenly gone silent, and looked up in confusion, only to be met with her mother's burning scarlet face. She let out a tiny yelp and dove into your embrace, muttering, "Mommy can't see me, Mommy can't see me." Shen Yuchu couldn't help but laugh through her annoyance, reaching out to give a playful swat to the little bottom poking out from your arm, all while glaring at your smirking face. Don't you dare listen to Wanwan's nonsense. I absolutely did not do that. Did too, Mommy's a big liar. Liars aren't good kids. Wanwan's muffled voice cried out from deep within, the safety of your chest. Seeing that Shen Yuchu was about to explode from shame, you immediately raised your hands in total surrender, leaving the little traitor completely exposed. Not at all, I believe you entirely. A wise man knows when to surrender. But poor Wanwan was out of luck. Shen Yuchu snatched her up and began tickling her mercilessly. The little one's eyes shimmered with teary disbelief as she reached out toward you sitting there all composed, having never expected in a million years that you'd sell her out to Mommy the second things got heated. For the sake of peace and prosperity in this house, Daddy's little angel just had to take one for the team. After the family spent a chaotic while playing together, Wanwan ended up looking quite pitiful, bearing the brunt of her mother's wrath all on her own. As she sat there rebuilding her blocks, you gave her little head a comforting rub, before finally standing up to retrieve a professional-looking paper folder from your luggage, placing it directly in front of Shen Yuchu. Mission accomplished, you declared. Take a look. This is the Starry Entertainment contract. Shen Yuchu looked up at your serious expression, her eyelashes fluttering ever so slightly, a clear sign of the storm brewing in her heart. In just a few short days out there, you had actually secured a future for her. Shen Yuchu lowered her gaze and picked up the folder, carefully sliding it open to scan the legal documents inside. As she reached the final page, her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. This was a contract beyond her wildest dreams, top-tier benefits, and an unprecedented level of creative freedom. Even if she had never left the industry and kept singing, she never could have landed a deal like this. Shen Yuchu couldn't fathom how you did it. In such a brief window of time, what did you have to go through? How much did you have to sacrifice just to bring back an agreement that most artists wouldn't even dare to imagine? Shen Yuchu slowly lifted her head to stare directly into your eyes, tears beginning to pool in her gaze. With her lips pressed together in a tight line, she locked eyes with you in silence. You kept that same gentle, reassuring smile on your face, as if moving mountains for her was just another walk in the park. After a long silence, Shen Yuchu finally spoke with a soft tremor Lufan. Actually, I don't really need to sing anymore. Though her voice was barely a whisper, there wasn't a shred of hesitation in her tone. She sounded incredibly resolute. You frowned slightly, completely baffled by her words. It was crystal clear that she adored music, that she hungered to be on stage. So what was this sudden change of heart? You simply couldn't fathom it. What on earth was going on inside this woman's head? But why haven't you always dreamed of singing? Now that the opportunity is right here, why are you backing out? Your voice carried a bit more weight than usual. This was the first time since arriving here that you had ever addressed her with such sternness. Having lived your previous life as a perpetual loner, you naturally couldn't grasp the turmoil within Shen Yuchu. Her mind was currently a chaotic mess. She suddenly felt that staying just like this was enough. If she truly returned to the spotlight, she was terrified of the inevitable shifts in their dynamic, scared that their lives would never be this peaceful again. Shen Yuchu bit her lower lip gently, staring straight at you as teardrops began to roll down one by one. After a painful beat, she finally let out a long, heavy sigh. I'm just scared. I'm terrified that everything will change for the worse. This was the very first time that Shen Yuchu had been so blunt about voicing the insecurities buried in her heart. You froze for a second. Then the tension in your brow instantly dissolved into a warm smile. It was a smile full of genuine comfort. Reaching for a tissue, you raised your hand and tenderly wiped away the glistening tear tracks on her beautiful face. Shen Yuchu, what kind of man do you take me for? I'm telling you this with absolute sincerity. Go and chase your dreams without a single worry. No matter what happens in the future, our bond isn't going to change one bit. After all, I've already braced myself to be the world's best stay-at-home dad. Shen Yuchu was completely blindsided by your declaration, not to mention your boldness in personally wiping her tears. It had been far too long since she had experienced this level of intimate physical contact. Overwhelmed with shyness, she instinctively ducked her head, her already flushed face turning a deep radiant crimson. She was so flustered that her previous anxieties vanished instantly. You, however, mistakenly assumed she was still paralyzed by those chaotic fears. But the truth was finally out. It was clear Shen Yuchu was simply terrified of change. After being a homebody for so long, anyone would fall victim to that kind of psychological wall. So you spoke up again, voice filled with conviction. I'm dead serious. Leave Wan to me. I'll make sure she's perfectly taken care of. Besides, you've seen the terms of your contract. The level of freedom is unparalleled. You can come back home whenever you want. Don't fret about things here. Just focus on taking care of yourself out there. As you spoke, Shen Yuchu didn't absorb a single word of your lecture. Her mind was stuck on a loop, replaying the exact moment your hand gently brushed her cheek. Meanwhile, over on the sofa, little Wan had been spying on her parents' intimate interaction. She clearly saw that beneath her mother's lowered head, the corners of her mouth were already curling into a smile. Yet there was Daddy still rambling on and on without end. Her tiny mind didn't fully grasp the situation, but she knew one thing: Mommy was definitely happy. And yet Daddy was still acting all worried. So she lunged toward your lap, tilting her head back with those huge shimmering eyes, and made a sudden bold request. Daddy. Wan wants to sleep with both Daddy and Mommy tonight. The moment those words left her mouth, you were instantly petrified. Shen Yuchu snapped her head up, staring at the little troublemaker in absolute shock. Her heart was thumping so hard it nearly burst from her chest. Please, pretty please. Seeing you hesitate, Daddy. Wan unleashed her ultimate aegyo technique. Rolling around playfully on your legs, you swallowed hard, turning your gaze toward Shen Yuchu, whose neck was now a vivid burning shade of scarlet. Her eyes were darting everywhere but at you. Well, you'll have to ask your mommy if she's okay with that. Honestly, how else were you supposed to answer? Shen Yuchu was so bashful she felt like she might break. In a panic, she scrambled to her feet and dashed for the bathroom. I'm exhausted. I'm going to wash up and go to bed. With that, Shen Yuchu made a desperate, frantic escape. The living room was silent, leaving just you and Wan, staring at each other in a bizarre standoff. You were utterly clueless on how to handle this situation. But Wan suddenly sprang up from your lap, wrapping her tiny arms around your neck. Mommy said it's okay, Dad. She said just get ready. Did Shen Yuchu actually say that? You turned to look at the tightly shut bathroom door, faintly hearing the sound of running water from within. Well, I guess it's happening then. You took a deep breath of the little one's milky scent, trying to summon every ounce of courage you possessed. You kept telling yourself this was purely for Wan's sake, and absolutely nothing else. After what felt like an eternity, Shen Yuchu finally emerged from the bathroom and retreated into the bedroom without a word. As she crossed the living room, she didn't even dare to cast a single glance toward the sofa. Only then did you stand up, cradling Wan in your arms, and headed into the bathroom. After helping the little munchkin finish her routine and giving yourself a quick, refreshing wash, you finally carried her out. It was only at this exact moment that your heart began to hammer against your ribs like a drum. The distance from the living room to the master bedroom felt like 1,000 miles as you slowly approached. By the time your foot crossed the threshold, your mind had gone completely and utterly blank. Across 2 lifetimes, you had never faced a situation like this. You desperately wanted to ask for professional advice. What is the standard protocol here? Shen Yuchu had already burrowed deep under the covers, acting as if she were already fast asleep. She was curled up facing the wall, making it impossible to see her expression. However, her translucent crimson earlobes betrayed her true state of mind. You softly clicked the door shut. That tiny click caused Shen Yuchu's body to visibly shudder from head to toe. but even then she refused to move or sit up. You decided to just embrace the chaos at this point. Being nervous was a total waste of energy. Might as well just go with the flow. With that thought in mind, your nerves finally began to steady a little. You gently tucked Wanwan into the middle of the bed. You settled down on the opposite side of the mattress, pulling little Wanwan close to your side, as you began to weave a gentle bedtime story. Tonight, Daddy's going to tell Wanwan the tale of Snow White. Your soothing voice resonated softly throughout the room. Shen Yuchu's eyelashes flickered ever so slightly, and her racing heart began to find a steady rhythm as the narrative slowly unfolded. Before long, she had drifted into a deep, unconscious slumber, right alongside her. Wanwan also succumbed to the warmth of your story and fell asleep. As the night deepened into a heavy silence, you noticed their breathing had become rhythmic and peaceful. So you finally doused the lights and slid under the covers to rest. The pillow was saturated with that familiar, delicate fragrance. For the first time in your life, you realized just how intoxicatingly sweet a girl's pillow could smell. Cradling little Wanwan beside you, enveloped by that alluring scent, you quickly surrendered to a heavy sleep as well. The night passed in tranquil silence. The next morning, your internal clock remained perfectly punctual. You snapped awake at exactly 6 a.m. Subconsciously, you pulled the soft, delicate figure in your arms closer, only to freeze in absolute sheer shock. Since when did Wanwan get this big? You swallowed hard, your throat feeling bone dry, as you tentatively peeked beneath the heavy blankets. Wanwan was nowhere to be found in your embrace. It wasn't the little munchkin in your arms, but Shen Yuchu herself. You were completely flabbergasted. How on earth did she end up snuggled against your chest? That faint ethereal fragrance swirled around your senses, as her soft, warm body pressed firmly against yours. Your ironclad composure shattered into a million pieces. Involuntarily, you began to lean down, until you were inches away from Shen Yuchu's stunning face, stopping there as a fierce internal conflict raged in your mind. Then you noticed her long, dark lashes fluttered ever so slightly, scaring the living daylights out of you as you bolted upright and stiffened your spine. Quietly, you slid your arm out from beneath her neck, arching your back as you gingerly crept out of the bed and made a strategic retreat from the bedroom. Once safe in the bathroom to wash up, your face was a mask of utter defeat. This early morning temptation was pure unadulterated torture. What you didn't realize, however, was that the moment you stepped out of the bedroom, Shen Yuchu, lying there on the bed, gradually opened those beautiful eyes and let out a shaky sigh of relief. She clutched her burning face and shrank back under the duvet, looking utterly overwhelmed and unable to face the world. The very moment you had first bolted upright, Shen Yuchu was actually already wide awake. She had no idea at what point she had migrated into the warmth of your embrace, even going as far as using your arm as her personal pillow. It was beyond embarrassing. Once she felt your hot breath fluttering against her skin, a wave of sheer panic surged through her heart. What was he planning to do? Was he going to steal a secret kiss? How was she supposed to react? Shen Yuchu was scared to death in that moment. Yet she didn't dare open her eyes and reveal she was awake, forcing herself to continue the charade of sleeping. Thankfully, you restrained yourself just in time. If you hadn't, she truly wouldn't have known how to face you ever again. Yet when you actually pulled away and left the room, a faint lingering sense of disappointment washed over her. Shen Yuchu wasn't sure if she was truly ready for this. All she knew was that her heart was in total disarray. After a long while, buried deep beneath the safety of the blankets, Shen Yuchu finally exhaled a long, shaky breath. I'll just let nature take its course. She stayed curled up until 8 a.m., only crawling out of bed when she heard the familiar sound of the bedroom door opening again. She tidied herself up and finally stepped out of the room. You were already in the kitchen busy prepping breakfast, spotting Shen Yuchu. You managed an awkward, slightly stiff greeting. Morning. Shen Yuchu's expression was equally strained. She couldn't even bring herself to meet your gaze, giving only a soft, quiet murmur in response. With that, she slipped into the bathroom to freshen up. You didn't dwell on the tension, turning back to focus on the breakfast at hand. To your surprise, Shen Yuchu finished her routine quickly and walked straight into the kitchen. Let me help you with that. Her expression had smoothed over into something natural. As she expertly took the basin from your hand to rinse the rice, you froze for just a heartbeat, but quickly recovered your composure, readily accepting her silent peace offering. You stepped to the side and began washing the vegetables. The two of you worked in perfect silent synchronicity, just like a couple who had lived together for decades. 20 minutes later, bowls of golden millet porridge and 2 side dishes were ready. You stripped off your apron, rinsed your hands, and naturally strolled into the master bedroom. After scooping up Wanwan, who had migrated to the edge of the bed, the family enjoyed a warm, delightful breakfast together. You glanced at Shen Yuchu and spoke up, by the way, are you reporting to Starry Entertainment in early August? Hearing this, Shen Yuchu settled onto the sofa, her beautiful eyes blinking thoughtfully. Before that, I need to bring Chuchu back, Yin Som Isukitsu, and then go find Yunji. If they find out I'm actually making a comeback, they'll definitely be beyond ecstatic. As Shen Yuchu spoke, a genuine heartfelt smile illuminated her face. When she abruptly left the industry back then, those two were the ones she felt most indebted to. Now, even if it wasn't just for her own dreams, she had to give it her all for their sake. She had to make this work. You gave a subtle nod, absently ruffling One's hair, while your mind began to race, pondering which song would be the perfect debut for her. This was the opening salvo of her comeback. It had to be an absolute undeniable masterpiece. Shen Youchu's vocal timbre was exceptional. Whether it was a sugary pop track or a melancholic ballad, she could master them all. With so many god-tier options at your disposal, you found yourself momentarily indecisive. After a moment of fruitless thinking, another practical matter crossed your mind. Right, we should go buy a car in a few days. Actually, let's get two. Wan starts kindergarten in a month, so picking her up will be much easier with our own wheels. Besides, even though Starry Entertainment will provide a van for work, you'll still need a private ride for your personal life. When you're just out and about, Shen Youchu paused to consider the suggestion, realizing that owning a car was indeed a necessity now. Before, she rarely stepped foot outside the house, so transport didn't really matter. But now that she'd be constantly on the move, not having a set of wheels was a massive inconvenience. However, she secretly fretted that your funds might be dwindling, considering the revenue from your first 2 viral videos had already been funneled into new home furnishings. Plus, you had just returned from an expensive trip. She had no clue how much of your stash was left, with Wan's kindergarten enrollment just around the corner. The upcoming tuition was going to be another heavy hit. After a moment of silent calculation, Shen Youchu lifted her gaze, a flicker of genuine anxiety dancing in her eyes. Let's just start with one, she suggested. It'll make it easier for you to drop off the little one. I'll have the company car for work anyway, so I don't really need a private one yet. We can talk about a second car once you've earned more. Shen Youchu figured she'd wait until her singles and albums started generating some real profit before tackling any luxury upgrades. Thinking of this made her mood turn a bit somber. She wasn't even certain when she'd actually get the chance to record a song. While the Starry Entertainment contract promised top-tier resources, there was that specific clause about creative freedom. She had no idea how you'd negotiated with the higher-ups if they were providing elite backing. Why hadn't they secured a professional songwriter for her? The confusion swirled in her mind. After all, she didn't have connections with any elite composers. The moment the thought of composers hit her, Shen Youchu suddenly froze mid-thought, her eyes snapping toward your calm, unbothered face. Wait, didn't he know how to write music? Even though she had no clue when he'd acquired the skill, those 2 songs currently trending on the app. One of them was a masterpiece you taught Wan on the spot. Naturally, you sensed her hesitation about the financial burden, but you merely dismissed her worries with a casual wave. Relax, you don't need to stress about our bank balance. Just let the hype build for a moment. In a few days, we're going to be swimming in cash. Sunday arrived. At exactly 8 a.m., the music video for Ordinary went live. Launched as a massive collab between Huayin and various top accounts, with multiple official departments reposting it simultaneously. The promotional lineup was unprecedentedly legendary. Of course, no matter how stacked the lineup was, the audience only truly cared about the quality, only if the content was top tier. Would the public actually buy into the hype? Only then would they delve into the raw story behind the music video. However, a certain proverb had been trending across the web. If it's a Lufan production, it's a guaranteed masterpiece. And now, seeing that the credits for this MV were attributed to Lufan, the public's curiosity reached a fever pitch. This mysterious genius rarely makes a move, but when he does, it's always earth-shattering. Thus, viewers flooded the link clicking on the MV to witness the spectacle for themselves, until the music faded and the final frame of the footage vanished. Lufan's figure never appeared. You remained as enigmatic as ever. Yet the audience was beyond satisfied. The raw clips, the silhouettes captured in this video, and every single person featured, became permanently seared into the hearts of the viewers. In fact, long after the official release, not a single soul had hit the like button. Not a single person had left a comment. It was as if the entire internet had collectively vanished. Inside the high-stakes Huayin conference room, Lin Silly was obsessively monitoring the real-time analytics. He couldn't comprehend it. With over 100 million people watching it. And can you Why was there zero engagement? Did the public actually reject this vision? Lin Silly felt a wave of crushing disappointment. He wiped his reddened eyes. finding the silence almost impossible to stomach. However, in the very next heartbeat, the video's data metrics absolutely skyrocketed. Likes and comments erupted like a catastrophic flood, becoming an unstoppable force of nature. For the first time in history, within such a minuscule window of time, the statistics were surging in an explosive geyser. In just a few breaths, the likes shot from a mere 100,000 to 5 million, then 10 million, 20 million. The platform suffered its first ever historical server crash. Even with the technical glitch, nothing could stem the tide of the netizens' overwhelming praise. Their journey began with simple curiosity toward Hua-Yin's latest MV, turning into breathless anticipation. The moment they saw Lufan was the mastermind behind it. But now, having experienced the masterpiece in its entirety, they were moved to their absolute core. Raw empathy was the overwhelming visceral emotion gripping every soul. The video didn't just climb the charts, it teleported from the bottom straight to the trending heights, ruthlessly claiming the #1 spot on the hot search. Inside the Hua-Yin headquarters, a thunderous roar of jubilation suddenly erupted. Lin Sealy clenched his fist in a surge of adrenaline, speechlessly witnessing the meteoric rise of the analytics. It turned out the audience wasn't indifferent. They were simply stunned, needing time to process the impact. As another half hour ticked by, the viral fever didn't just stay local. It bled over and completely colonized Weibo. The trending topics were a sea of discussions about this MV. Netizens were engaged in a relentless, buzzing debate, until one sharp-eyed user noticed that Hua-Yin had just uploaded the high-fidelity audio version. The track Ordinary was officially live, and shockingly, it was set to be completely free. In that singular heartbeat, every single person who had witnessed the MV swarmed the Hua-Yin platform to rain down 5-star ratings. Downloads, favorites, and likes surged all in a single day. The entire Huaxia entertainment industry felt the shockwaves. Whether it was a massive conglomerate or an indie creator, everyone watched and silently hit the share button. They were drowning in envy of such god-tier hype. Yet they knew it was something they could never replicate. They could only linger in the shadows chasing the crumbs, forced to reflect on the meaning of life itself. And at this very moment, Shen Youchu was huddled in your arms sobbing quietly, clutching the hem of your shirt as she wiped her tears and sniffles all over your fabric. Her heartbroken, pitiful little pout made your heart ache with protective instincts. It was just a video, wasn't it? Crying is one thing. But why did she look so genuinely aggrieved? Shen Youchu finally understood. Exactly what you had been grinding for while you were away. Composing a soul-stirring masterpiece like this, securing a Titan-level partnership with Hua-Yin, and snatching that impossible contract for her. She couldn't even imagine the trials you'd endured. She felt slighted because you had achieved so much out there. Yet you hadn't breathed a single word of it to her. Did you suffer any humiliation out there just for this? Did people treat you like garbage or look down on you? Just how much of your blood, sweat, and soul did you drain to compose a masterpiece of this magnitude? Simultaneously, at the city center branch of Tianmei Entertainment Liu Li's expression was so gloomy it looked ready to trigger a downpour. His manager, Sister Chin, looked equally miserable. The atmosphere in the room was stiflingly oppressive, save for Zhao Chuchu, who was snickering in a corner. She looked absolutely delighted by their misfortune. Liu Li shot a venomous glare at his manager. He felt more than ever that this aging, washed-up woman was utterly incompetent. Sister Chin, your song was scheduled to drop on Hua-Yin by the end of July. What the hell happened? My track was bumped and they told me to wait until August. The company's entire promotional campaign is already live. I just paid for those hot searches and what did they do? They delayed my release without a word, and worse, they've completely hijacked every single trending slot. Sister Chin, you were the one in charge of this project. I expect a damn good explanation. Sister Chin's face darkened even further. She was already in a foul mood over the situation. And now Liu Li was screaming in her face like a brat. A surge of pure indignation bubbled up inside her. You want an explanation from me? If you're so tough, go demand one from Hua-Yin yourself. Don't you dare take your frustrations out on me. Who knew this Lu fan would come out of nowhere with a song that forced Hua-Yin to rush their MV launch ahead of schedule? If she didn't rely on Liu Li for her paycheck, Sister Chin wouldn't have bothered to acknowledge him at all. So what do we do now? Liu Li's tone remained aggressive, making Sister Chin frown. There were currently 2 ants tied to the same sinking rope. She couldn't afford a total fallout just yet. She let out a cold, sinister chuckle. Here's how we're going to handle this. Hearing the plan, Liu Li knew it was his only option. In his heart, he cursed Lufan's name 1,000 times. It was that man who had robbed him of his rightful spotlight. When Liu Li turned his head and spotted Zhao Chuchu stifling a laugh nearby, his fury instantly reached a boiling point. Zhao Chuchu, can't you see the absolute chaos we're in right now? Get over here and start cleaning this mess up. His voice was sharp and ear-piercing, forcing Zhao Chuchu to irritably dig at her ear. Oops, my bad. Did I hurt your feelings? My contract actually expires today. and I've already handed in my resignation. This lady is officially done serving you. Zhao Chuchu burst into a fit of mocking laughter, kicking her legs up on a chair to sip her tea in total leisure. Liu Li lunged to his feet in a flash, pointing a finger at her while his face turned a pale shade of livid, struggling to squeeze out a single coherent word. Meanwhile, after a satisfying lunch, your family of 3 hopped into a taxi for a joyful outing. By mid-afternoon, you arrived at the dealership. Welcome. Sir, madam, do you have a specific model in mind? Yi Gushoikyu? The sales representative's eyes shimmered with greed. With years of experience under his belt, he knew that a family trip like this resulted in a sale 80% of the time. You gave a subtle nod. Back at the house, you and Shen Yuchu had already done your homework together, selecting the perfect model before even stepping foot outside. Do you have the H9 top-tier trim? Absolutely, we do. Hearing that you already had a specific high-end model in mind, the salesman's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. The flagship H9 was no joke. Even the base price for that beast was over 300,000. Sir, we happen to have the top trim H9 in stock right now. 2 units, actually. One in quicksand gold and the other in gentian purple. Which one would you like to inspect first? Continues. The salesman kept the pitch going, as he led the 3 of you deeper into the showroom. Let's see the gentian purple. It has a much deeper, more sophisticated look. This was the choice you had already finalized at home. Gentian purple radiated an aura of pure nobility. It ensured you'd never lose face when out on business. Sir, you have impeccable taste. Gentian purple perfectly complements your wife's elegance. The salesman continued his smooth chatter, as he guided you to the vehicle for the grand reveal. Behold the H9 flagship in gentian purple. Sir, why don't you hop in for a test sit? You let out a dry chuckle. I'll pass. You two give one to me and let me hold her. You should be the one to try it out. You noticed that the moment Shen Yuchu laid eyes on the car, her gaze ignited with genuine excitement. It was crystal clear that she was vibing with this ride. Shen Yuchu felt a wave of bashfulness, her cheeks flushing with a soft rosy hue. Still, she summoned the courage to hand Wan over to you and slid into the driver's seat. She used to daydream about this moment, the day she'd finally own a car to call her own. Realizing that dream was finally manifesting was incredible. The car's lines were sleek, elegant, yet undeniably fierce. Seeing Shen Yuchu so utterly smitten with the vehicle, your heart swelled with pure satisfaction. With a confident flourish, you pulled out your bank card and ID, handing them over to the starstruck salesman. This is the one? Full payment. Swipe it. The salesman's grin practically split his face in two. Right away. Sir, I'll make sure you get the absolute best deal possible. Please wait while I prepare the paperwork. It didn't take long at all, before the salesman returned with the purchase agreement and all the necessary documentation in hand. You all moved to the lounge area to finalize the deal. Sir, for a full cash payment, we can offer you an all-in price of $385,000. That includes premium insurance and registration. Plus, I'll throw in a full set of custom seat covers and a car wrap. You can drive her home as early as tomorrow. You gave a sharp nod, entering your PIN without a second thought to seal the deal. Once the formalities were concluded, you scheduled a pickup for the following morning and strolled out of the dealership in high spirits. By the time you made it back home, it was already 5 o'clock p.m. The moment you stepped through the door, your phone buzzed with a call from Li Xia. Hello. Big genius, huge congratulations are in order. The entire internet is being swallowed whole by that MV and the news of your involvement. You've officially become a household name overnight. Congrats to us both then. Fame wasn't exactly my top priority, but your company must be reaping some massive rewards from this, right? You chuckled into the receiver. That's all thanks to the magic touch of a genius like you. But let's talk business. When is Shen Yuchu reporting in? Li Xia teased you playfully from the other end. Before getting straight to the point, you glanced over at the sofa, noticing Shen Yuchu's ears, practically twitching as she shamelessly eavesdropped. You chuckled. Give it a couple of days. The third at the absolute latest. We still have some domestic matters to settle. Once that's handled, she'll be there. Then I shall eagerly await the arrival of your leading lady. Li Xia was burning with curiosity. She wondered what kind of woman could inspire a man like you to go to such extreme lengths on her behalf. The dealership's efficiency was truly top tier. By 10 a.m. the following morning, the salesman called to deliver the news. The plates were mounted, the insurance was active, and the car was ready for pickup at any moment. You assigned the pickup mission to Shen Yuchu instead of tagging along. You remained at home to keep an eye on little Wan. After arriving at the dealership, Shen Yuchu successfully claimed her new prize. Once she familiarized herself with the controls, she steered the vehicle straight toward the city center. She needed to track down Chuchu and Sister Yun to bring them both along to Starry Entertainment. Shen Yuchu had already made up her mind. She would report for duty at Starry Entertainment tomorrow. Though you suggested she could take her time, she refused to be complacent. She had her own burning motivation. Beyond her passion for singing, she had no desire to be a mere decorative vase who relied solely on your protection. At this precise moment, Shen Youchu was oblivious to the fact that Zhao Chuchu had resigned. She pulled up near the Tianmei Entertainment skyscraper before finally dialing Zhao Chuchu's number. She wanted to catch her completely off guard with a surprise. The call connected almost instantly. Shen Youchu's face was glowing with a smile, her voice sounding as bright as a summer morning. Chuchu, take a wild guess where I am. Zhao Chuchu was currently in her cramped rental, shoving her belongings into boxes. After quitting, she planned to retreat to her hometown. Her decision was final. It was exactly then that she received the call. Sister Shen, if you're not at home, where else could you possibly be? You silly girl, I'm right outside your office. Get down here. I've got something huge to tell you. Oh, alright, Sister Shen, give me a minute. I'll be there in a heartbeat. Zhao Chuchu was hit by a sudden wave of panic. Why on earth was Sister Shen outside her office? She was at a complete loss on how to break the news to Shen Youchu that she had quit and was heading back to her hometown. Fortunately, Zhao Chuchu's rental apartment wasn't far from the Tianmei Entertainment skyscraper. Before long, she arrived downstairs panting and out of breath, frantically scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, a voice called out, Chuchu, over here. She spun around to look, only to see Shen Youchu stepping out of a brand new car, waving enthusiastically. Sister Shen, you bought a car? Zhao Chuchu's eyes crinkled into a beautiful arc as she dashed over to Shen Youchu's side, staring at the sleek, glistening vehicle beside her friend. She looked absolutely dumbfounded. Could that man have actually bought Sister Shen a car? Didn't he treat her like total garbage before? Shen Youchu nodded with a radiant smile, grasping Zhao Chuchu's hands. That's right. Just picked it up. Actually, I have something to discuss. Are you free to talk? It was only then that Zhao Chuchu noticed. The Shen Youchu standing before her now seemed worlds apart from the woman she last saw. Her skin was glowing and supple. Her cheeks had a healthy fullness, and her overall complexion was noticeably revitalized. But most importantly, that aura of unshakable confidence seemed to have returned. Reunited with her former assistant, Shen Youchu's eyes shimmered with hopeful light. She squeezed her hand tightly. Chuchu, come back and be my assistant again. Let's get Sister Yoon on board too. I'm making my comeback. The moment the words left her lips, Zhao Chuchu froze in her tracks, hardly able to believe her own ears. But a split second later, she was jumping for joy. I knew it. The heavens haven't abandoned us yet. Sister Shen, the timing is perfect. I literally just resigned. We can fight side by side once more. However, Shen Youchu was the one who went stiff. She finally realized Chuchu had already lost her job, and a crushing weight of guilt and sorrow flooded her heart. I'm so sorry. I was far too selfish before. Everything was because of her own choices, and it had dragged Chuchu and Sister Yoon down with her. But we have to look toward the future now, because I'm officially making my comeback. Then she urgently pressed, do you know where Sister Yoon is? We need to go find her right this second. Zhao Chuchu immediately blurted out the address, knowing Sister Yoon was likely at the hospital tending to her mother. Shen Youchu didn't waste a single heartbeat, telling Chuchu to hop into the car immediately. The two of them sped off toward the hospital. However, while they were en route, Zhao Chuchu scanned the pristine high-end interior and asked tentatively, Sister Shen, does he know you're returning to the industry? Shen Youchu nodded slowly, an involuntary smile tugging at her lips. He knows. In fact, he's the one who negotiated this new contract for me. He even bought this car for me as well. That one sentence left Zhao Chuchu completely jaw-dropped. He negotiated your contract. There's no way. Sister Shen, you're not messing with me, right? Shen Youchu shook her head calmly. Dropping an even bigger bombshell, it's the truth. He secured a deal for me with Starry Entertainment, and it's a top-tier S-rank executive contract. Zhao Chuchu was utterly flabbergasted. She couldn't wrap her head around how that man could possibly land a legendary deal like that. Seeing her stunned silence, Shen Youchu continued softly. He's truly being wonderful to me now. So, please don't treat him with that cold attitude anymore. Zhao Chuchu finally snapped out of her trance, pouting playfully. Look at Sister Shen protecting her man. I'm officially jealous now, and I won't be easily bribed either. Shen Yuchu's face flushed a deep crimson, but she didn't offer a single word of denial. Soon they pulled up to the hospital, standing before the door of Ward 302. Shen Youchu felt a wave of nervous apprehension, but the moment she knocked and saw Sister Yoon, tears nearly threatened to spill over. Sister Yoon, who once possessed lustrous black hair, now had visible strands of gray. Her once strong face was etched with deep lines of exhaustion and hardship. She looked exactly like a ghost of Shen Yuchu's own past. Sister Yoon was completely paralyzed with shock the moment she saw Shen Youchu. She could only stare at her blankly. The two of them locked in a heavy, speechless gaze. It was Zhao Chuchu who finally dashed inside to shatter the ice. Sister Yoon, Sister Shen and I came to find you. Sister Yoon finally snapped back to reality, nervously wringing her hands together. You're here? Why didn't you give me a heads up first? Just look at the state I'm in. No. She forced a brittle smile, claiming her mother was stable, and just needed one more surgery to fully recover. But beneath that fragile grin lay a hidden well of bitterness. She was at the end of her rope, drowning in over 100,000 in debt. How on earth was she going to pay for the next operation? Shen Yochu stepped further into the hospital room, head hung low while she bit her lip, looking exactly like a child who had done something wrong. Sister Yoon walked over and took her hands, a look of pure relief washing over her face. Seeing you come for me, it makes me so incredibly happy. But seeing you look like this makes me even happier. It means you're actually doing well for yourself. Back then, I only tried to stop you for your own good, so please don't hold it against me. At that exact moment, Shen Yuchu finally snapped. Sister Yoon, I'm so sorry. She lunged forward, burying herself in Sister Yoon's embrace, as tears began to cascade down her face like a torrential rain. Sister Yoon gently patted her back, her voice a soothing melody of comfort. There's no need for apologies. What kind of mother could ever blame her own child? I have always truly looked at you as my own daughter. Hearing those heart-wrenching words, Shen Yochu's sobs only grew more intense. Sister Yoon simply held her close, stroking her hair until her crying finally subsided into exhaustion. Lifting her swollen eyes to meet Sister Yoon's tender smile, Shen Yochu pressed her lips together firmly. Sister Yoon, I'm making a comeback. Will you come back and be my manager again? Upon hearing this, Sister Yoon stiffened her expression, turning sharp. Her brow furrowed instantly. But what about your child? Are you really comfortable leaving her with that man? In Sister Yoon's eyes, Lufan was the last person who should ever be trusted with a kid. But Shen Yuchu merely gave a resolute, unwavering nod. Lufan is Wanwan's father. He will take perfect care of her. I choose to trust him. Sister Yoon massaged her temples, attempting to suppress her growing doubts. Even if he can actually manage the child, best. A comeback is no walk in the park. Do you even have a label willing to sign you? What kind of resources would they even offer? Before she could even finish her sentence, Shen Yochu swiftly whipped a contract from her bag. Sister Yoon, just look at this. This is my agreement with Starry Entertainment. The moment she saw those two words, Starry Entertainment, Sister Yoon froze in absolute disbelief. That was one of the big three titans in the country. She took the document with a skeptical hand, scanning the pages with intense scrutiny. But the more she read, the more her jaw dropped. By the time she reached the final clauses, her fingers had begun to tremble uncontrollably. What kind of god-tier contract is this? Did you kidnap the CEO of Starry Entertainment, Yawamoki? Elite resources. Total freedom and a short 2-year term. This is practically a one-sided masterpiece. Sister Yoon snapped her head up, her voice quivering with sheer shock. Is this actually legit? Of course it's real. It's even got the official Starry Entertainment seal. Shen Yochu explained hurriedly, terrified that her mentor wouldn't believe her. But Sister Yoon was beyond stunned. She was staring at her as if she'd seen a ghost. The terms within this agreement, in all my years as a manager, I've never seen anything like it. It's absolutely insane. Has Starry Entertainment lost its mind? Sister Yoon, I'm reporting for duty tomorrow. Seeing that she was still dazed, Shen Yuchu was forced to emphasize the point again. Finally, the reality of it sank in for Sister Yoon, though the shock etched on her face didn't fade one bit. Yuchu, level with me right now. How on earth did you land a deal like this? Shen Yuchu finally exhaled in relief, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. Lufan went to Shanghai for me. He composed a song for Starry Entertainment in exchange. That one sentence made Sister Yoon question the fabric of reality. Lufan wrote a song and scored this legendary contract. This sounded like a complete fairy tale. It was the biggest absurdity under the sun. Yuchu, don't blame me for being skeptical, but him, Kitty, he can write songs even if he can. What kind of track could possibly be worth a god-tier contract like this one? Just make sure you're not being played. But he really did write it. What? Seeing Sister Yoon's blatant disbelief, Shen Yuchu immediately whipped out her phone and navigated to the account named Lufan. Sister Yoon took the device with a healthy dose of doubt as Zhao Chuchu crowded in to get a glimpse. The next second, weight over 100 million likes. Zhao Chuchu shrieked in exaggerated shock before quickly clamping a hand over her mouth. This was a hospital ward after all. Sister Yoon was equally flabbergasted. What kind of video could rack up 100 million likes? Then her eyes landed on the handle Lufan. Right next to it was the Huayin official collaboration tag. Sister Yoon was momentarily dazed as a preposterous realization began to take root. Is this Lufan actually that Lufan? Zhao Chuchu gasped in a hushed, frantic tone. Wait, the Lufan, the most viral and mysterious guy on the entire internet, all? Witnessing their collective state of shock, Shen Yuchu's face flushed an even deeper crimson. Yes, it's him! Sister Yoon finally snapped out of it, returning the phone to Shen Yuchu with a complex gaze. Shen Yuchu had a blindingly bright future ahead. Of course, she was genuinely happy for her. But a moment later, she let out a heavy sigh. Yuchu, with your potential and this contract, You could easily land the best manager in the industry. You should just forget about me. What? Why, Sister Yoon, are you abandoning me? Shen Yochu cried out in alarm. Sister Yoon glanced back at the hospital bed, her face a mask of helplessness. You see how it is? My mother needs constant round-the-clock care. I simply cannot walk away from this. But we can hire a professional nurse. Sister Yoon looked pained. Where would she get the money? Staying with Shen Yuchu would only drag the girl down. Yuchu, stop trying to convince me. You have to cherish this golden opportunity. Don't be so headstrong ever again. Finishing her piece, Sister Yoon steeled her heart and turned away. Shen Yuchu bit her lip, refusing to back down. She simply couldn't fathom why Sister Yoon was so adamant about not following her. Arriving with a heart full of hope, she was returning now in utter despair. Shen Yochu remained painfully silent throughout the drive. After dropping Zhao Chuchu off at her place, she steered the car toward home alone with her thoughts. But the moment the door swung open and you saw her, you were instantly taken aback. She had been crying. Did everything go smoothly? You asked, directly, your concern evident. To your surprise, as soon as the words left your lips, Shen Yuchu's face crumpled into a heartbreaking pout. She collapsed onto the sofa in a heap, looking at you as if you were her only pillar of strength. As fresh tears began to well up in her eyes, Sister Yoon, she won't come with me. Your brow furrowed in confusion. Why, in your memories, that stern woman was the one who doted on Shen Yuchu the most. Without holding back, Shen Yuchu recounted every detail of the hospital encounter, pouring out her grievances and her heartbreak to you. You listened in heavy silence, waiting until she had completely finished, before nodding thoughtfully. I see how it is. You suddenly bolted upright. Seriously, you can be such a little dummy sometimes. Stay here with Wanwan. I'm heading out for a bit. Where are you going? Shen Yuchu demanded, her face full of discontent. It was unclear if she was annoyed at being called a dummy, or if she simply didn't want you to leave her side. You turned back, a mysterious smirk playing on your lips. I'm going to bring back the person who means the world to you. With that, you walked out and didn't look back. First, you tracked down a premium domestic service agency, then floored the accelerator straight toward the hospital. However, you didn't seek out Sister Yoon immediately. Instead, you tracked down her mother's attending physician. Once you had gathered every crucial detail regarding the medical condition of Sister Yoon's mother, you finally ascended to the inpatient ward. Standing before the door of room 302, you took a moment to compose yourself, masking your warmth with a cold, detached expression, before delivering a sharp, rhythmic knock. The door creaked open a second later, revealing a red-eyed Sister Yoon standing in the frame. She froze the instant she recognized you, but your voice remained icy and calm. You broke the silence with an imposing tone. Sister Yoon, aren't you going to invite me in? Sister Yoon's brow furrowed in annoyance, yet she begrudgingly stepped aside to let you enter. As you stepped into the sterile room, a frail skeletal woman with silver hair cast a weary gaze toward you. Xiao Yunte. Is this a friend of yours? Before Sister Yoon could even utter a word, you strode purposefully to the bedside and grasped the elderly woman's hand. Auntie, my wife is a close friend of Sister Yoon. She visited earlier today, but she didn't want to wake you while you were resting. The elderly woman's face softened instantly into a warm grandmotherly smile. So you're a friend of my Xiao Yun. That is so incredibly kind of you. You didn't miss a beat. Auntie, having Sister Yoon as a friend is the real blessing. My wife raves about her kindness every single day. I've heard it so much my ears are practically ringing. Then you pivoted the conversation, adopting a subtle, persuasive tone. It's just such a shame about this latest project. My wife was dying to work with Sister Yoon again, but she refused out of concern for your health. You have no idea. My wife was absolutely devastated when she got home. Behind you, Sister Yoon's expression soured instantly. In her mind, you were nothing more than a lobbyist sent by Shen Yuchu. What project? Xiao Yun, what is he talking about? Sister Yoon's mother, who was oblivious to the specifics of her daughter's career, asked with immediate concern, her gray eyebrows knitting together. Mom, so, don't listen to his nonsense. It's really nothing important. Sister Yoon shot you a warning glare as she scrambled to explain herself. But the old woman was far from senile. She gripped your hand firmly. Young man, tell me the truth. What kind of work is this? You played your part perfectly, feigning hesitation, as you stole a glance at Sister Yoon, before slowly speaking up. Well, Auntie, this job requires some travel. We offered to hire a professional nurse for you, but Sister Yoon just couldn't find peace of mind, insisting she had to care for you personally. Xiao Yun, you stubborn child. Upon hearing your words, the elderly woman immediately turned to her daughter. If the job requires travel, then you must go. Mom, Sister Yoon gasped, panicked, her heart burning with pure hatred for you. You knew exactly why she wanted to stay. The cold reality was that she was physically trapped. Where would she find the funds to hire a nurse? She hadn't even secured the money for the next surgery. Right at that critical moment, you spoke with chilling composure. Sister Yoon, let's take this conversation outside. Without waiting, You flashed a polite smile at the mother and strode out. Sister Yoon gritted her teeth and followed you. In the hallway, she glared up at you with venomous eyes. What the hell are you trying to pull? You simply looked down at her, stating your case as if it were an undeniable fact. You can treat me like the villain if you want. I just refuse to let Shen Yuchu suffer any more heartache. If you don't join her, she'll never stop worrying about you. And out of 10 parts of her passion, she'd be lucky to give 5 to her career. You paused for a beat before dropping a massive bombshell. By the way, I've already cleared your mother's next surgical bill. The agency is ready. Here is the number. Pick whichever nurse you like. Is this supposed to be charity, all? Sister Yoon let out a sharp, indignant laugh. But you acted like a total rogue. Listen, manager, don't flatter yourself. It's a loan. I'll be docking it from the salary Shen Yuchu pays you. You locked eyes with her, pronouncing every word clearly. You and Chuchu are her team, independent of the company. How much she pays you is her business. But this is my cash, and you will pay me back. You threw your hands up, adopting the posture of a man who didn't give a damn. Anyway, the surgery and the nurse are already paid for, and they don't offer refunds. What you do next is entirely up to you. With that, you didn't give Sister Yoon a single second to react, turning on your heel to vanish. Lufan, don't you dare tell Shen Yuchu about this. As you neared the exit, Sister Yoon's frantic voice echoed from behind. You didn't even bother looking back, merely waving a dismissive hand as you hastened your pace. In the corridor, Sister Yoon watched the spot where you disappeared, her gaze a swirling vortex of complex emotions. It was a long time before she finally retreated to the ward. Xiaoyun did that young man head home, seeing her enter alone. The elderly woman patted the bedside, gesturing for her to sit. Don't hold a grudge, that boy is a good soul. I've seen many people in my time. Mother knows best. Just by looking into his eyes, it made talk. I could tell exactly what kind of man he is. The old woman clasped her daughter's trembling hand, speaking with heartfelt gravity. I know you're devoted to me, but life offers many paths, my dear. Choosing the wrong one leads to a lifetime of regret. Isn't my health improving? Look at me. One more operation and I'll be fully recovered. Even the doctors said the risk is minimal. Go on. If staying for me causes you future regret, that is what would truly break my heart. Sister Yoon kept her head bowed in a heavy silence, until finally she gave a slow, subtle nod of resolve. Meanwhile, the moment you stepped back into the house, Shen Yuchu was already hovering over you, her face practically radiating intense curiosity. You, however, purposely avoided her gaze, cheerfully scooping up one won. What does my little princess want for dinner? Shen Yuchu's expression instantly froze. She watched you in utter disbelief as you walked straight past her without a word. I love whatever daddy makes. The little one was certainly an enthusiastic fan, completely oblivious to her mother's crumbling expression. Perfect, daddy's going to start cooking right now. Giving the little girl a quick peck on the cheek, you turned and headed straight for the kitchen. Lu Fan, I'm officially mad at you. Shen Yuchu's lip quivered, her face a mask of adorable grievance. Her expression was a silent accusation, fuming that you were treating her as if she were invisible. Didn't you know how anxiously she'd been waiting at home? You slowly turned back around, wearing a look of pure innocence. What's the matter? At this question, Shen Yuchu's blood began to boil even more. You called her a dummy so tenderly before leaving, and now you're back and playing dumb. Fuming, she flopped onto the sofa, crossing her arms and pointedly turning her head away. You chuckled, deciding to stop teasing her. Tomorrow, remember to bring your 2 loyal bodyguards. With that soft personality of yours, you'd be eaten alive out there without them. Shen Yuchu's eyes instantly ignited with light. The speed of her mood swing was honestly legendary. Sister Yoon actually agreed. What do you think? Now, I'm going to cook. Don't bother the chef. Shen Yuchu never did manage to find out how you did it, because you played the fool every time she asked. But that didn't change the fact that the way she looked at you grew brighter and brighter. In her heart, she felt that ever since your transformation, there was absolutely nothing you couldn't achieve. Early the next morning, Shen Yuchu scrambled out of bed. You also skipped your usual run for once. Instead, you both moved in sync in the kitchen prepping breakfast. Wan was still sound asleep. Shen Yuchu was terrified that if she saw her wake up, she wouldn't have the heart to leave. Once breakfast was served, she ate in a heavy contemplative silence. You sat right beside her, showering her with endless nagging reminders. Make sure to call home frequently once you're there. Otherwise, Wan is going to miss you like crazy. If anything happens out there, tell me immediately. Don't be a dummy and bottle it all up inside. Shen Yuchu sipped her porridge spoonful by spoonful, listening to your constant chatter, until a sudden wave of melancholy washed over her. She really didn't want to leave anymore. She ate that meal at a snail's pace, lingering until the very bottom of the bowl was visible. Just then, her phone shattered the silence. You had to nudge her before she finally snapped out of it. Hello. Sister Shen, I'm all packed and ready. Sister Yoon is with me. When will you be here? I'll be there shortly. Just wait for me a bit longer, okay? Got it. We'll be waiting downstairs. See you then. The call disconnected. Shen Yuchu lifted her head and the intense, complex look in her eyes made your heart skip a beat. You were forced to admit that. Shen Yuchu was breathtakingly beautiful. You quickly averted your gaze to the luggage in the lounge. It's time to move. Don't keep them waiting too long. Let me just check on Wan one last time before I leave. Shen Yuchu withdrew her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. You nodded and followed her into the bedroom. The little one was sprawled out in a deep slumber, utterly oblivious that her mother was about to travel far. Shen Yuchu leaned down, kissing her little face repeatedly, nuzzling her cheek against the child's neck. Only then did she reluctantly stand up, glancing back 3 times as she exited the room. You followed her in silence, loading the heavy suitcases into the trunk. Once she slid into the driver's seat, you shut the door and stepped to the side. I'm leaving. Shen Yuchu turned to you. Come home often, or the little one will turn the house upside down. I know. The engine roared to life. Suddenly, Shen Yuchu turned back once more, her expression incredibly earnest. Lufan, I love you. The confession hung in the air, and before you could even process it, the car sped away with a powerful roar. As she reached the heart of the city, Zhao Chuchu was already scanning the horizon impatiently. Beside her, Sister Yun shook her head. This girl is still as restless as ever. Sister Shen is here, spotting the familiar car. Zhao Chuchu waved frantically. Chuchu. Sister Yun, have you been waiting long? Shen Yuchu took Zhao Chuchu's hand and looked at Sister Yun with an apologetic smile. Not long at all. It's just that this girl has zero patience. Sister Yun wore a genuine smile. She never could have imagined that the 3 of them would reunite like this. And all of this was actually possible because of that man who looked like nothing but a pretty face. Sister Yun, thank you for coming. Without you and Chuchu, I honestly wouldn't have known what to do. Alright, that's enough. You're a mother now, yet you're acting like a child. Sister Yun patted her hand reassuringly, her expression professional. It's your man you should be thanking. Enough talk, let's grab the luggage. That single remark caused Shen Yuchu to flush a deep crimson. Even now she was completely in the dark about exactly how you managed to win Sister Yun over. The trio didn't have much baggage, so the car swallowed it all up with ease. Once inside, Zhao Chuchu threw her hand up, shouting with sheer euphoria, we're off, The road to glory is right in front of us. And here we come. The car roared as it sped toward the megalopolis of Shanghai. Meanwhile, at the Starry Entertainment headquarters in Shanghai, Licia arrived at her office early, but she remained restless and distracted all day long, finally enduring until the noon hour. She checked the time and hurried downstairs immediately, standing at the main entrance of the skyscraper. She was dying to see just what kind of woman the legendary Lufan doted on so obsessively. She didn't have to wait long. A car with Zhangcheng plates glided into the parking lot. Lixia's eyes narrowed slightly in anticipation. 3 women stepped out of the vehicle. One was a chatterbox radiating youthful energy, while the eldest watched over her with a doting gaze. Seeing these 2 companions, she knew Shen Yuchu's personality had to be top tier. Then she locked her gaze onto the woman in the center, an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and a gentle ethereal smile gracing her lips. She looked so delicate it sparked an instinctive, protective urge. No wonder that fellow Lufan is so whipped. Lixia composed herself and strode forward. Hello. You must be Shen Yuchu, correct, Ego? I'm Lixia, Deputy Director of HR at Starry Entertainment. Welcome to the team. Hello, I am indeed Shen Yuchu. Shen Yuchu's voice was soft and sweet. She was also sizing up this confident alpha female. Her aura was absolutely impeccable. Her voice was melodious, and she seemed unexpectedly pure and straightforward. But deep down, Lixia was thinking, how could such a wonderful woman ever get swindled into running away with Lufan back then? She uncharacteristically broke eye contact first, shifting her focus toward Zhao Chuchu and Sister Yun. This is Zhao Chuchu, my assistant, and Sister Yun, my manager. Shen Yuchu introduced them earnestly. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that this sophisticated woman was being overly polite, yet her reaction felt oddly off. Shen Yuchu tilted her head in confusion, suddenly struck by a fleeting thought that caused her eyes to dim for a moment. Bringing your own team along, I see. Actually, that makes things much simpler. Lixia gave the 2 a professional nod of acknowledgement, then turned back. Let's start with the tour of the facilities. After all, this will be your battlefield for the next 2 years. Once we're done, I'll escort you to your new apartment. The group followed Lixia deep into the skyscraper. Along the way, Zhao Chuchu was left utterly shell-shocked. This place was leagues more opulent than Tianmei in Jiangcheng. They were crossing paths with A-list celebrities at every turn. Tianmei didn't even belong in the same conversation. Back in Jiangcheng, a B-list singer like Liu Li could act like she owned the world. Lixia led them into the elevator up to the 11th floor, enthusiastically explaining this entire level is for recording. Every room is packed with top-of-the-line professional gear. Next, we'll head up to the 12th floor. That's where the exclusive lounges for our artists are located. Songwriting sessions and scheduling all happen right there. Throughout the walk, people constantly greeted Licia, their faces wearing expressions of bizarre flattery. Shen Youchu grew increasingly perplexed. Why did everyone look at her with such blatant envy? Shen Youchu didn't get it. Wasn't Licia just a deputy director of HR? Why was the atmosphere around her so incredibly strange? To make things even more surreal, they encountered a balding man wearing a Director of Human Resources badge, who actually stopped to pay his respects to Licia. He even went out of his way to greet Shen Youchu. Feeling completely overwhelmed, she responded politely, thinking this director Zhang Hao must have the world's most humble temperament. At Tianmei, every leader walked around with their nose in the air. Just then, Licia came to a halt at the very end of the hallway. She gestured toward the door directly ahead. From this moment on, this is your private lounge. Shen Youchu lifted her gaze to inspect it. The heavy doors were tightly sealed, secured by a sleek electronic keypad. On the nameplate, her own name was boldly engraved. Licia keyed in the digits, casually mentioning the default code is 6 sixes. You should update it to something private later. Go ahead, take a look inside. The lock clicked open and the door swung wide. As the group stepped across the threshold, Zhao Chuchu let out an involuntary gasp of awe. This lounge was absolutely massive. The interior design was the definition of luxury. Even Shen Youchu stood there completely floored. She had never laid eyes on a workspace so grand. Zhao Chuchu looked like she might faint from pure bliss. Thinking back to the cramped doghouse at Tianmei, the brutal contrast was enough to make her soul ache. If they weren't in professional company, she would have dived onto the sofa and rolled around. Licia smiled at their genuine expressions of wonder. Not every artist gets the VIP treatment, she noted. You were promised top-tier resources, so the lounge naturally had to be world-class. Hearing those words, Zhao Chuchu suddenly felt that maybe that guy Lu Fan wasn't so detestable after all. Even as they stepped back out, Zhao Chuchu was still riding the high of excitement. Suddenly, a neighboring door burst open, and an elegant, high-fashion woman strode out, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. A frantic young assistant trailed closely behind her. The woman caught sight of the group, a flicker of surprise crossing her face for a split second. She quickly offered Licia a nod. Sister Li, are you personally showing someone the facilities? Yeah. Are you heading out, Lena? Yes, I have a fan meeting scheduled for this afternoon. I won't keep you then, Sister Li. I'll be taking my leave first. Lena shot a fleeting sharp glance at Shen Youchu before clicking away with practiced graceful steps. Let's keep moving, Licia said, turning back toward them, with her professional smile firmly in place. The upper floors are just boring conference rooms, so I won't bore you with a tour of those. Let's head straight to the apartment to drop your bags. Then dinner is on me. Shen Youchu felt that her hospitality was a bit excessive. She had a great first impression of the company, yet everything felt strangely off. As they stepped into the elevator, Shen Youchu suddenly asked softly, Director Li, are you and Lu Fan quite close? The smile on Licia's face instantly froze. Is it really as I suspected? Shen Yuchu's gaze flickered with realization, an indescribable bitterness swirling in her heart. Well, I was the one who received him when he arrived, and I've been handling our collaboration ever since. So we've become somewhat acquainted. Licia quickly regained her professional composure. Shen Youchu merely gave a faint soft response, before lapsing into a thoughtful silence. The group headed downstairs, and Licia led the way in her sleek gray Mercedes. Shen Youchu trailed slowly behind in her own car. The moment Zhao Chuchu hopped in, she began mindlessly gushing about how amazing the place was. It wasn't until Sister Yun shot her a sharp look that she finally quieted down. Sister Shen, what's wrong? Zhao Chuchu leaned over the front seat curious. I'm fine, Chuchu. Please keep talking. You call that fine? Zhao Chuchu was completely bewildered, turning to Sister Yun for some kind of explanation. Sister Yun simply smiled at Shen Youchu and kept her mouth shut. She could tell at a glance that someone was drowning in a bucket of jealousy. Meanwhile, back at home, you were at your wits' end. Your wife had only been gone for half a day, yet little Wanwan was already wailing for her mommy. You tried every trick in the book to coax her, but it only made her cry even harder. She sobbed that Daddy is a big meanie who had hidden her mommy away. You made silly faces and sang Little Tiger, but Wanwan's little pearl-like tears kept falling. She kicked her tiny legs with all her might, clearly determined not to stop until mommy appeared. You scratched your head in desperation. What are you supposed to do now? You couldn't exactly call Shen Youchu back already. She would never let you live it down. Right at that critical moment, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. You cast a quick glance at the screen, and your eyes instantly lit up, a literal lifesaver. It was a WeChat message from Shen Youchu. Just 2 simple words, you there. You typed back instantly, for you always. Surprisingly, she followed up with, I just finished having lunch with Director Li. Wait, what? Before you could overthink it. You scrambled to hit the video call button. Shen Youchu's cool, elegant face appeared on the screen. You forced a sheepish grin and aimed the camera at the kid. Mommy, Wanwan missed you so much. But Shen Youchu's expression turned icy in a heartbeat. Lu Fan, is this what you meant by taking good care of her? You pretended to be deaf to her remark. The second Wanwan saw her mother's face. She started wiping her tears with a heartbreaking pout. Mommy, did Daddy hide you away somewhere? Don't you want Wanwan anymore? Shen Youchu immediately switched to a tender coo. Wanwan, be good. Mommy just had to go away for work. And I'll be back home before you know it. Miraculously, the little girl actually started to calm down. Your ego just took about 10,000 tons of damage. All that singing and making goofy faces, and it didn't even match one sentence from her. Once she was settled, you flipped the camera back to yourself, your gaze shifting around awkwardly. Shen Youchu didn't hold back, immediately interrogating you. Can you actually handle being a parent on your own? You felt a surge of indignation. Who are you looking down on? Today was just a one-time fluke. Trust me, if I were the one leaving, you wouldn't be able to stop her crying either. However, Shen Youchu just gave you a long, searching look, her eyes flickering with a sharp glint. Suddenly acting completely nonchalant, she asked, You and Director Lee seem pretty tight, huh? She's alright, I guess, you answered casually, utterly oblivious to the fact that you were currently dancing on the edge of a jagged cliff. Alright, you guess? Shen Youchu repeated in a low, haunting tone. A sudden, inexplicable chill swept over you. You pulled your clothes tighter, but in the next second she just rolled her eyes at you and abruptly disconnected the call. It finally clicked, she was pissed, totally out of nowhere. You really just got sniped while minding your own business. Over the next 2 consecutive days, Shen Youchu called home at least once every single day. But every time she exclusively spoke to her daughter, leaving you with nothing but the cold shoulder. It was as if you personally owed her $8 million. However, you had absolutely no clue that Shen Youchu's career was currently hitting a dead end. The company hadn't assigned her a single gig. Her manager, Sister Yun, had reached out to every songwriter in her contacts, but the moment they heard it was for her comeback. They all delivered polite yet firm rejections. A washed-up singer who'd been out of the loop for 2 years, who would actually waste a song on her. It felt like the entire industry had collectively blacklisted them. Elsewhere, Shen Youchu was still agonizing over the composition. She had spent the last 48 hours trying to compose, yet her inspiration remained completely bone dry. She couldn't help but think of you if you were here. You'd definitely whip up a masterpiece in no time. The more she dwelled on it, the more discouraged and defeated she felt. It seemed like she was inferior to you in every single way. Suddenly, her assistant Zhao Chuchu bolted upright. Sister Shen, why don't you just ask Lu Fan for help? I did this. Shen Youchu hesitated, looking conflicted. She had left home specifically to stop being so dependent on you. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Let's wait 2 more days. If things are still stalled, then I'll give him a call. But what she didn't realize was that inside the Starry Entertainment boardroom at that very moment, a high-stakes meeting was deciding her fate. Chairman Li Tian had an invitation document spread before him. New Song Society, the most famous talent show in the country. We have 2 slots available for our artists. Let's discuss who we should send. A refined man wearing gold-rimmed spectacles operations director Yin Ping was the first to break the silence. I suggest Chen Qian. She has that sweet idol look, and her popularity is currently peaking. The majority of the board nodded in total agreement. Li Tian finalized it on the spot. Chen Qian takes the first slot. Who takes the second? Before the words had even finished echoing, HR Director Zhang Hao suddenly stood up. Chairman, I strongly believe Shen Youchu is the perfect candidate. Shen Youchu, Li Tian finally recalled, is this the person you recommended? But before he could say another word, Yin Ping jumped back in to protest. Director Zhang, Shen Youchu is a hard pass. Even a total rookie would be a better bet. She has 0 hype and 0 following. No hit tracks, no recent work. She abandoned the industry to get married. Her public image is absolute trash right now. However, Zhang Hao stood his ground. That's exactly why. We absolutely must choose her. I've analyzed her past discography. Her vocal technique is flawless, and she is undeniably stunning. Why on earth wouldn't we pick her? Yin Ping's brow furrowed, his face twisted in disdain. Director Zhang, you handle human resources. I handle operations. I know better than anyone that a singer lives or dies by hype. We aren't running a charity here. Why should we waste a stage on a has-been sick? Unexpectedly, Zhang Hao let out a smug chuckle and dropped a massive bombshell. Director Yin So, you want to lecture me on hype? Then tell me, do you know who recommended Shen Youchu? Tell me, how is Lu Fan's popularity looking these days? And what if he is the one writing her comeback track in Red Tai? The name Lu Fan echoed through the room. Yin Ping was instantly silenced. Could he claim Lu Fan lacked hype? The man's MV had likes numbering in the hundreds of millions. He was a top-tier titan with 50 million followers. Yinping glared at Zhang Hao with a dark, brooding look, refusing to concede. And how can you be so sure that Lu Fan would actually write a song for her? At that exact moment, Chairman Li Tian finally intervened, laying down the law. Enough. Stop this bickering immediately. It'll be Chen Qian and Shen Yuchu. Send out the notices. As the meeting adjourned, Zhang Hao walked out with a massive grin. Besting his arch-rival felt better than he could describe. Meanwhile, the entire entertainment industry began to erupt, with the explosive news of the new Song Society launch. At the same time, Lu Li over at Tianmei Entertainment also received the update. Her manager, Sister Chin, burst in screaming with excitement. Great news, Liu Li. The company picked you for the show. They've even commissioned a legendary songwriter to craft your track. Liu Li froze instantly, her nail polish brush streaking across her finger. She whipped her head around, her eyes widening with pure disbelief. The new Song Society, the one that can make me an A-lister. Once she received confirmation, she bolted upright from her chair. I'm finally going viral. When she heard the name of her assigned composer, she lost all sense of modesty. The music godfather Faceless. This is literally a guaranteed win. Faceless and I will be an unstoppable power duo. Haha, Sister Chin watched her arrogant display and could only let out a helpless, weary sigh. While Liu Li was drowning in her own ego, your wife Shen Youchu received a call from the company with the exact same news. The objective: participate in the new Song Society in 3 days. As she hung up the phone, she stood there in a complete state of shock. Her assistant Zhao Chuchu went absolutely berserk with joy, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her frantically. Sister Shen, is this for real, the new Song Society? But once the initial euphoria faded, a monumental problem stared them right in the face. They didn't have a single song to perform. Manager Sister Yoon's face was a mask of grim seriousness. Making a comeback on such a massive stage is a blessing, but we're dead in the water without a masterpiece. They immediately split their duties. Sister Yoon desperately spammed every songwriter she ever knew, while Shen Youchu buried herself in her notebooks, praying to catch lightning in a bottle. Meanwhile, you were blissfully unaware of the chaos. You were at home teaching little Wanwan nursery rhymes, wearing a ridiculous big bad wolf mask, just to make her giggle and squeal with delight. By 7 p.m., after finally tucking Wanwan into bed, you were finally able to enjoy a moment of peace. Your mind kept drifting back to the same question. What kind of song should you prepare for Shen Youchu? The issue was you had too many god-tier tracks in your head, leaving you paralyzed by choice. Frustrated, you pulled out your phone to scroll, only to find your own music trending everywhere. Fans had even turned Wanwan's adorable reactions into viral memes and sticker packs. Looking at the screen, you couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, wife. How are things actually going on your end up? When are you finally going to reach out to me first? As you scrolled through short videos, you noticed that aside from your own tracks, the internet was obsessed with the new Song Society. Word on the street was this annual showdown was a guaranteed ticket to superstardom. The rules were brutal and straightforward head-to-head duels. You lose, you're out. Simple as that. Simple as that. You couldn't care less about the hype, honestly finding the aggressive algorithm annoying. After a few more swipes, you killed the power and went to sleep. However, early the next morning, a sudden phone call jolted you wide awake. It was Zhao Chuchu Shen Youchu's assistant on the line. Her voice was hushed and frantic, sounding like a secret agent. You need to stop Sister Shen Vol. She's completely lost it. Your brow furrowed, the sleep instantly vanishing. What happened, Vel? Sister Shen is entering the new Song Society, but we don't have a single song for her. She stayed up all night trying to write something. Your head began to throb. That's when it hit you. The contract explicitly stated that you were responsible for her discography. While you were over here overthinking, she was drowning in a crisis. I got it. I'll call her right now. Hanging up the first call, you immediately dialed Shen Youchu. When she finally picked up, her voice sounded utterly drained. Hello. Does Wanwan miss me? A pang of guilt hit your heart. So you teased, Wanwan doesn't miss you at all. Can't you just call me for once? I'm your husband after all. This was the first time you'd ever called yourself that to her. There was a sudden deathly silence on the other end. You let out a weary sigh, attempting to shatter the tension. Why didn't you tell me about the new Song Society? So, why exhaust yourself over something I can solve in a second? To you, this was a trivial matter you could fix with one hand. But the moment the words left your lips, you heard the sound of muffled, suppressed sobbing. She was crying. You were completely blindsided. What did I even say? Relationships are truly the ultimate puzzle. Just as you were drowning in sheer confusion, the silence on the other end was shattered by a raw, tearful outburst. Lufan, her voice was thick with bottled-up grievance, wrenching your heart with every syllable. You stood there stunned. It was the first time she had ever snapped at you like that. Do you think I'm completely useless? Yuski, a woman who can only rely on you, you realized in a flash. So that was how Shiveg had been feeling all along. It was a massive oversight on your part. You quickly forced a gentle smile and interjected, "I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to lecture you. I was just genuinely worried about your health." The moment the words escaped your lips, Shen Yochu let out a soft, unexpected laugh, a sound filled with both pain and a spark of stubbornness. Taking a deep breath, your voice became unshakably firm. "Shen Yochu, you and Wan Wan are the greatest blessings I've ever received. You are my wife, one of a kind. Oshelmo, and absolutely irreplaceable to me." This declaration was like a detonator, exploding within the depths of her heart. Shen Yuchu's entire face instantly flushed a brilliant crimson. She gave a soft muffled hum of acknowledgement, her mood clearly brightening. Watching from the sidelines, Zhao Chuchu's jaw practically hit the floor in disbelief. Striking while the iron was hot, you continued, "Stop overthinking things from now on. I'll have that song sent over to you by tonight." Hearing your incredibly cocky and confident tone, Shen Youchu couldn't help but giggle. "Fine then, I'll wait and see exactly what kind of masterpiece the great Lufan can produce." She finally let go of her stubborn pride, allowing the tension that gripped her soul to dissolve. As she relaxed, exhaustion immediately washed over her. Only after hanging up did you finally exhale a breath of relief. Dealing with a wife is 10 times harder than a toddler. You reached for your pen and paper, but hit another wall. With so many legendary hits in your head, which one was the one? Frustrated, you pushed open the window for some air, only to see a young couple saying their farewells below. The boy was dragging a heavy suitcase, while the girl's eyes were clouded with misty tears. Love rises with the wind. But even when the wind stops, the longing remains. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck your mind, and you had the perfect answer. You sprinted to the desk, penning down 3 words, "The wind rises." As the notes flowed from your pen, you became completely lost in the melody. It wasn't until Wan Wan called out, "Daddy, I'm hungry," that you were dragged back to reality. You flashed a quick smile. "Is my little princess hungry? Daddy's making dinner right this second." Your daughter's word was absolute law, not daring to waste a single moment. You spun around and dashed into the kitchen. 2 hours later, the father and daughter duo, now full and content, collapsed onto the sofa in a lazy heap. Just then, Shen Yuchu's video call buzzed in. She had heavy dark circles under her eyes, her entire face masked in exhaustion. Seeing the two of you slacking off so comfortably, she immediately pulled a pitiful pouty face. Her misty almond-shaped eyes glistened with a silent tearful accusation, as if saying, "I'm out here grinding for work, while you two are living the dream at home. How could you possibly resist such an attack?" You instantly raised your hands in total surrender. "I haven't been idle, look, Yachituk. The song is already finished." Wan Wan quickly chimed in, raising her tiny hand to speak in a milky voice. "Wan Wan hasn't been lazy either. I skipped 2 whole episodes of my cartoon, just to learn 5 more numbers, club." Shen Youchu's cold defense shattered instantly. She admitted she was no match for this little imp. "Fine. Our Wan Wan is clearly the hardest worker of all. Quick, give mommy a big kiss, yeah." The little one immediately planted a noisy moi on the screen. Seeing your golden opportunity, you shamelessly leaned your face into the frame. "Haha, where's my reward?" With the little one cheering you on from the side, Shen Youchu's face turned a brilliant shade of crimson. Finally, unable to withstand your combined enthusiasm, she gave the screen a symbolic shy kiss. Your heart practically did a somersault of joy. You dashed into the bedroom to grab the manuscript. "See, I told you I wasn't lying. You actually finished it already, Chamog." Shen Youchu rolled her eyes with a touch of seductive charm. Yet inside, a storm of pure shock was brewing. It had only been a few short hours, and a complete song was already finished. This man is a literal monster when it comes to talent. The family of 3 chatted for a bit longer, until you finally snapped a photo of the full score for her. As you put the phone down to take the kid out, Shen Yuchu's video call request buzzed again. The second the connection established, she stared at you with a gaze that was burning with intensity. "What's up?" you stammered, feeling the heat. She mocked your previous tone with a playful retort. "Can I call you even if nothing is wrong? Man, she's not just gorgeous, she's a total grudge holder." You laughed it off awkwardly, but then she suddenly spoke up. "Just how many secrets are you hiding behind my back? You scratched your head, maintaining a mask of innocence. Shen Yuchu's face flushed a deep crimson, her voice rising in excitement. "I'm talking about your music. Isi. That." You rubbed your nose, trying to play it cool. "If I said I just had a sudden epiphany, would you buy it?" Shen Youchu gave you a long searching look, but didn't push the matter any further. She looked down at the lyrics, finally whispering a soft, "Thank you." Then she looked up and flashed a brilliant smile, her gaze radiating an absolute sense of resolve. "I won't let this masterpiece go to waste." The video call disconnected. Shen Youchu immediately went in, knocked on Zhao Chuchu's bedroom door. Zhao Chuchu was beaming with excitement. "Sister Shen, we actually have a song now. Did Lufan send it over?" Oops, the little snitch accidentally let the cat out of the bag. So she was the one who leaked your embarrassing situation. Moments later, Sister Yun was summoned back by a frantic call. Hearing that they had a track ready, She was ecstatic, after days of hitting dead ends. They finally didn't have to beg for anyone's scraps. The trio rushed over to Starry Entertainment, heading straight for the 11th floor recording studio. Shen Youchu was determined to lock herself in until it was perfect. Time flew by in a blur. Once Zhao Chuchu finalized the backing track and the copyrights, Shen Youchu finally emerged from the recording booth. But just as they were heading out for a meal, the door directly across from them swung open. A young woman stepped out, freezing for a split second when she saw Shen Youchu, before offering a friendly, polite nod. Shen Youchu reciprocated with a gentle smile. However, the man trailing behind her had his nose in the air, donning gold-rimmed spectacles. He radiated nothing but pure arrogance. Shen Youchu didn't recognize him, so she simply turned to leave. But the man let out a cold snort. No situational awareness at all. Doesn't even know to greet her superiors. The girl Chen Tian quickly interjected, "Uncle, she's a total newcomer. How could she possibly know who you are?" It turned out this man was Yin Ping, a top executive at the company, and Chen Qian was the very singer set to compete, alongside Shen Youchu in the New Song Society. What's even more unexpected was the thought running through Chen Qian's mind. She's actually performing a song written by Lu Fan. It's bound to be incredible, right? Even she turned out to be one of your massive fans. Over the following days, Shen Youchu was the first one in and the last one out, pushing her limits in relentless practice. Sister Yoon officially announced her comeback online. However, her meager following of a few thousand consisted mostly of inactive ghost accounts. The announcement vanished like a stone dropped into the ocean, failing to cause even a single ripple. Only a handful of die-hard veteran fans and some sharp-witted tabloid accounts took notice. The moment they spotted the words New Song Society, they knew they had a gold mine for viral traffic. Consequently, news of Shen Youchu's return began to saturate the web. Yet the vast majority of the public didn't give a damn about a washed-up starlet until August 7th arrived, and the New Song Society officially kicked off at the Shanghai Stadium. The show's director Ren Chao was currently drowning in anxiety because Lu Fan's latest track was still dominating the charts. The viewership for their New Song Society couldn't even begin to compete with previous years. But this was an annual landmark event. They couldn't just postpone it because of one man's hype. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and launch this season's competition. If only he could have gotten a hold of the legendary Lu Fan. If he could somehow secure him as a mentor for this season, the viewership would absolutely detonate. However, little did he suspect that the legendary titan he couldn't even dream of hiring was currently acting like a total fugitive, sneaking into the audience while clutching his kid. Indeed, unbeknownst to your wife Shen Youchu, you had secretly whisked little Wan Wan away to Shanghai, just to cheer for her on the front lines. The little munchkin in your arms was ecstatic, counting down the seconds until she could see her mommy. You scanned the arena, seeing a sea of glowing light sticks, yet not a single one was being held up for your wife. You quietly opened the livestream chat, where a literal blizzard of comments was flying by. Yet not a soul believed Shen Youchu could take the crown. There were 4 fan favorites, and among them was none other than Liu Li, the snake who dared to target your daughter. Meanwhile, the atmosphere backstage was thick with tension. Liu Li's face turned a sickly shade of green as she glared daggers at Shen Youchu. "What the hell are you doing here?" Her best friend Zhao Chuchu immediately rolled her eyes and delivered a savage retort that left Liu Li humiliated. Liu Li stared at the radiant Shen Youchu, suddenly recalling the years of being suppressed by her shadow. It felt like a queen's return, leaving her shaken before the fight even began. But right then, her manager's words snapped her back to reality. She's just Shen Youchu, a woman who currently has absolutely nothing. Liu Li instantly regained her smug composure. Right. What could the current Shen Youchu possibly use to challenge her? Especially since she had a track from the music godfather himself. Thinking of this, she cast a disdainful mocking glance towards Shen Youchu to vent her spite. Outside, the stage lights suddenly flared to life. The host strode out, and 4 legendary industry veterans took their seats. The competition had officially begun, and the rules were as brutal and raw as they come. The 16 contestants would be paired by the audience's random stop calls. This meant no one could rig the matches behind the scenes. As the giant screen flickered through names at high speed, the 8 showdown pairs were instantly generated. You looked at the bracket and smirked. A second later, the host's voice boomed throughout the arena. "Please welcome the contestants for our opening match. Shen Youchu versus Liu Li." The moment the words fell, the spotlights flared, and your wife Shen Youchu stood opposite her arch-nemesis Liu Li. As they both slowly ascended the center stage, a fated showdown was about to ignite. However, you noticed Shen Yuchu's hands were trembling slightly. True enough, her heart was beginning to race with anxiety, while Liu Li's expression remained dark and brooding. Even she hadn't anticipated the schedule would be so brutal, pitting her against Shen Youchu in a sudden death PK. The audience erupted into a frenzy, whispering frantically, "Who is this stunning beauty?" You sensed Shen Yuchu's nerves instantly. So you hoisted your daughter Wanwan high into the air. In that moment, Wanwan became the ultimate cheerleader. Her face beamed like a crescent moon as she screamed with all her might, "Mommy fighting." Up on the stage, Shen Yuchu suddenly caught sight of those two familiar silhouettes, and she instinctively covered her mouth in shock. It was you and her daughter. The suffocating tension in her chest evaporated instantly, replaced by an unprecedented radiance in her eyes. Her eyes curved into crescents, matching her daughter's joyful beaming smile. That display of tenderness melted the hearts of everyone in the arena. Then the host announced that Shen Yochu would perform first. The stage lights dimmed to a soft glow, leaving only a single piercing beam focused on her. As the intro melody began to swell, the entire stadium fell into a hushed silence. Right at that peak moment, the title, "The Wind Rises," flashed across the massive screen, and in the songwriter credits. Two words stood out in bold: Lufan. The entire audience gasped in collective shock. How could this unknown singer actually move the mysterious Titan Lufan? To pen a song for her backstage, Liu Li stood paralyzed, her hands trembling uncontrollably with dread. The next second, Shen Yochu's ethereal voice pierced the air. "I was once lost in the vastness of this world, intoxicated by a love that drowned my soul, drifting in a dream where truth and lies blurred, refusing to struggle, unafraid of the world's ridicule." The stadium became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was utterly entranced, as if catching a glimpse of their own fading youth. Shen Yochu was completely immersed, her gaze fixed, piercing through the ocean of people toward the crowd, where the two most vital people in her life sat. "In the end, I surrendered my youth back to him, along with the midsummer vibrating at my fingertips. The heart's stirrings simply drift away with the wind. In the name of love, are you still willing?" A divine masterpiece. Everyone, whether in the stadium or watching the live stream, was utterly and completely captivated. Countless familiar yet distant faces flashed through their minds, finally freezing on that one unforgettable soul from their youth. So this was the true power of "The Wind Rises." It whipped up the long-buried emotions in their hearts, a gale force known only as youth. Right at that moment, a heavy thud echoed from the wings of the stage. Liu Li had collapsed onto the floor, her legs giving out. Her face was a mask of ashen despair, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She had lost even the basic courage to step out and perform, with flawless vocal technique. And this invincible god-tier track, Shen Yochu, had utterly shredded her rival's pride. Manager Sister Yoon could only manage a bitter, tragic smile. Beaten by pure talent, there's simply no overcoming this gap. Even the legendary mentors on the judging panel wore expressions of blatant envy and awe. As the final note faded, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Shen Yochu scanned the audience, looking slightly lost. Seeing her nervous, wide-eyed expression, you couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Wanwan reached out, her tiny hands clapping fiercely for her mommy. A second later, a tidal wave of applause erupted like a tsunami. Thundering cheers shook the very foundation of the stadium. Spectators, their eyes glistening with hot tears, offered Shen Yuchu their most explosive and heartfelt support. Simultaneously, the New Song Society livestream chat was moving too fast to read. As expected, if Lufan made it, it's a masterpiece. I'm sobbing. This isn't just a breeze. This is a full-blown emotional hurricane. At this very moment, every trace of contempt for Shen Yuchu vanished instantly. They thought she was just there to fill a slot, but she opened the game with a nuclear strike. Shen Yuchu then gave a deep, graceful bow, casting one last lingering look at you and her daughter, before retreating into the shadows of the wings. However, the brutal competition ground on. Up next was Liu Li. He had somehow scrambled back to his feet, glaring at Shen Yuchu as she brushed past him, feeling nothing but a profound sense of utter helplessness. He had no idea how he even managed to walk onto that stage, until the backing track began to blare, jolting him back to his grim reality. But he was already a beat behind, completely off-tempo. The crowd instantly erupted into a chorus of boos, sending his anxiety spiraling into total chaos. His pitch collapsed and he began singing completely out of tune. By the time the performance finally ended, the scattered, pitying applause from the audience made him want to bury his face and flee in shame. Backstage director Ren Chao didn't care about the disaster. The viewership ratings had detonated, and that was enough. The final voting results were a total foregone conclusion. A 5-0 landslide victory and absolute slaughter. Right at that moment, a notification popped up from Shen Yuchu, asking to meet you at the backstage exit immediately. The second you read that, you scooped up Wanwan and made an early exit. Backstage, the moment Shen Yuchu appeared, Zhao Chuchu nearly tackled her with a massive bear hug. "Alright, stop those tears now. Everything is only going to get better from here." Shen Yuchu pulled her close, her eyes burning with a new unshakable resolve. "Let's get moving. Lufan is waiting for you at the gate right now." She wanted nothing more than to see you this instant, and to pull little Wanwan into her arms. Outside the exit, the sky had already faded to black. As Shen Yuchu stepped into the night air, she spotted you from a distance holding Wanwan, standing tall and straight beneath the glow of a streetlight. In that fleeting second, a wave of pure euphoria surged through the very depths of her soul. Simple, quiet, yet incredibly warm. Mommy, Wanwan wriggled out of your grasp, her tiny feet pattering fast as she sprinted towards Shen Yuchu. Shen Yuchu dropped to her knees instantly, pulling her daughter into a fierce, desperate embrace. You walked over slowly, a knowing smirk playing on your lips. So, how was that for a surprise? Shen Yuchu's cheeks flushed a soft pink. Yet she met your gaze directly, her almond eyes curving into a smile. It was perfect. Yet none of you realized this heartwarming, tender scene had unexpectedly fallen right into Luli's spiteful sight. She gripped her phone, recording your retreating silhouettes, while her eyes shimmered with a venomous glow. A wicked plan to utterly ruin Shen Yuchu's reputation instantly began to take root in her twisted mind. If she couldn't have everything she wanted, then Shen Yuchu wouldn't be allowed to have it either. Meanwhile, the internet had already reached a boiling point. Everyone was dying to know just where Lufan had discovered a hidden gem, like this treasure of a singer Shen Yuchu. But when the curious masses clicked her Weibo profile, they found nothing but a single comeback announcement. It turned out she was a rising starlet 2 years ago, who vanished after her secret romance was exposed. The moment this scandal resurfaced, unscrupulous media outlets caught the scent of blood and began a frenzy of sensationalist hype. The internet was instantly split into two warring camps. Some felt that once she quit, she should stay gone, while others argued that as long as the music was fire, her private life was none of their damn business. The debate raged on with white-hot intensity, until a single lethal comment silenced the room. Just tell me, is the song a masterpiece or not? In a heartbeat, the haters were left utterly speechless. They could only mutter a weak anyone else singing it would sound just as good. Right at that turning point, Starry Entertainment finally made its move. A single official notice detonated across the web, not only celebrating Shen Yuchu's advancement, but dropping a massive tactical nuke for the next round. Shen Yuchu would perform yet another Lufan original, and after the New Song Society concluded, a full studio album written by Lufan would be released. It wasn't just a one-off single. The entire internet went into an absolute state of shock. The topic of Shen Yuchu and Lufan instantly rocketed to the #1 spot on the trending charts. However, a far more malicious post was quietly climbing the ranks. By early the next morning, it had clawed its way into the top 10 trends, with a bone-chilling scandalous headline: Shen Yuchu cheats on husband with secretive singer Lufan. The post boldly claimed that to secure her comeback, she had used her beauty to seduce and manipulate Lufan. Countless clout-chasing accounts began reposting like wildfire. The comments were a toxic landslide, so she's just selling her body. Lufan clearly isn't any better. Two degenerates in a pod. Though loyal fans desperately defended Lufan's character, their voices were instantly drowned out by the hate. Within a mere hour, the scandalous post and Shen Yuchu's own profile were propelled to the #1 and 2 trending spots. At this very moment, you've just finished your morning jog, completely oblivious to the digital storm brewing. Meanwhile, Shen Yuchu, sporting heavy dark circles, shuffled listlessly out of her bedroom. She hadn't slept a wink last night. Her mind was stuck on a loop, replaying the scene of you holding her hand at the hotel. Sister Yoon and Zhao Chuchu took one look at her haggard state and assumed she'd been up all night worrying about the trends. Zhao Chuchu rushed over, her eyes full of frantic anxiety. Sister Shen's, what's Lufan's take on this, da? Is he really not going to come out and clear the air? A statement from Lufan himself is our only hope. If Shen Yuchu tries to speak up now, it'll only backfire and make things worse. But Shen Yuchu's brain was a complete fog. She just stared at Zhao Chuchu with a vacant expression. Clear what air? What happened to Lufan now? Zhao Chuchu was rendered speechless for a second, finally realizing that Shen Yuchu was totally out of the loop. She stomped her foot in frustration. Sister Shen, you're still worried about him though. He's fine, it's you who's in deep trouble. Check your Weibo right now. Shen Yuchu finally realized something was horribly wrong. She pulled out her phone and opened the app. In an instant, a relentless flood of DMs and hateful comments blurred her vision as she tapped through the venomous messages. Her hand gave an involuntary violent shiver. She took a sharp breath and kept scrolling. 9 out of every 10 messages were pure unadulterated abuse. Exiting her DMs, she finally laid eyes on the original hit piece and the endless stream of bottom-feeding accounts following suit. After a long silence, she put the phone down and resumed her breakfast, her expression terrifyingly calm. It was as if absolutely nothing had happened. But seeing her like this, Zhao Chuchu felt even more terrified. Sister Shen, aren't you guys going to do something? Shen Yuchu simply patted her hand, attempting to comfort her instead. Chuchu, a clear conscience fears no false accusations. But the court of public opinion never cares about the truth. Shen Yuchu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, a turbulent storm actually raging within her soul. She knew that since you chose to release the song anonymously, you had no intention of revealing your identity. Therefore, she refused to drag you into the spotlight. Right now, the entire internet was thirsty for an explanation. After hours of agonizing anticipation, Shen Yuchu's Weibo finally refreshed with an update. The masses scrambled to click the post, only to be left staring in collective bewilderment. There was no lengthy PR statement or legal jargon. Just 4 simple defiant words: my conscience is clear. This triggered an even more aggressive backlash online. Meanwhile, inside the Tianmei Entertainment Tower, Liu Li was beaming, even though she had taken a scolding from the higher-ups. Seeing Shen Youchu successfully dragged through the mud brought her a twisted sense of absolute euphoria. The uniform wave of vitriol flooding the comments was all thanks to the bot armies and tabloids she'd bought. To her, as long as she could break Shen Youchu, every penny spent was worth the investment. Beside her, Sister Qin's face was dark and grim, convinced that Liu Li had lost her mind. Liu Li, this is blatant defamation. If Lu Fan decides to pursue this, you are officially finished. Liu Li just shrugged it off with disdain. How is it slander? If there's nothing going on between them, why would a titan like Lu Fan write songs for her? Look, she can't even explain it. Conscience is clear. What a joke. Sister Qin looked at the delusional Liu Li, already calculating her exit strategy to abandon her. At that same moment, you were having a relaxing soak in the hotel, while your phone outside was buzzing like a ticking time bomb. You were forced to cut your shower short, stepping out with only a towel wrapped around your waist. Glancing at the caller ID, you were slightly surprised. Hello, Director Li? What brings a busy woman like you to call a slacker like me? Li Xia's annoyed voice crackled through the receiver. A slacker? You actually have the nerve to call yourself that. You've practically hijacked the entire trending list, is. You scratched your head awkwardly. It seemed that was indeed the case. Let's get to the point. What's the real issue? Li Xia sounded like she was speaking through gritted teeth. Her tone sharpened. It's about your better half, obviously. Shen Youchu is getting absolutely dragged through the mud. And you're just sitting there? Shen Youchu is being targeted. You instantly locked in your expression, turning grave, with a level of intensity you'd never shown before. You asked, what exactly happened to Shen Youchu? In that fleeting second, Li Xia felt a pang of envy prickling at her heart. The moment Shen Youchu was mentioned, this man became dangerously incredibly focused. She let out a cold snort. Check the trending topics yourself. Then the line went dead. You knitted your brows in frustration, unable to fathom what that woman's problem was now. But there was zero time to overthink her mood swings. You scrambled to open Weibo, and the top trending post immediately caught your eye. The moment you scanned the headlines, your face darkened. After digesting the contents of every single post, and scrolling through the toxic cesspool forming under Shen Youchu's profile, your expression turned deathly grim. You let out a sharp, cold laugh. They really think my woman is an easy target. And that stubborn, foolish woman. How could she not tell me about something this massive? Trying to shoulder the entire world by herself. You wanted nothing more than to grill that idiot face to face. Do you even view me as your husband or not? But before that confrontation, you had some business to settle. Since someone wanted to play dirty, you'd give them a game they'd never forget. Liu Li had no idea that the karma was coming for her this fast, and this brutally. Her celebration hadn't even lasted an hour before she was plunged into sheer paralyzing terror. It had never even crossed her mind that the legendary mysterious Lu Fan was the very same pretty boy she had looked down upon. By 10 a.m., the entire internet was still, obsessively dissecting Shen Youchu's supposed downfall. Suddenly, Lu Fan's short video feed absolutely detonated. As the other lead protagonist in this scandal, and a mysterious titan with tens of millions of followers, his post didn't need any help from the algorithm. Fans swarmed, instantly propelling the video to the top. Lu Fan was finally doing a face reveal to set the record straight. Nobody expected the reveal to be this explosive, that he would choose this precise moment to step into the line of fire without hesitation. But the second the masses opened the video, they were struck utterly speechless. This wasn't some weak apology or defensive clip. This was a full-blown romantic flex and a declaration of war. In the video, your expression was grim. Listen up, everyone. I am Lu Fan. I just woke up, only to see the internet drowning in toxic filth. Many are questioning why I wrote songs for Shen Youchu, even going as far as fabricating rumors of an affair. You lean toward the camera, your voice rising to a thunderous pitch. I only have one question to ask all of you. If I want to write a damn song for my own wife, who is going to stop me, huh? My wife might be too kind to acknowledge your garbage, but I'm not. Forget that clear conscience nonsense. I'm coming for blood. You let out a chilling sneer, your eyes sharp enough to cut through the screen. I tried to live among you as an ordinary man, but you responded with malice, so I apologize. But the charade is over. I'm laying my cards on the table. My name is Lu Fan. Years ago, Shen Youchu and I left the industry together for love. We've been happily married ever since. As for why I chose the pseudonym Lu Fan, well, now you know the truth. Are you satisfied now to the original poster and those bottom-feeding tabloid accounts? I'm sorry, but I've already finished collecting the evidence. Not a single one of you will escape this. And to the paid bots in the comments, I'm counting every last one of you. Expect a lawsuit at your door very soon. The video dropped like a nuclear bomb, leaving the entire internet in a state of absolute paralysis. After hours of arguing, it turns out they were literally married. Nobody could have possibly predicted that the legendary Lu fan was actually that Lu fan. This is beyond legendary. The clip began spreading like a viral wildfire, and your fanbase went absolutely feral with joy, reposting the video across every corner of Weibo. I'm sitting front row to watch these haters burn. They've always been the industry's ultimate power couple. Where are all those morning trolls now? Open your damn eyes and take a good look. While the internet was still reeling from the video, Starry Entertainment's Weibo immediately doubled down. A formal notice from their legal department was slapped online, entrusted by Mr. Lu. Regarding the baseless rumors and defamation, we will pursue every legal avenue available. Lawsuits have already been officially filed against the original posters and tabloid companies. Every single involved account will be permanently banned. The moment this official statement dropped, Weibo reached a literal boiling point. Sharp-eyed netizens suddenly realized that the previous trending slander had been completely scrubbed. The original haters had even deleted their entire accounts. Shortly after, the Weibo official platform intervened with a verification. Following a thorough investigation, 1,500 accounts spreading false rumors have been terminated. The internet is not a lawless wasteland, as the official Weibo decree saturated the web. Your video reveal rocketed straight to the #1 trending spot. Shen Yuchu's profile followed instantly at #2 in a remarkably short span of time. Ultimate wife protector and clear conscience became the hottest viral keywords on the platform. An army of onlookers began obsessively quoting your iconic line. My wife might be too kind to acknowledge your garbage, but I sure as hell won't tolerate it. Me. Meanwhile, back in the Shanghai apartment, Shen Youchu remained blissfully unaware of the chaos. She was currently cuddling her daughter, Wanwan, while peacefully watching cartoons. Suddenly, Xiao Chuchu burst into the room like a hurricane. Her face was flushed with an ecstatic grin as she shoved her phone right into Shen Yuchu's face. Sister Shen, hurry look, he finally posted a video. So ishati wokwayo iosayo. Shen Yuchu looked up, her expression purely confused. Xiao Chuchu stomped her foot in exasperation. Sister Shen, you're honestly way too gentle for your own good. What are we going to do with you? Iti, you really need to learn a thing or two from Lu Fan. Look at how he just absolutely obliterated them. It's incredible. Shen Yuchu took the phone and tapped play. Tap play. That familiar, domineering, and protective voice instantly echoed from the speakers. By the time the video reached its conclusion, her mouth was slightly agape in shock. Her face was a perfect portrait of disbelief. Zhao Chuchu continued to chirp excitedly. Sister Shen, do you know what the netizens are calling him now? The ultimate wife protector. Ha, it's too perfect, hearing those 4 words. Shen Yuchu's cheeks instantly bloomed into a deep crimson, and a wave of pure sweetness surged through her heart. After all, who wouldn't want to be cherished like that? Caught up in her emotions, she abandoned her daughter, and practically bolted back to her bedroom. In the living room, Zhao Chuchu and Wanwan were left, staring at each other in total confusion. However, once safely inside her room, Shen Yuchu hesitated over the dial pad, her fingers hovering. What was she even supposed to say? That his words were way too embarrassing. But wouldn't that be admitting she was flustered? Or should she tell him he did a great job? Would he think she was just being petty? Frustrated, she threw herself onto the bed, burying her burning face deep into the quilt, while kicking her legs like a love-struck schoolgirl. Finally, she gathered her courage and hit the call button. The connection was instantaneous. Your smooth magnetic voice echoed out, hello. Shen Yuchu's face, still buried, turned an even brighter red. She asked in a muffled tiny voice, hello? Is it yentos? What are you doing right now? Instead of a straight answer, all she got was the sound of your stifled laughter. I could ask you the same thing. Are you practicing how to suffocate yourself with a blanket? Shen Yuchu let out a startled gasp, instantly lifting her flushed, panicked face. She was terrified. How could he possibly know what she was doing? It wasn't until she glanced at her screen that the harsh reality finally hit her. In her panic, she had accidentally tapped video call. The words social suicide were practically written on her forehead. Shen Yuchu froze on the spot, mouth agape, staring blankly at you on the other end of the screen. You rubbed your nose awkwardly, thinking that she was unexpectedly, dangerously adorable. The next second, her dignity completely shattered. She dove back into the quilt like an ostrich hiding in the sand, refusing to ever show her face again. This is so humiliating. A muffled, pouting voice came from under the covers. Stop laughing. You finally managed to suppress your chuckles. All right, I'll stop. I was actually just heading over to the apartment. Are you coming to pick me up? You what? Then, just wait for me there. Shen Yuchu finally peeked out, her misty almond eyes fixed on the screen, as her face remained a delicate shade of rose. She didn't ask why you posted that video. Some things simply didn't require an explanation. But even though she stayed silent, you decided to take the initiative. your tone suddenly turning grave. However, there's something I need to say. Shen Youchu, they were dragging your name through the mud. Why didn't you tell me? Just what exactly do you take me for? Shen Youchu fell into a heavy silence. When you asked what she took you for, she actually felt a wave of confusion. But a second later, the answer became clear. It was love. She loved the man you had become. She loved how meticulously you cared for them. Yet the scars of her past experiences made her terrified to fully open her heart. However, all you received was a lingering silence, followed by the sound of your disappointed voice. It's fine if you don't want to say anything. I'm already downstairs. Come and get me. The video call abruptly cut to black. Shen Youchu finally snapped back to reality, and remembering the hollow tone in your voice. Her heart felt as if it were being pierced by needles. Had she truly let you down? She scrambled off the bed in a panic, driven by a desperate urge to see you immediately. Her footsteps racing as she bolted out the door. You climbed into the car, your emotions seemingly flat and unreadable, as you gazed silently out of the window. However, Shen Youchu didn't start the engine. Instead, she turned and stared intensely at your profile. She took several deep breaths before finally whispering, Lu Fan, I'm so sorry. You turned your head to see her reddened eyes, feeling a wave of bitter irony in your heart. How could you talk about being disappointed when you never truly had her to begin with? So you spoke softly, there's no need to apologize. Actually, I'm not the Lu Fan you think I am. You don't need to feel guilty. To your surprise, Shen Youchu kept her eyes locked on yours. Then, are you Lu Fan Dogim Isiti? The question caught you completely off guard. You recalled back at the amusement park. She had cornered you with the exact same query. You scratched your head, unable to say anything but I'm Lu Fan. Then you are exactly the Lu Fan I believe you to be. Her unwavering conviction left you utterly stunned. You tightened your trembling fists, finally voicing the deep-seated terror in your soul. But I'm scared. I'm terrified that one day, you both won't need me anymore. Lu Fan Shen Youchu suddenly cut you off, her eyes brimming with pure agonizing heartache. She firmly grasped your shaking hands, leaning her weight gently against your chest, and declared with absolute certainty, you are Wanwan's father, and you are my husband. No matter what storms we face, we will never, ever leave your side. All that matters is that you are here with us. Her delicate frame was in your arms, her soft whisper soothing your soul. In that instant, you finally found the answer you craved. Holding her tight, a smile finally broke across your face. From this moment on, nothing could ever shake your resolve again. After a lingering moment, Shen Youchu shyly pulled away from your embrace. You could only stand there with a goofy, love-struck grin. She shot you a glance full of captivating charm, before bursting into a giggle. This dummy is so easy to please. As the car slowly pulled away, the bond between you two had shifted fundamentally. Meanwhile, inside the Tianmei Entertainment luxury apartment, Yusip Iswakaida. Impossible, how can Lu Fan be that legendary creator? Liu Li was spiraling into a psychotic rage, sweeping every cosmetic off her vanity in one violent motion. Amidst the shrill sound of shattering glass, her fury remained unquenched. She lunged forward, stomping on the debris with pure venom. Scattered amongst the ruined makeup was a formal legal notice from Starry Entertainment. She had been completely exposed. The original poster, sensing the walls closing in, had instantly ratted her out as the mastermind. The company had already forced her into an indefinite hiatus. She knew deep down that her career was dead. Nearby, Sister Chin watched the breakdown with cold schadenfreude. So it's true, Lu Fan Meite was the legendary titan all along. He hid his true identity far too well. She couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. Who could have possibly imagined that the pretty boy everyone looked down on 2 years ago would finally reveal such lethal predatory fangs? Shen Yuchu's intuition was truly impeccable. I won't accept this, Sister Chin, give me my phone, Liu Li gasped, her eyes bloodshot with pure malice. Sister Chin merely cast a frigid, disdainful glance at her. What is there left for you to protest? She snapped. Can you outsing her? No. Are you more stunning than her? Hardly. Even when it comes to picking men, you're not in her league. What exactly are you not satisfied with? Sister Chin's words twisted like a dagger in Liu Li's heart. Liu Li whipped her head around, glaring at her with murderous intensity. Yet Sister Chin didn't flinch. Did I say something wrong? Once you're locked behind bars, your contract will naturally be terminated. The company has already cut you loose. But why? Liu Li gritted her teeth. The company needs a cash cow, and you no longer have a shred of value. Sister Chin looked at her, offering one last piece of brutal, honest advice. Once you're out, just find some honest guy to marry. Stop making a scene. Huh. Then should I thank you for your kindness? Liu Li let out a hollow, chilling laugh. The masks had finally been ripped off. Suddenly, a distorted, eerie smile crept across her face. Sister Chin, let me borrow your phone for a second. A story should have a proper ending, shouldn't it? Sister Chin's brow furrowed. What are you planning now? To drag everyone down with me. Liu Li's smile became hauntingly macabre. Why does Shen Yuchu always get to stand above me? She's just a pathetic orphan. What gives her the right look? Now that I know Lu Fan is the mastermind, I still have one final trump card. If I can't touch her, then I'll make sure Lu Fan's reputation is utterly incinerated. If I'm going down, no one is getting away clean. Sister Chin stared at the manic, hysterical Liu Li, realizing she had completely lost her grip on reality. She wanted to scream that Shen Yuchu never even tried to compete, and that her character was 10,000 times better than Liu Li's, but she remained silent. At this stage, any provocation would send Liu Li over the edge. So Sister Chin handed over the device. Fine, here's the phone. But remember, I have absolutely nothing to do with this. I know you're terrified. Liu Li cackled, snatching the device away. Under Sister Chin's wary gaze, she punched in a number. Chen Shuai, it's Liu Li. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the apartment dining room felt a bit unusual. Wan was devouring her food with pure delight, while Sister Yun watched on with a motherly glow. Zhao Chuchu, however, kept her head down picking at her rice, while stealing sneaky glances at Yu and Shen Yuchu. Shen Yuchu's stunning face was flushed a deep crimson all the way to her neck, looking as if she wanted to bury her head in her bowl. You, on the other hand, were grinning like an idiot while peeling crawfish, expertly lifting a morsel with your chopsticks to her lips. Shen Youchu felt like she was being slow-cooked. This man had been acting completely unhinged since leaving the car. But to you, this was only natural, since she'd finally acknowledged you as her husband. What was wrong with a little hand-feeding? Can you please stop doing that? I can feed myself. Shen Youchu finally looked up, unable to take it anymore, giving you a shy, flustered glare. That bashful look in her eyes left you momentarily dazed. So this was the incredible rush of having a girl look at you like that. Man, romance is the best. You finally ceased the operation of feeding your wife and turned your attention to feeding Wan. After dinner, you finally regained your professional composure. Leaning back on the sofa, you began brainstorming the set list for the next round. Making it from the top 16 to the top 8 was a breeze. But the top 4 would be a different beast entirely. The remaining contestants' vocals were on par with Shen Yuchu's. It would come down to the original tracks and stage presence. Producing a chart topper in 3 days is a nightmare for anyone. Even you began to feel the pressure, agonizing over which song would guarantee a total victory. Shen Yuchu wasn't just idling either. She sat right beside you, polishing that one song she had been obsessing over, but the track was still missing a crucial melodic hook. Shen Yuchu's brows were knitted tight. That melody was like a phantom cat she couldn't catch, leaving her so frustrated she'd ruffled her hair into a bird's nest. It wasn't until the dead of night that elusive spark of inspiration still managed to evade him. However, the following morning, just as Shen Youchu had drifted awake, another explosive scandal involving you detonated on the trending charts. Initially, she didn't think much of it. After all, your name hadn't left the headlines for days. But as she scanned the actual title of the post, her pupils contracted in shock and her heart spiraled into pure chaos. Simultaneously, the massive army of online onlookers spotted the trend as well. They had grown accustomed to seeing Lu Fan's name every single day, so they clicked on the link without a second thought. Yet this time, as they processed the content, the entire internet fell into a collective stunned silence. Some users even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom what they were currently witnessing. Lu Fan, the domestic abuser. This headline was a total mind-blower. Netizens were momentarily dazed, before bursting into skeptical laughter. Is this some kind of joke? Yesterday, he was the ultimate wife protector, and today he's a violent thug. They scrambled to open the video attached to the post, dying to see who was spewing such blatant nonsense. But as the video played, 2 men appeared with deadly serious expressions, none other than Chen Shuai and Ye Tian, members of your former boy band. Then Chen Shuai spoke up. Hello everyone, I am Chen Shuai, a former friend of Lu Fan. Why do I say former? Because I am utterly ashamed to be associated with a man like him. I know you find this hard to believe, but he is in fact a domestic abuser. I have a recorded phone call as undeniable proof. When he begged me to help him secure a comeback, I happened to record the conversation. I never imagined it would become the evidence to expose this hypocrite. I, Chen Shuai, am showing my face to the world, proving I have no fear in confronting him. As those words rang out, the netizens fell into a hushed, heavy silence. A face reveal combined with a real name accusation caused their unwavering faith to finally begin to waver. Then Ye Tian held up his phone and gave it a shake. I can corroborate everything. What Chen Shuai said is the absolute truth. Now listen to the original recording for yourselves. Without another word, he pressed the play button. Millions of netizens instantly perked up their ears, only to hear your voice crackling through the speakers. Brother Chen, well, also, do you think I could ever return to the agency? Then Chen Shuai's cold, nonchalant voice replied, You've already married a top-tier starlet. Why are you still obsessing over all of this? A second later, your voice crackled through the speaker, dripping with a sickening arrogance. Women, they're like clothes. Career is what actually matters. If you're so desperate for a comeback, Will Shun Yuchu actually hand over the resources? In the recording, you let out a sharp mocking laugh before uttering a sentence that detonated across the web. I'll be blunt with you. In my house, my word is the absolute law. If she refuses, a quick beating will fix her attitude. You can't go around spoiling these women. The recording cut off right there. And the internet's collective fury erupted into a nuclear blast. Disgusting. Is this trash even a man? Imagine only being brave enough to bully your own wife. Not only did female netizens turn into war gods of vitriol, but even men were boiling with righteous indignation. Back in the video, Chen Shuai added a final twisted finishing move with a look of feigned rage. You all heard it, didn't you? This is the ultimate wife protector you all worshipped. I, Chen Shuai, refuse to breathe the same air as an abuser like him. The video ended abruptly, but the comment section was already a total war zone. I must have been blind to ever support a scumbag like this. That recording made me physically sick. Just how much filth is Lu Fan hiding behind that mask, Ivichelt? Your reputation was being obliterated in real time. Millions were screaming for you to show your face and explain. Yet here you were, staring silently at your phone. As you listened to that familiar recording, a wave of nauseating self-loathing surged through you. You bolted into the bathroom and began to retch violently, feeling as though in a single heartbeat. You had been dragged back into the skin of the original wretched Lu Fan. The horrifying truth was, those things were real. They had actually happened in this life. There was no defense, no rebuttal you could offer. The pain Shen Yuchu endured back then was likely even worse. Your phone was ringing off the hook, but you didn't even glance at it. For the first time, you chose the path of total cowardice. You buried yourself deep under the blankets, desperately hoping the darkness would numb the ache. It wasn't the public's hatred that was killing you. It was those toxic memories flooding back into your mind. The absolute misery Shen Yuchu and Wanwan had suffered flashed vividly before your eyes. You finally realized you had never actually forgiven yourself, even though you were making amends every waking second. It couldn't erase the cold, hard facts of the past at that very moment. Inside the apartment, Shen Yu Chu was frantically dialing your number over and over. After seeing that post, she was consumed by worry. Naturally, she understood the current you better than anyone. She had witnessed your transformation, watching you pay your penance bit by bit. She understood it all, and she had long since let go of the past. But she knew the current you would definitely be unable to grant yourself any mercy. Beside her, sister Yoon and Zhao Chuchu looked on with aching hearts, fuming with rage, yet completely at a loss for what to do. The call still wouldn't go through. It was as if you had vanished from the face of the earth. Shen Yuchu's heart twisted in a knot of anxiety. In her arms, little Wanwan looked up. Mommy, are you trying to call Daddy? Mommy, why don't we just go find Daddy ourselves? Wanwan's simple words jolted Shen Yuchu awake. She couldn't sit still for another second. She scrambled to her feet and practically stumbled out the door. She had to get to you, fast. Out of breath, Shen Yuchu finally reached your doorstep. Biting her lip, she gave the door a soft tentative knock. No response, she didn't hesitate, knocking again and again and again. She was determined to drag you out of that room today, buried under the covers. You were finally stirred by the persistent rhythmic pounding. Dragging your heavy leaden body, you swung the door open. Standing there was Shen Yuchu, her eyes rimmed with red. It had only been a day, but seeing her face again, you couldn't even bring yourself to meet her gaze. You stood in the doorway, paralyzed by uncertainty. She must have seen that post by now. Did it make her relive every single nightmare from back then? You silently closed the door behind her, feeling like a death row inmate facing the executioner. What was she thinking? Your voice was a ragged, hollow rasp, your heart overflowing with absolute dread. Now that the whole world knew, what would she do? Demand a divorce, but just as that thought crossed your mind, Shen Yuchu saw the look in your eyes and snapped. She lunged forward and violently yanked you onto the bed. She grabbed your arm and sank her teeth into it with savage force. As a sharp, searing pain shot through you, your mind instantly snapped back to clarity. Your survival instinct screamed at you to pull away, yet you gritted your teeth and endured it. Let her vent. If this makes her feel better, finally Shen Yuchu let go. She looked up, meeting your gentle, forgiving gaze, and her emotional dam finally burst into a flood of tears. Are you an absolute idiot? She let out a raw, pained cry, before frantically rolling up your sleeve. A deep, jagged row of bite marks oozing blood marred your skin, a truly gruesome sight. There. Now we're officially even. Shen Yuchu sobbed through her cracks, throwing her entire weight into your embrace. Now you've been a victim of domestic violence too. We're even, so you're not allowed to be sad anymore. You were stunned. The warmth of her delicate body in your arms felt so incredibly surreal. You reached out, hesitantly stroking her hair, realizing this was real as your soul soared from hell to heaven. A wide, genuine smile broke across your face. Shen Yuchu said you were even. Since the moment you transmigrated, you had been walking on eggshells, burdened by a crushing sense of guilt. Now finally, someone had told you we're square. It felt amazing. Tears began to fall uncontrollably. You weren't just redeeming them anymore. You were finally redeeming yourself. The two of you clung to each other like fools sobbing. After a long while, Shen Yuchu muffled her voice against your chest. "Don't ever pull a stunt like this again," she whispered. "Wanwan and I, we were so worried about you." You nodded fervently, your voice thick and raspy. "Never again." "You better mean it." Shen Yuchu pulled back, her cheeks flushed and her eyes still rimmed with red, gazing up at you with a misty, soulful look. Suddenly, a spark of realization hit her, and her eyes ignited with an irrepressible excitement. "Wait, I think I just found the missing melody." "What melody?" You couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair, treating her head like a fluffy golden retriever. "The melody for that song I've been struggling to write. My inspiration is surging right now." The words had barely left her lips before she wiggled out of your arms to strike while the iron was hot. Feeling a bit regretful, you scratched your head and pulled a stack of manuscript paper from your bag for her. "I was actually planning on writing a song tonight," you said as Shen Yuchu nodded with a blushing face. She sat cross-legged on the bed, diving headfirst into her creative process. She hummed a soft tune while her pen danced across the page. In just a brief moment, a complete musical composition came to life on the paper. She lifted her head in sheer delight, staring straight at you. "I finally did it. Do you want to take a look?" You shook your head gently. "I'd much rather hear you sing it for me." Shen Yuchu's face flushed even deeper. "There aren't any lyrics yet," she whispered. "Humming it is perfectly fine." You urged her on with a playful smile, and she finally gave a bashful nod, without any backing track. Only her soft, ethereal humming filled the room. However, the instant the melody hit your ears, you froze right where you stood, your eyes wide with absolute shock. You recognized this melody. It was a masterpiece from your original world. You couldn't believe your ears, listening with rapt attention, until the humming reached a natural pause. "Wait a second," you suddenly interrupted, scrambling to grab a pen and paper, to scribble something down at lightning speed. Shen Yuchu looked on completely bewildered. But when she leaned her head in to see what you were frantically writing, her eyes suddenly erupted with a brilliant, blinding light. Boldly written across the page was a single word: courage. It was the lyrics. You had penned the lyrics after hearing her hum just once. As Shen Yuchu leaned in closer, she was instantly hit by a wave of euphoria. Fori ri isadgi. These lyrics were exactly what she had dreamed of. No, they were even better than she could have imagined. Blushing furiously, her gaze drifted from the paper to your focused profile. In that fleeting moment, as if possessed, she couldn't resist planting a soft kiss on your cheek. Your hand jolted violently, causing the ink to smear across the page instantly. It felt as if a bolt of lightning had surged through you. That lingering, velvety sensation against your skin was etched into your mind like a permanent brand. You stared down at the lyrics on the paper, your heart detonating into a million frantic sparks. This was the courage Shen Yuchu truly desired. As for Shen Yuchu, reality hit her and she instantly panicked. She hung her head low, desperately wishing the floor would swallow her whole. Luckily, you didn't have an outward reaction, or she surely would have bolted from the room in a frenzy. You knew all too well how thin-skinned she was, so you fought to suppress your thundering heartbeat while you finished writing the remaining verses. Finally, acting as cool as possible, you handed the lyrics to her. "Take a look. Think you can sing the whole thing for me now?" As the final note faded away, you nodded with a grin. "It's breathtaking. The next round is practically in the bag. It's only because your lyrics are so powerful. Well, without my darling wife's beautiful composition, I never could have envisioned a song like this." The mutual flirting was in full swing. But the moment the words "darling wife" left your lips, Shen Yuchu's composure completely crumbled. She dove like an ostrich, burying her face in her arms, her heart a chaotic mixture of bashfulness and pure honey. But before you could fully admire the view, the shrill, jarring ring of a smartphone violently shattered the romantic tension in the room. You picked up the device, and Director Lee's name was flashing prominently on the screen. You raised an eyebrow. It seemed Li Xia had also seen the viral hit piece. The second the call connected, you maintained your calm, gentle tone. "Is something the matter?" On the other end, Li Xia was clearly taken aback. She asked in a cautious, hesitant whisper, "There are some pretty nasty rumors spreading online. Aren't you going to issue a statement or a clarification?" You instinctively glanced over at Shen Yuchu. She was feigning intense focus on the music manuscript, but her wandering, nervous eyes completely betrayed her. You shot her a playful, mischievous wink, and her face instantly exploded into a deep crimson. She averted her eyes in a total panic. In the next breath, you dropped an absolute bombshell into the receiver. "There's no need to clarify anything, because every word of it is true." The other end of the line plunged into a deathly silence. After a long pause, Li Xia's voice finally crackled through thick with disbelief. "Why, I refuse to believe the man I know?" But you cut her off sharply. "Director Lee, how much do you actually know about me? The rumors online are fact. If one commits a sin, they must face the punishment. As for the public outcry, let them bark all they want. Your gaze, from beginning to end, remained locked on Shen Yuchu, overflowing with tenderness. As long as the people I cherish understand me, that's enough. The line went silent once more. Lixia's voice carried a distinct heavy disappointment. Fine. I understand now. I'm hanging up then, you. Had barely set the phone down when Shen Yuchu's voice drifted over. You're too cold. That's really not good. Your head filled with question marks. Were you being cold? Unexpectedly, Shen Yuchu added another barb, her eyes darkening slightly. That mature lady? She definitely likes you. Wait, Lixia likes me. You scratched your head, feeling a massive headache coming on. I've only ever viewed her as a casual acquaintance. But how could you possibly know that? Shen Yuchu snapped her head up, pinning you with her stare. Her tone was unwavering. It's a feeling. I trust my intuition. You rubbed the back of your neck, looking completely sincere. Well, your feeling is way off. I'm a man with a wife and a child. Catching feelings for someone else would be incredibly disrespectful. Love demands absolute focus and loyalty. Seeing the earnest light in your eyes, Shen Yuchu gave a slight subtle nod, but deep down a sense of urgency began to simmer. Just because you aren't interested doesn't mean they aren't. That director was far more sophisticated than her. You watched her with a puzzled expression, mentally replaying the conversation you just had. Suddenly a realization clicked in your mind. A playful glint danced in your eyes. You nudged his arm playfully. Is that jealousy I smell? Shen Yuchu's entire composure instantly shattered. Her face erupted into a brilliant crimson. No, I'm not, though her voice was loud. Her body language was screaming the truth. Case closed, she was definitely jealous. The smirk on your face widened as you silently enjoyed her performance. The more Shen Yuchu tried to deny it, the more flustered she became, caught between pure embarrassment and annoyance. Finally unable to withstand your piercing gaze any longer, she petulantly tossed the manuscript onto the bed. Fine. So what if I'm jealous? Who wouldn't be with such a gorgeous woman chasing you? Your grin became impossibly smug. The next second you leaned in dangerously close to her, your voice low and seductive. Then, how about I give you a seal of approval? Maybe that'll cure your jealousy once and for all. Your face was mere inches from hers, your warm breath fanning across her skin. Shen Yuchu's heart began to hammer against her ribs faster and faster, as if it were about to leap right out of her throat. Then right before your very eyes, she slowly tentatively closed her eyes, her lips forming a soft inviting pout. A surge of joy hit your heart. Closing your own eyes, you slowly leaned in for the kill. Fast forward and Shen Yuchu was about to compete in the top 8 round of the new song gala. She was currently at Starry Entertainment, rehearsing her vocals, when you returned to the apartment. Only Sister Yoon the nanny was there with little Wanwan. Sister Yoon's feelings toward you remained complicated. She was grateful for your recent 180-degree change in support. Yet the scars of your past abuse toward Shen Yuchu still lingered. However, seeing how you truly cherish your family now, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. She informed you that Shen Yuchu was at the office, so you decided to take Wanwan along for a surprise visit, planning to give your wife an unexpected boost. Meanwhile, the online vitriol against you showed no signs of stopping. Haters had even formed anti-Lu fan groups, practically begging Shen Yuchu to use this scandal to get a divorce. But out of nowhere, Shen Yuchu's Weibo was updated with a new pinned post. To have found my soulmate in this lifetime is my greatest fortune. When a man mends his ways, he deserves the world's grace. My heart remains the same. These 2 sentences instantly made the internet explode, sparking wild rumors that Shen Yuchu was being blackmailed. You arrived at Starry Entertainment with Wanwan and bumped into Chen Tian, a fellow contestant. Chen Tian, a diehard Shen Yuchu fan, found you surprisingly approachable in person and even asked you for an autograph. Eventually, you made your way to the recording studio, watching Shen Yuchu through the glass as she practiced, your eyes overflowing with pure devotion. As the song faded out, Shen Yuchu spotted the 2 of you and beamed with joy, softly and sweetly calling out, "Hubby." The second round of the new song gala arrived as scheduled, with the hype reaching an all-time fever pitch. Masked up and low-key, you brought Wanwan to the venue. Shen Yuchu's opponent was Shengxi Entertainment's Xiao Feibai. Before the performance even began, the audience loudly demanded to know if she actually wrote those Weibo posts herself, or if she was being coerced into it. With a gaze as steady as a rock, Shen Yuchu looked right at you and announced to the world, "I love Lu Fan, kisse." He's wonderful. Some loves are just written in the stars. Then the screen displayed the title Courage lyrics Lu Fan. Composer Shen Yuchu as the intro started. Shen Yuchu delivered a soul-stirring performance, the lyrics piercing straight through everyone's hearts. This raw, unapologetic public confession left the audience and netizens completely stunned. It turned out this wasn't a public execution. It was a massive flex of their romantic bond. As the final note echoed through the hall, the tide of public opinion completely flipped. Everyone began blessing this couple and their mutual devotion. Ultimately, Shen Yuchu crushed the vote to enter the top 4. In the aftermath, Starry Entertainment clarified that there was zero abuse. The two were simply head over heels for each other. That night, you strolled through the streets holding her hand, hitting up snack stalls like a pair of lovebirds, before heading to the cinema, in the dark theater. You couldn't resist stealing a kiss from Shen Yuchu, leaving her absolutely flustered and blushing. Though small misunderstandings and bickering remained, your feelings were reaching a boiling point. After your brief but sweet reunion, you took Wanwan back to Jiangcheng. Shen Youchu remained in the Magic City to prepare for battle. Upon returning to Jiangcheng, you busied yourself searching for a kindergarten for Wanwan, even though the enrollment deadline had long since passed. Thanks to the sheer fame of Lu Fan's Little Princess, you smoothly secured a spot at the Jianghua kindergarten and finalized her registration. Meanwhile, a sinister plot was brewing back in the Magic City. The disgraced former Starry Entertainment executive Ying Ping had joined forces with judges Wang Bin and Ran Xiaoxiao, scheming to rig the next round and sabotage the results, so that Shen Youchu would lose to Chen Qian. He even recruited the self-proclaimed godfather of music Wu Mian to pen a custom track for Chen Qian. The new Song Gala's third round, the top 4 to top 2 showdown, pitted Shen Youchu directly against Chen Qian. The host Chen Shuier intentionally tried to stir the pot by asking if your hand was behind Shen Youchu's new song again. Shen Youchu handled the interrogation with grace. During the duel, Shen Youchu performed the masterpiece Floral Sea. The ethereal intro instantly transported the audience into a dream, and Shen Youchu's soulful delivery was so breathtakingly profound that it felt like her very own solo concert. The entire venue erupted into thunderous applause. By stark contrast, Chen Tian's upbeat, sweet song was decent enough, but it completely paled in comparison to the Floral Sea. However, the voting segment took a shocking turn. While Gao Yu gave his vote to Shen Youchu, and Xue Yu gave Chen Qian a friendship vote, Wang Bin and Ran Xiaoxiao both inexplicably voted for Chen Qian, giving her a suspicious lead in the total tally. The audience went wild with disbelief, and cries of rigged and foul play echoed through the hall. But at the critical moment, Xue Yu stood up. "Excuse me. Host, I must interrupt. There is something wrong with this vote. I owe Shen Youchu and the audience a sincere apology. I'm sorry, I was previously contacted by Ying Ping, the head of operations at Starry Entertainment. He informed me that both Chen Qian and Shen Youchu belong to the same agency. He claimed that if the gap between them was too embarrassing, I should cast a sympathy vote for Chen Qian, just so she wouldn't lose so pathetically. But now that vote has actually allowed her to advance. I feel that the responsibility lies with me, since my mistake has led to Shen Youchu's unfair elimination. I am resigning as a judge to take full accountability." Chen Qian went a step further and directly forfeited, admitting that Shen Youchu's Floral Sea was leagues above her own, with the scandalous truth exposed. The show's director Ren Chao scrambled for damage control, announcing a revote and the immediate expulsion of the corrupt judges. Ultimately, Shen Youchu rightfully advanced to the next stage. In the aftermath, Ying Ping was fired and the disgraced mentors saw their reputations utterly incinerated in the public eye. Meanwhile, Wu Mian, humiliated that his song lost to yours, let a toxic resentment fester in his heart. He launched a blatant public provocation on Weibo, throwing down the gauntlet for a final showdown in the grand finale. Wu Mian's challenge set the entire internet ablaze. The media milked the old guard versus new genius narrative for all it was worth. "You refusing to back down an inch," retorted with a cold, "If it's a war you want, then let's dance." Shangxi Entertainment seized the moment, hiring Wu Mian to craft a specialized masterpiece for finalist Miao Ayun. The theme for the first round of the finals was tragedy and horror. For Wu Mian, a master of such dark and twisted styles, this was a divine opportunity handed to him on a silver platter. For you, however, it was uncharted territory and a daunting hurdle. Shen Youchu was sick with worry over the theme, yet you remained remarkably composed and confident. In a desperate search for creative sparks, Shen Youchu even braved a horror movie marathon with you, only to end up absolutely terrified out of her wits, which fortunately led to some very intimate skinship between you two. The next morning, you unveiled your new weapon. On the night of the finale, the world's eyes were glued to the stage. Miao Ayun was the first to step into the spotlight, performing Wu Mian's haunting creation, Morning Elegy. The first half depicted the harrowing agony of a cancer patient, while the second half devolved into oppressive, suffocating instrumental music. Though the piece was somewhat abstract and obscure, its artistic depth was undeniably profound. Wu Mian radiated smug confidence as the performance concluded. Then Shen Youchu ascended the stage, draped in a stunning blood-red traditional wedding gown, and crowned with an intricate phoenix headpiece. Her makeup was hauntingly beautiful, yet full of sorrow, her eyes vacant and soul-piercing. The song title slowly materialized on the screen, The Marriage. As the music swelled, the erhu and pipa intertwined to weave a melody of desolation. Shen Youchu's operatic vocals hit, leaving the entire audience breathless. The lyrics told the chilling tale of a ghost wedding. Not a single word mentioned sorrow, yet every line dripped with a bone-chilling tragic weight. As the song reached its haunting crescendo, the piercing wail of the Swana suddenly erupted, launching the atmosphere into a terrifying climax. That marrow-deep sense of desolation and dread left the entire audience with their skin crawling. Shen Yuchu's unblinking haunting performance was instantly hailed by netizens as the most beautiful ghost bride. Ultimately, she crushed Cancer with an overwhelming absolute advantage. With a perfect 4-0 judge sweep and an 88% audience vote, it was a total landslide victory. Wumian was utterly humiliated and defeated. He surrendered his Godfather title and issued a public apology. After the show, you waited outside for Shen Yuchu. She informed you that Zhao Chuchu had already moved out, and realized she had forgotten her apartment keys. With a silent mutual understanding, you both headed to a hotel. Inside the suite, the air was thick with tension and romance. Emerging from the shower, you found Shen Yuchu in tears. She bared her soul, confessing she felt unworthy of you, fearing that the closer she got, the more it would hurt to lose you. You tenderly cupped her face in your hands, confessing that you once struggled with deep insecurity too. But she was the one who finally made your heart beat again. Everything we have is the universe's perfect design. Destiny's plan is the ultimate authority. Your words turned her tears into a beautiful smile. You pulled her into a fierce, protective embrace. Finally, in this sacred moment, you both understood the true depth of each other's souls. Two hearts were finally fused together without reservation. From here on, you will walk the path of life hand in hand. Whether facing violent storms or basking in glory, you will face it all as one.